sekarang kita bakalan coba tanya-tanya sama di sebelah Windy sekarang ini. Ini adalah analis dari broadcastnya Inggris. Jadi kita bakalan tanya-tanya. And Seven, how are you, Seven?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm also feel great, and I also sama di sebelah Windy sekarang ini. Ini adalah analis dari broadcastnya Inggris. Jadi kita bakalan tanya-tanya. And Seven, how are you, Seven?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm also feel great, and I also prepare some question to talk with you right now. So, alter ego.
Huh?
What do you think about their performance today?
An amazing performance. I mean, the strategies that they were doing too, the rotations, they were leapfrogging people. On top of that, Rosemary put up one of the best performances we have seen. Over 5,000 damage. That's just insane.
Wow, and 78 points in just 6 games. That's insane, Seven.
It is insane. I mean, they already overpassed what Alpha 7 was able to do in day 1. They also overpassed what Fourth Tribes was able to do in day 1. So going into day 3, the final day of group stages, I think if they continue on that performance, they could end up being in that first place.
Wow. And who do you think is the key player of Alter Ego?
Rosemary. It has to be Rosemary. When you put up those numbers, there's just no question about it.
Okay, so which team that have impressed you the most in this PMWC?
Besides
Alter Ego?
Besides Alter Ego, because today definitely was a pop-off performance, it would have to be none other than Fourth Tribes. A lot of people expected them to do well. I had them as a dark horse. I was expecting them to do well. I was not expecting them to do that well. The way they've been able to perform, there is some things here and there that they need to work on, but so far they're looking like a championship team.
Oh, great. And what do you think is the key strategies to win this PMWC?
Consistency. Comes down to that consistency and being able to adjust to what the lobby is giving you. That's what it always comes down, especially at the global events, especially at PMWC at EWC 25.
Yes, and tell me, what is your favorite moment in this PMWC?
That one, it hasn't happened yet. We're waiting for it.
For me, Alter Ego back-to-back chicken dinner. For you?
I'm waiting.
Oh, okay, so...
It's gonna happen in the grand finals.
Oke, jadi kita tunggu aja nanti di grand final seperti apa ya. So, thank you so much, Seven.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Sampai jumpa.
Ever wonder what it feels like? Sports Arena, come along with us.
That's right, Barney. As the pressure is mounting and heart rates are rising, we're entering the final stage of teams will be duking it out in the survival stage, and which ones will be getting a spot, a direct qualification to the grand finals.
Today is going to be Group Green going up against Group Red in a finals showdown. But you know what? I feel like it's going to be absolutely incredible today. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Can anyone catch Fourth Tribes Esports at the top of the standings? Let's find out.
Jackie, day 3 of group stages is about to get started. The group of death is coming in. On top of that, Alter Ego, can they do it again of what they were able to do yesterday?
7. Yesterday, the smell of rosemary was in the air, filling the arena. Alter Ego out here straight knocking high ground.
तो हेलो दोस्तों, हम आ चुके हैं फिर से लाइव आज देखते हैं मजा आएगा। आज हमारी इंडिया की टीम भी है जिसका नाम है टीम आर्यन। तो देखते हैं, थोड़ा सा वेट करो, बस आ गए हम।
IDA, they're building points. The RX, they're out here giving it. Every team delivers chicken dinners. Oh, the smell is delicious.
I'm ready. So let's calm it down a bit.
Let's reset.
Yeah, you know what? Let's start the final day of group stages.
Thank you very much, Jackie and Seven. They were very excited right there, Neptro. Okay, so much hype. But you know what? It is deserved because we are in the last day here of the group stage. And looking at the group stage here, we've got to look at our MVP contenders. And if we look at to this graphic, we're going to be seeing not just one Alter Ego player.
Surely there's two.
No, it is going to be three Alter Ego players in Krypton, Alpha, and Rosemary. The hype is through the roof for Indonesia. Okay, we got to...
Hold on.
Jackie's very, very infectious, okay, with that hype right there. But they had an incredibly good day. 78 points in a single day here, just eclipsing everyone in their first 6 matches. Can they keep it going?
I think they can. The way they were looking at day number 1, coming into day number 2 for them, day number 3 overall, I'm super excited to see what they've got going.
Yeah, but of course, because they pretty much secured their spot going into the grand finals, that means that they're going to have a big target on their back in those finals. So, of course, we'll see how that's going to be working out for them.
One of those teams that will be putting a big target on their back, I think, is Alpha Gaming, actually. They didn't look all that good in day number 1, but we know they have it in them. As long as they stick together, I think they could do some really cool stuff today.
Yeah, and I'm personally going to be hoping for the other Alpha team, Alpha 7, to maybe here get a great third day for themselves in the group stage. Because, of course, they currently the cutoff team, then 8th position. And let's keep in mind, in the format, the top 8 teams at this stage will be going directly into the grand finals and avoiding the very annoying survival stage. But with that said, how about we go take a quick look and update on the club championship?
Welcome to your Club Championship update live from the Amazon Esports Arena. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Veracity. So, what's going on?
Well, Taylor, we had an incredible grand finals that took place just yesterday. AGAL had a 1-3 deficit, made an incredible comeback over none other than TT Global, walking away victorious 4-3. Amazing stuff from them, and marking their very first victory here at the Esports World Cup 2025, along with being the 10th unique club to walk away victorious with a championship to their name, you know?
Which is huge, and so is second place, which is what TT Global was able to achieve during their last competition, earning a valuable 750 points towards their club championship trophy race. They're also competing this week in PUBG Mobile's competition, which happens to be their only game title that they're competing in as it currently stands. They need a top 8 finish during PMWC to capitalize on the points they've already earned.
Points mean prizes here, Taylor, and the leaderboard for our club championship. Team Vitality are still reigning the charts with 2,400 points to their names. Closely behind, though, we've got AGAL, followed by Genji Esports and Falcons, the reigning champions, still sitting in at 4th place.
Well, you know what? They are going to also be competing at PMWC, and the Falcons are looking very strong. Look, the championship weekend isn't over yet. In fact, today we crown yet another new champion over at the STC Arena. So stay tuned. Back to you at the studio.
That's right, the final day of PMWC at EWC 25 group stages. Don't calm down a little bit. We've got some surprises yesterday. I'm wondering if we're going to be getting some surprises again today. My name is the 7WG. I couldn't be able to do this by myself, so let me just join along with Niptura and Maxman. And Maxman, I'm going to go with you first because you're looking fresh, my boy.
Thank you.
How are you feeling today?
Thank you. I'm feeling ecstatic today, Seven. Of course, we're going to be finally sending a few of our teams in the survival stage. Not going to be super happy about that, but also we're going to be sending 8 teams right into the finals. We already have a few teams that are pretty much secure to make it to that stage, but at the bottom of the top 8, it is going to be quite risky, and we're going to see a lot of movement throughout these 6 matches.
It is going to be very risky. Nep, how are you feeling?
Yes.
Okay, with that one, you know what? Let's take a look at the top plays from yesterday because we did have some insane plays. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing a little bit of Rosemary there because Alter Ego over and over and over again, it felt like, Neptura.
It sure did. I think we got completely blindsided by them, to be honest. I think we did not. Nobody expected that from them day out. We know they're a good team. Max keeps going on about Rosemary all the time.
Yeah. Well deserved.
Like every minute of every day, honestly, there's a Rosemary reference. If you think I'm bad with Team Spirit, it's this guy with Rosemary. But
at least they're actually here.
Today, hey yo.
Okay, new record. What's that, like a minute 30 seconds?
Yeah. It's the first time I've originated. Anyway, moving on. No. I think nobody really expected this from them, as I said, and today they really showed why they're your favorite, why Rosemary's your favorite, and yeah, it was a really, really good play. I want to see what they got today.
I mean, when you say nobody expected them, we talked to the Indonesian talent. They didn't even expect them, Max.
But actually, I talked to them and I said, like, you guys were not supporting Alter Ego or your home region going into this, and now they get 2 wins. Like, what are you guys on about? They're like, we did it on purpose.
Get out of here.
We're playing 4D chess. We don't predict them. We don't want to curse them. And I was like, okay. And then I said, can I pick them? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, so you got conflicting points you're making if you allow me to predict your home team of Alter Ego. So Indo Talent, you got to rethink your strat because I don't think it's going to be good for the long term.
Okay, you know what? If that's the strategy after PMWC is done, when we end up going to fall stage and everything, North America, get ready because I'm not going to be picking you for anything. I'm just going to be super pessimistic. I'm not going to tell Reflections as well. Somehow we'll end up with the North American team, maybe at PMGC. But let's take a look here at the Crunchyroll reactions. Regnum Karya, one of the teams that is not going to be playing today, and one of the teams that I felt like maybe they did enough, Max, to be able to make it to the grand finals. Time will tell, though.
Yeah, time will tell. I mean, so far they've had themselves some really good games, some nice circles going on top of them. I do want to see, I know this is a very basic thing to say, I want to see a little bit more.
You want to see the vibes?
You want to see a little bit more vibes coming out from this team. But there's definitely a lot of potential for them to make it go out, of course, going to this last day. But it sets very good expectations of what we could see from this team moving forward. But it's about that consistency overall that we keep hammering down is very important. If they can bring that home, then maybe a trophy could be going their way. Would be hyped to see. Good vibes.
Ooh, another trophy? Going for the Grand Slam of global events?
Hell yeah.
I'm hoping that's going to be the case. But you know what? Let's take a look at the overall so we can see what is going to be looking like today before we even play any matches. For Thrives Esports, they're done with all their 12 matches, 111 points. Honestly, one of the biggest surprise so far out of group stage. Nobody was expecting them to be up there in Neptura. And then you can see the rest of the teams that are going to be playing today.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this, and actually the top 4 are all teams with, I mean, technically the top 6, Alter Ego shouldn't be there. They just had an amazing day yesterday.
Top 9, really?
Top 9.
Yep.
Except for Alter Ego and Alpha 7.
No, what I'm saying is they all have 12 matches already done. What my point being is that to come down, Alter Ego, 78 to 111, we're not going to really see anything from these teams, or rather the top 4 are not going to get dethroned really until kind of midway through today, if at all. So, I mean, I'm just talking about, like, before the show, I was like, are 4 Thrives going to get taken down a few places? I was like, obviously that's going to happen, right? There's a lot of teams closer to them. But looking at that, actually, it's going to be a lot harder than I thought it would.
I don't know if it's going to be obviously Alter Ego overtaking 4 Thrives. Like, of course, they close, was that like a 30-plus point lead they have to try and break, which it is doable, technically. But the teams that below the bottom, the top 8 are going to be very hungry because we said it. Some teams said, oh, we want to make it through survival. I don't believe that. I think that's absolute copium. I think they want to dodge the survival stage. They want to get their spot into the finals. They want to the lion's share of that $3 million prize pool here. So you want to try and be on this page at the end of today's 6 matches. And actually, I kind of want to talk about Alpha 7 here. In 8th position, they are playing today. A lot of the teams above them are not playing, so that means they're going to overtake a lot of these positions. But do keep in mind, as we go on to the second page very soon, all the teams trying to catch up. You got, of course, IDA, Thunder Talk, WBG, Alpha Gaming, Horror. All of these teams are trying to chase down Alpha 7 here. So Alpha 7, sure, might look nice and comfortable now, but I think as we go on into today, they might be slowly slipping away if they don't bring their S-tier plus gameplay.
I mean, we already have some teams that are going to be going to our survival stage. Influence Rage, you can see there, they've already played their 12 matches, same as Fireflex Esports. And then it's going to come down to seeing what some of these Chinese teams are going to be doing. Thunder Talk Global, Weibo Gaming, a team that we were expecting a lot of, especially at the start of the tournament. We really haven't gotten a chance to see much out of them. One team that I'm currently looking at, though, Neptura, is going to be none other than RA Esports, the hometown heroes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they do today because we have seen them before. This squad is a really good squad. They're a solid team, but they were very, very quiet. We did not see hardly anything from them in their first day. So I think everybody, and me in particular, are really looking for more from them. And we say that all the time, right? You were saying, oh, it's a blanket statement. It is a blanket statement, but it's a true blanket statement. We want to see them play how we expect to see them play, and we expect to see them play like R8, a team we've seen before. We just didn't see that in yesterday's matches or the day before.
Unfortunately, we haven't seen them play similar to how they were playing back in PMS Almina. We were covering it right here, 7. And Skaton was stepping up, Ida was playing really well, and especially Marth, the player, the new addition to the team that actually is a very strong support for the entirety of the squad. And unfortunately, that strong synergy and team play that we witnessed in Mina is just not really coming to fruition here at PMWC. So I want to see a bit of that glimmer of hope we saw in PMSL Mina. And if they can do that, top 8 comeback is possible, but it's going to be very hard to execute.
Well, one thing I'm happy about with RA, when we got a chance to see them play already at PMWC, I saw that Marth has some good performances here and there, and that was a player that was starting to step up. We'll see if he's going to continue to step up or if he's going to start crumbling, but we were talking about them earlier. Alter Ego, I feel like we just got to highlight a little bit more some of their performances that they had yesterday, and let's compare, why not, with 4 Thrives performance from day 1 to now Alter Ego's performance from day one, you can see the average eliminations for Alter Ego, Max, are through the roof.
What? wait, it's 9? Okay, so for context, usually we always say in these tournaments, a good average point per game is 10.
Yes.
Including placement points.
Yes.
They're almost there just with eliminations alone over the course of a day.
Wow.
I do not think they're going to replicate this because that's just kind of a flash in the pan. That's a day that is very, very hard to replicate. But if they do, that would be crazy, 7.
That would be crazy. And keep in mind, though, Alter Ego yesterday being able to get 2 chicken dinners, 4 thrives on their day one. They were only able to achieve just 1 chicken dinner. It is a bit of a hit mark there. I feel like if Alter Ego does continue to perform like this, they're going to be maybe heavy favorites to win it all when we go to Grand Finals.
I would love to see that because I think we've seen them do very well in the past, fall down a little bit, and to have them come back so strongly in such a massive way, I think would actually be really, really fun to see from them.
Yeah, I think the main reason, especially, I mean, it was the whole squad. It wasn't just one player, but one player that I do want to end up highlighting here is none other than Rosemary because of the stats you're seeing right there. Over 5,000 damage being able to be done in just one day. And honestly, Max, you and I were going back and forth talking about this. I feel like that is the most we have seen from a player at a global event in a very long time. If not, that might be a record. I'm pretty sure some of the meme pages might be able to look it up.
Yeah, they'll have to check it out because 5,000 damage over the course of 6 matches, that is absolutely bonkers coming out from Rosemary. And sure, we're talking about Rosemary, hyping him up. The guy is the MVP of SCA for PMSL. But we have to look also at his teammates. Krypton,
yes.
Incredible performance. I think he got an 8 elimination game at one point throughout the day on one of their chicken dinners. And Alva, the quintessential setup player for his team, looking for the off angles, trying to set up transition points for his team, trying to claim control of these circles every single time. Those 2 chicken dinners without Alva, chances are, is going to be slipping right through their fingers. So if they can maintain that today, I will be very excited to see if Alva can do similar things to yesterday.
I do want to say as well, though, it's going to be interesting to see if any one individual player has not even as good a day, but maybe even a rough day. If one of, I think in that dynamic that they have, if any one of those players has an off day, we could see a very different Alter Ego because the way we've been talking about them, Alva, Krypton, everybody there, they are so important to each other that if one just has a little bit of a slip up a few games in a row, we could see a very different Alter Ego.
And if I'm not mistaken, if Rosemary becomes MVP of the tournament, I know we're not in finals yet, we're still very early. The last time from memory that we've had an SCA MVP was Tony K here, but when it was PMWI. After that, we had Top. We had, of course, the side of Doc being MVP. We had all these different players. We had Nolbu. We didn't have an SCA players in over 2 years almost.
The Twins back in the day, too, from Bigatron. Yeah, it's been a while. I think it would be nice to see an SCA player, especially the likes of Rosemary. And, I mean, I got a chance to talk to him for a little bit, just to kind of put my input there. And he was saying, I know that I have performed really bad in previous global events. I'm looking to change it. And currently, he's doing just that.
He is. I mean, he's been definitely popping off. It's not just a solo performance, right? He is set up by his team. A strong team is needed if you want one solo player to do well, unless your name is Doc. Maybe it'll work out on your own.
Well, let's take a look here at the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. I'm seeing Namshin Red Force. I know you're heavy on this team, Neptura. How do you think they're going to be performing today? Because they are currently down on the leaderboard.
Better, I hope, because I think we've seen a lot from this team before. That we saw them in PMGC 2022, plus or minus a couple of players, right? But we've seen them at Global for quite a while, and to have them come into yet another Global and do nothing is quite surprising to me, quite surprising to a lot of people. So I would like to see just a lot more from them. I want to see them be a bit louder. I think their big thing is how silent they've been. I'm not used to seeing them be so quiet, so invisible. So for me, I want to see a lot more coming in, just taking up more space, being a bit louder with how they play.
Yeah, and it could be a little bit harder, too, considering that some of the other teams are starting to be a little bit louder than usual, too. We'll have to wait and see if that team has what it takes to be able to do that, right? Now, you're not going to have any of the surprise teams in regards to Yangon Galacticos. They were able to perform really, really well. We'll see what they're going to be doing. But let's take a look at the Aramco Power Rankings. The teams that we ended up selecting, I selected Alter Ego, Team Falcons, because, I mean, we need to see what this team is going to be doing, and the special invite team as well, because they did surprise us a little bit. I know they're not in the top 8, and they're currently not the contenders maybe to even be in the top 8, but I was surprised with the aggressiveness that they showed at one point, Max.
Definitely a lot of potential, though. Do you, because you have them in your power rankings, do you think they're making it
I don't think they're going to be making it in the top 8. The reason why I actually put rankings, not to get super analytical here, guys, I just want to see if they're going to be adjusting certain things that they did in day 1, which was, yeah, they were aggressive, but at times that aggressiveness, it didn't really make sense. They were just willing to take fights outside of the circle.
Yeah, that's going to be super important to consider going into day 3 when teams are going to take this a lot more seriously. This is the only chance now for both groups that they have to actually make that top 8. So those little sort of mistakes, or not even mistakes, just kind of not being very cautious with how they play, not thinking through some of the fights that they're taking, that is definitely going to be a detriment to them in today especially.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes they go with emotions of just like, this is the natural progression of the game. I would like to see a little bit more thought. I think just the snappier rotates, making it a little bit happier, because they're kind of comparable to 4Thrives when you think about it. Sometimes it's just a bit hesitant. What do we do? What do we execute? And it just doesn't quite work out. But if they do qualify to the finals, I do think it would be through the survival stage when a lot of the heavy hitters would be just taken out of the picture entirely. So there is a lot of hope. I would say we had God like years ago, unfortunately underperformed severely. I do think this is the most hopeful I've been watching from this region in a hot minute now.
Now, I know you also wanted to talk a little bit more about Alpha 7 Max. You're taking pretty much my role, okay? I can't talk about them right now. So with this team, you mentioned they are currently at that cutoff point. They're more than likely going to be passing some of these teams unless we see something crazy from Alpha 7. I don't think it's going to happen. We have seen a 19 elimination chicken dinner out of this team in Miramar. Do we expect them to have a performance like that again, or a bit of a slowdown?
I think they are going to be slowing down a little bit just to avoid any confrontations they're not ready for. Like, I'm talking possibly hot drops, maybe also teams trying to interact with their rotation path on Arango and Miramar more specifically, because Miramar is one of their best maps, so teams might want to try and ruin their chances over there. But the teams below them, like you got Thunder Talk, you got WBG, APG, Aura, like all those teams, I think if you want to try and get rid of the main competition in this lobby, while also securing a spot into the finals, I think that would be the team to try and chase down. So they might have a bit of a target on their back here, and the team that a lot of teams want to eliminate as early on as possible.
Yes.
Yeah, I think as well, something to consider is A7 do play edge and spread out, and we saw the same from AXTMG, we saw the same from Hora, we saw the same from Intense Game, I think, as well. So there's a lot of teams now playing the same way as them. They got to be careful with that.
They definitely do when it comes down to not being able to start slow. That was the big question mark for a lot of people in regards to this team. They weren't able to start slow. One thing that I want to ask you guys quickly, and I want a quick answer on it too. Weibo Gaming, are they going to be starting off slow?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
interesting. 50-50.
I like this, and we will end up seeing what's going to happen, and I'm pretty sure maybe we'll get a chance to come back. We'll see what's going to happen, though, because, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start the final day of group stages. So let's send it over to this stage.
तो चलो दोस्तों, जिसका हम सबको बहुत बेसब्री से इंतजार था, अब होने वाला है मैच चालू। ये रही भाई ट्रॉफी, कितनी बढ़िया लग रही है भाई।
Cup. And let me tell you, for the final time, let's invite our teams for the last day of the group stage, starting with EDA Esports.
ये हमारी अब सारी टीम्स आने वाली है भाई, कितने खतरनाक। ओ भाई,
Thunder Talk Global. Weibo Gaming.
भाई टीम्स बहुत खतरनाक है यार। ये आ गई अपनी इंडियन टीम GMX भी आ गई भाई, जिन्होंने कल के मैच में बहुत तबाही मचाई हुई थी। भाई
Gaming.
अल्फा भाई साहब टॉप बेस में देख रहे हो, फिर मजा आने वाला भाई आज के पूरे मैच में। सब आ गए, सब धमाका होगा पूरा। टीम HE
Gaming.
ओ भाई कितनी खतरनाक, मतलब देख रहे हो सब ना, इतनी खतरनाक खतरनाक टीम चाहिए है भाई। सबका सपना होता भाई कि एक दिन यहाँ तो जरूर जाए। यहाँ पे टीम्स आते ही जा रही है भाई, आते ही जा रही है। और जिनको ना पता हो, आज के मैच में हमारी इंडियन टीम भी खेलने वाली है, टीम आर्यन। तो उनका गेम भी हम देखेंगे, बहुत मज़ा आने वाला भाई। आज के स्पोर्ट्स में बहुत मज़ा आएगा। आज का डे 3 है तो बहुत मज़ा आने वाला है।
Finished in second place after day 1. Your reigning PMWC champions, Alpha 7 Esports.
Hello.
Right here in the group stage, success is not final and failure is not fatal. But I tell you what, if you put up big numbers, your journey to the grand final, the $3 million prize pool and the PMWC trophy is that much easier. So get comfortable because today history could be made. So let's do this.
Okay. All right, Barney. History could be made. I mean, we could be finding out which 8 teams are going to be going towards the grand finals, which 16 teams are going to be going to survival stage and possibly end up getting their keys crushed, Max.
I'm thinking, what could make history today? What would be something happening in these matches was like, nobody expected that. That will be remembered for decades, centuries to come.
Alter Ego doubling their points.
Maybe.
I feel like we can even go harder. How about a team getting all the chicken dinners?
Okay, no, that's not happening.
What would be the record, though? Isn't it 2 or 3?
I think it's 3.
It's 2, right?
I've heard of 5. I don't know if I was
No, I'm talking about for PMWC.
Oh, no, yeah, I think it was
2.
2.
So we have a lot of teams that are tied up.
I
mean, right now it's been Vampire, A7.
Yeah, like in finals, I mean, the records are usually on finals, yeah. You know what, for me, a historical moment would be AXGMG doing a massive jump up.
Ooh, yeah.
To the top 8.
Let's talk about that, actually. From what you have seen, Max, and I'm going to be sending this to you, Neptura.
Sure.
First, AXGMG, can they make it to grand finals? And if they don't, what do they need to adjust?
Okay, I think they actually could make it to grand finals. I think they absolutely could do that. If they don't, what they need to adjust is probably what you were talking about, a little bit of that hesitancy, a little bit of just going for a fight without any real thought behind it. And then just tweaking some of the speeds of what they do as well. I think they jumped a lot from what I saw in their own region versus global. They did a lot of speeding up, but maybe just a little bit more would be nice.
Just a little bit more.
Just a tiny bit more.
We really are analysts and commentators when we say that. Like, there's a lot to do to just do a little bit more. We want to always see a little bit more going into this. But actually, because you already said everything there's to say about AXGMG, I want to go over everyone here. I'm the host now.
Okay.
Ooh.
Which region has impressed you guys the most? Like, I'm talking PMSL regions, also like you could say Korea, you could say like Japan. Which region has shocked you?
Definitely not MENA.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
I mean, it can go either positive or negative, and I feel like with how positive we have been in this show, with a lot of highlighting a lot of the teams, I feel like it's fair to also highlight some of those teams that just have been super lackluster. And for me, the MENA region is definitely one of them. I feel like we were predicting that whenever we were doing the watch parties, Max, and it's coming to fruition. Before we send it over to the casters, though, Neptura, which region are you thinking of?
CSA is always impressive to me. Korea as well. CSA
Max?
not so much.
CSA too.
Yes.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's get into the casters with none other than Reflections in John Allen. Which region has surprised you guys?
Hey, what's going on? PMWC hopping in today, number 3, the final chance, the final dance for teams to move directly into the finals, right? And for the others, well, they've got to go to the survival stage. Green and red go against each other as yellow group finished yesterday, so you know they're waiting on bated breath, hoping and praying they do not get passed up if they're in top 8. But John, it's going to happen.
Absolutely. I mean, the desk was talking about regions that have come out surprising us. I mean, I feel like just Alter Ego alone are bringing the surprise from that SEA region. Coming into today, they have a head and shoulders lead over everybody else. The question is maintenance. The question is consistency. Can they carry on that path? Will they be able to maintain their course? Coming on into our first match of the day, of course, it's Sandhawk as the stage rises to meet us. We're heading over to the jungle.
That's it. We're going to the jungle for the first time, mind you, at least during PMWC for ourselves. It's going to be a wonderful thing. I love Sandhawk personally. It's an aggressive map. It's small. It's chaotic. Third parties galore. So I'm so ecstatic that we're hopping into it. As far as regions go, Americas, honestly, for me, it surprised me more so for Alpha 7. Again, during the American season, they just weren't performing as well as I needed them to perform. I really thought they were a bit lackadaisical.
तो चलो गाइस, आज का हो चुका है मैच चालू आधे घंटे के बाद। ओ भाई, आज तो मजा आने वाला है क्योंकि आज है अपनी इंडिया की टीम भी। पहला मैच होने वाला है सैनहॉक का।
was incredible on day 1, but he wasn't outdoing others such as like Mafioso, right? Who is typically not the stat leader on this roster. But Revo, if he can become the stat leader again with Mafioso, Carrillo, and Squash already performing as well as they are, Alpha 7 could be unstoppable, and they're going to have to be to catch up to all.
चलो चलो, आज बहुत मजा आने वाला है। अपनी इंडियन टीम के लिए चीयर सभी करने वाले हैं, तो मैं क्यों पीछे हटूं, मैं भी देखने वाला हूँ क्या ही सीन होगा। और हमको पहली फाइट टीम AEL मतलब टीम एल्टर की और टीम TT की देखने को मिल रही है यहाँ पे। कौन सी टीम एलिमिनेट होने वाली है यहाँ पे किसी को कुछ नहीं पता। अभी नो हीलिंग से शुरुआत में ही फाइट हो चुकी है। अरे टीम अल्फा नहीं, ओ सॉरी टीम अल्फा कह रहा हूँ। 1 मिनट, टीम अल्टर पहले ही एलिमिनेट हो चुकी भाई। पहला एलिमिनेशन टीम अल्टर का रहा है यहाँ पे, जो कि
day 1 or day 2, excuse me, and day 1 ultimately for Alter Egos is tough. It really is. Luckily, they're doing just fine in the points category. They can let one map go and then come back even stronger in the 5 remaining that they have. I still fully
पहली
expect
टीम
them to
एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है टीम AE।
Getting the ego out of the way, Thunder Talk says we'll take the fight to you in the early engagement. This is our area to the right of
ये थोड़ा सा गलत सीन हो गया।
I believe not even losing one, excuse me. I think there was one down, but they get them back onto the feet. That is a dominating win. And Thunder Talk, for example, by the way, super surprising performance. The fact that they're up there now in top 3, at least in our current standings, but not overall. You gotta give them respect. They came into the tournament. We had a lot of questions about them. We knew they were a great team, but we didn't know they were going to be doing as well as they
अब देखो क्या करेंगे सब। टीम फैल्कन के एक बंदे ने बग्गी उठाई है, शायद ये अपने टीममेट्स के पास जा रहे हैं कि शायद आसपास के कंपाउंड लूटे जा रहे हैं। हाँ भाई भाई, ये क्या था, ये क्या था।
into those early engagements, especially when you're all dropping on that high ground mountain on the northwest island.
टीम AX के डिवोट जो कि यहीं लेटे हुए थे। अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है, समझ गया। ये कोई व्यू निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे थे मतलब यहाँ से, है ना? ऐसा ही हुआ होगा कुछ। इनकी अब पूरी टीम जा रही है।
to be able to make it in through towards the top 8 of the bracket. It seemed like a fairly solid lock that 4 Thrives are going to make it.
टीम KN मार्क भाई ये अलग घूम रहे हैं भाई बहुत ज़्यादा अपनी टीम से। इन पे अगर किसी बंदे ने इनको स्पॉट कर लिया ना तो बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी इनके लिए।
That would be what we're expecting. So if we took the top 5 teams right now, that would be down to Wavewar Gaming.
Wavewar Gaming waiting for them to make their way up the standings. A talented roster up in the north side of the league currently have to work their way down towards the south, maybe opposite of R8 IG. They get into a bit of a scrappy fight. Curious if IG will rotate down to the south towards boot camp to kind of establish that, be the edge keeper team. Most likely going to have to continue to go a bit further south, but in the meantime, keeping R8 in check off of the distance, just on the outside of Paradise. For AX TMG, another roster that I feel like has had a lot of great moments, and they have shined bright at times.
अभी हम लोगों को कहीं फाइट नहीं देखने। और ये टीम APG के एक बंदे ने फायर दिया एक कार के ऊपर जो कि नहीं उतार पाए किसी को। तो एक फाइट टीम पावर, टीम IDA और टीम पावर के ऊपर के बीच में, मतलब सॉरी, इन दोनों के बीच में फाइट हो चुकी है। टीम पावर का एक बंदा नॉक और फिनिश दे दिया गया है टीम IDA की तरफ से। टीम पावर अपने दो बंदे इन्होंने गवा दिए भाई साहब। मेरे को लगा एक ही बंदा गवाया इन्होंने। टीम पावर ने अपने 2 बंदे गवा दिए और टीम पावर ने भाई टीम पावर का एक और बंदा गया। भाई क्या हो रहा है? और टीम पावर एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। यहाँ पे नेटबाजी चल रही है टीम फैल्कन और टीम APG की तरफ। टीम APG का एक बंदा नॉक हो चुका है, वो भी नेट से। टीम APG भाई कर क्या रही है? मतलब ऊपर से गाड़ियाँ उड़ के जा रही है। और यहाँ टीम फैल्कन का एक बंदा अच्छे से घेर लिया गया है टीम APG की तरफ से। और टीम फैल्कन का एक और बंदा डाउन। टीम फैल्कन का दूसरा बंदा स्पॉट, बट वो भाग गया, वो नहीं हो पाया स्पॉट तो हो गया था मतलब। अरे भाई ये क्या दूर से पड़ गई। टीम GMX AP की थर्ड पार्टी कर चुका है। यहाँ पे बहुत ही गलत सीन होने वाला है, बहुत ही गलत सीन होने वाला है। अगर यहाँ पे इन्होंने अपना एक भी बंदा खो दिया तो टीम फैल्कन के बस, ओ भाई टीम फैल्कन का लास्ट बंदा बचा है। यहाँ मुश्किल हो सकती है टीम फैल्कन को। अब टीम फैल्कन को बहुत मुश्किलों का सामना करना पड़ेगा। टीम APG जिन्होंने अपने सारे बंदे बचा लिए हैं और ये अब यहाँ से निकलने की कोशिश में है। टीम फैल्कन के ऊपर इन्होंने रश दे दिया और टीम फैल्कन का एक बंदे ने APG के एक बंदे को उतार दिया है और इन्होंने एक नेड पिन किया। बाहर से भी एक नेड आया, ये डैमेज, अंदर एक नेड गया, कोई डैमेज नहीं हुआ। अरे और टीम फैल्कन यहीं पे एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। टीम APG ने फिर अपने सारे बंदे बचा लिए। टीम APG अभी तक बहुत बढ़िया खेल रही है, मतलब जहाँ तक उन्होंने अभी तक किया ना, मतलब बहुत बढ़िया अभी तक खेल रहे हैं। और टीम WBG जो कि जोन के बाहर थी, अब वो जोन के अंदर एंटर कर रही हैं। आई थिंक सो ये जोन के H2H खेलने वाले हैं। टीम WBG और टीम IG की तरफ शायद लड़ाई हो सकती है, क्योंकि जहाँ से उनका फ्लैंक जा रहा है या तो जोन में जाने की कोशिश हो रही है, वहाँ पे ज़्यादा दिक्कत होने की संभावना है। पता नहीं अब यहाँ पे इनमें फाइट होने वाली है कि नहीं।
But do notice that they start to take some vehicles and rotate down. Alpha 7 opposite of them. That's going to be scary because let's face it, for Gamex, they did not have a great day 2. They owned out of 6 games. They managed to secure 5 points. If Alpha 7 sees Gamex, they're going to see a weaker team. They're going to want to push that and get some much needed, and in their mind, easy points. Now, granted, Gamex a phenomenal team, but Alpha 7, again, they're sharks and they want to eat it from the
भाई क्या था? रिप्ले देख रहे हो?
A replay of the knock that Nongshim were able to find over near the ruins, and Ida lost a player because of it. This is this engagement you were talking about.
टीम A7 जो कि गेमएक्स के ऊपर रश कर रहे हैं फ्लैंक करके, और यहाँ पे एक बंदा नॉक दे दिया जी टीम GMX का, और यहाँ पे टीम GMX का दूसरा बंदा भी गया। भाई साहब अब टीम GMX के 2 ही बंदे बचे हैं। साथ साथ में रहना चाहिए था, और टीम A7 का एक बंदा जो नॉक था इन्होंने वो बचा लिया। और गेमएक्स के मतलब जो दोनों बंदे हैं वो ये कहाँ पे, मतलब कौन सी बिल्डिंग है आई डोंट नो, बट ये अभी वहीं पे हैं। ये टीम KN से GMX का एक बंदा नॉक और फिनिश भी हो चुका है। अब टीम GMX के पास एक ही बंदा बचा है जो कि है क्रोना। क्रोनाइन बचे हैं अब टीम GMX के, इनको भी स्पॉट कर लिया गया, और टीम KN के एक बंदे को इतना ज़्यादा डैमेज दिया भाई, बच गया बस वो। टीम GMX अपने आप को सुरक्षित जगह पे लेके आ चुके हैं, बट भाई ये जो लॉबी है यहाँ पे कोई भी जगह सुरक्षित नहीं है, यहाँ पे बहुत कुछ हो सकता है।
It's still early goings, 5 more games to go, and maybe they can pull off a miracle run. After all, we kind of witnessed it just yesterday with Alter Ego's Eris performing as well as they were. Weibo getting into a bit of a scuffle. IG
टीम IG के एक WBG के एक बंदे को नॉक करके खा भी गए हैं। टीम WBG के पास से एक बंदा छीन चुका है जो कि IG के द्वारा मारा गया, तो पीछे से शायद कवर फायर दिया है टीम WBG ने, आई थिंक सो, बट कवर फायर बहुत ज़्यादा लेट हो गया, कुछ कर नहीं सकते अब। यहाँ पे टीम हैड्रा और किन की फाइट हो रही है, आई थिंक सो टीम हैड्रा और R8 की फाइट हमको देखने को मिल सकती है, जो कि अभी हुई नहीं है बट देखने को मिल सकती है हमको। और टीम WBG फ्लैंग मार के आई थिंक सो टीम A7 की तरफ से जोन में जाएगी, बट नहीं, उन्होंने अपना डिसीजन चेंज किया, वो अब जा रहे हैं मिड वाले फ्लाईओवर से, जहाँ पे उनका 2-2 टीम वेट कर रहे हैं, टीम R8 और टीम HE। टीम TT ने टीम ये कौन सी टीम थी, NS आई थिंक सो, हाँ टीम TT के एक बंदे ने टीम NS के एक बंदे को स्पॉट कर लिया है, जिसको थोड़ा सा डैमेज दिया बट नॉक नहीं निकाल पाए। टीम A7 अभी तक कैसा खेल रही है, वेट हम देखते हैं। टीम A7 ने अभी तक 2 बंदे मार चुके हैं भाई, ये मतलब बढ़िया इनका जा रहा है मैच, बट जो टीम TT है अभी तक सबसे हाईएस्ट किल टीम TT और टीम APG के हैं, दोनों के पास 4 किल हैं, तो हमारे पूरे मैच में से 2-3 टीमें जा चुकी हैं जो कि एलिमिनेट हो चुकी हैं। और यहाँ टीम KN के एक बंदे ने A7 के ऊपर भाई फायर दिया था, बट टीम A7 के बंदे ने क्या रिफ्लेक्स मारा भाई, इतनी दूर से मतलब बंदे ने भाई 3x का मतलब स्प्रे मारा और बंदा नॉक। टीम A7 बहुत ही अच्छा खेल रही है भाई। ये क्या रिफ्लेक्स दिया मतलब इन्होंने, बहुत ही ओपी।
It's a little bit of lost time for them. This could have been a nice opening for them. Two of their opposing teams in their way did go down or lose a player, have a casualty, but they're just backing off of this fight entirely.
Honestly, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. Get away from this engagement. I think if it would have popped off a bit
बढ़िया
more,
खेल रहे हैं भाई सब।
more aggressive, right, and getting in there.
मैं तो भाई ऐसा खेलने का सोच भी नहीं सकता, कैसे खेल रहे हो भाई ये सब इतना तगड़ा।
They said, okay, maybe this isn't our time. Granted, it's not going to be any easier trying to go dead center, and they're sending it dead center into Gamex to the solo of Corona. They're going straight past APG. They're going in to AXTMG, but all eyes once again on this Alpha 7 Kinotrump fight. Kinotrump does not want to give up their ground. They don't have to, but Alpha 7 have to continually move forward. Squash Mafioso from the distance. Rebel Carrillo being the tip of the spears to push up. This is going to be a tough fight. They already...
What the heck? ये क्या हो रहा है?
Mind you, both teams get back on their feet, all four of them, so it's still a 4v4.
They're going to have to get out of there. In the meantime, Ida's crash has not gone well. Ida have lost one at least.
भाई किलिंग फील्ड में तो ऐसे दिख रहा है, सब बमबारी हो जा रही है, बट ये कैमरा एंगल वहाँ लेके नहीं जा रहे हैं।
They have the north side of the road on the compound, and
मेरे को देखना है भाई।
who have those shots down the hill towards the back approach of Ida. It's only one player now standing for Ida. It was a Hail Mary. They wasted their time on the south. I think the call should have been roll over Alpha 7, try and move it on.
और यहाँ टीम TT और NS के बीच में फाइट हो चुकी है। ओ भाई टीम NS के एक बंदे ने दो बंदे को नॉक दे दिया है।
They have been moving through this ground, this terrain, and been vigilant with it. Sure, they've lost a player, but they're on.
और टीम TT का एक लास्ट बंदा जो कि टीम NS डॉक्स के द्वारा स्पॉट कर लिया गया। अब देखो क्या होने वाला है, ये लास्ट बंदा है और टीम NS अब इनको घेरना चाहती है। हाँ, जो कि मैंने सोचा था। टीम NS और एक सामने से स्प्रे पड़ने वाला है और एक अब बैक साइड से। अगर ये इनके बैक साइड आ गए तो इनके लिए बहुत बड़ी दिक्कत हो जाएगी, क्योंकि अब इनके लिए कवर के लिए कोई जगह नहीं बचने वाली। आई थिंक सो इनको टीम TT के जो लास्ट बंदे हैं शायद नहीं स्पॉट किया गया है, पर टीम NS के डॉक्स को पता है कि मतलब वहाँ पे कोई बंदा है जो कि टीम TT का है और ये उनको मारना चाहते हैं, बट वो भी मरना नहीं चाहते। वो जोन के बाहर रह के आई थिंक सो एक आधा नॉक निकाल के भागना चाहेंगे। और यहाँ टीम IDA और टीम AX के बीच में हमको फाइट देखने को मिल रही है, जो कि बहुत ही खतरनाक। और ये थर्ड पार्टी विधायक हैं भाई। टीम APG और टीम IDA के बीच फाइट हो रही है, बट वहाँ पे टीम AX के दो बंदे भी सामने हैं जो कि इनके फ्रैक्स चुरा भी सकते हैं। इनको मतलब अभी पता है कि क्या होने वाला है। और वहाँ पे टीम IDA के एक बंदे ने टीम APG के एक बंदे को नॉक कर दिया है। गेम बहुत खतरनाक जा रहा है। जैसे जैसे जोन छोटा हो रहा है ना, वैसे वैसे जैसे जैसे टीम वापस इकट्ठी हो रही है, वैसे ही टीम और ज़्यादा मतलब मैच और ज़्यादा इंटेंस बनता जा रहा है। और ये टीम TT एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। भाई ID और भाई ये बात है टीम APG भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। अभी तक सबसे हाईएस्ट किल टीम NS के हैं, जो कि 7 किल्स के साथ सबसे ऊपर बैठे हैं किल्स के मामले में ये वाले मैच में। और जो टीम IDA जो कि सेकंड नंबर पे है। और ये हमारी टीम GMX भी एलिमिनेट होते हुए।
to push in quickly though.
For what it's worth, you gave him 45 seconds originally, then I said 2 minutes, and then he ended up.
यहाँ टीम R8 और WBG के बीच में हमको फाइट देखने को मिल सकती है, जो कि फाइट हो चुकी है, नेटबाजी हो रही है। यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा डैमेज दिया गया है WBG के बंदे को R8 के द्वारा। टीम R8 अब उन पे घुसने की कोशिश करेंगे क्योंकि टीम R8 के 2 बंदे नॉक हैं और सामने अब होने वाली है 2v3 की सिचुएशन, जो कि करने वाले टीम R8 के मार्थ। अरे यार, इन्होंने ब्लाइंड करके मार दिया इनको। टीम WBG वेरी गुड, बट भाई टीम R8 के बंदे ने भाई एलिमिनेट कर डाला सबको ही। WBG नाइस, बट टीम R8 का जो बंदा था वो तीनों बंदों को ले भी था।
The hardcover POI now may be forced to go out into the open. That's going to put IG as well as EA into a direct competition. Not going to be easy for them, but E-Arena, they're going to have to move. Intense game also have
टीम KN ने A7 के बंदे को स्पॉट कर लिया, जो कि लास्ट बंदा बचा है अपनी टीम का। पर एक जो लास्ट बंदा होता है टीम का, उसको कम मत समझना। वो 1v4 भी कर सकता है क्योंकि उसके ऊपर ज़्यादा प्रेशर भी होता है और टीममेट्स का प्रेशर कम होता है, क्योंकि उसको कुछ बंदों को रिवाइव वगैरह नहीं करना होता, इसीलिए वो कुछ भी कर सकता है। टीम A7 और KN के बीच में फाइट हो रही है, मतलब किलिंग फील्ड में देखो आप। टीम NS ने IG के एक बंदे को भी नॉक किया है किलिंग फील्ड में, और टीम IG ने AE के मतलब EA के एक बंदे को नॉक किया, जो कि दूर से मतलब किया। मतलब सॉरी, ऑपोजिट हो गया यहाँ पे। भाई अब चारों तरफ से गोलियों का साउंड आ रहा है। टीम EA के एक बंदे ने टीम IG के एक बंदे को नॉक कर दिया है। टीम IG का एक बंदा नॉक, और टीम IG यहाँ पे ख़त्म हो चुकी है। देखते ही देखते यहाँ पे आधी जल्दी टीम समापन होता जा रहा है, बट आज का विनर हमको यहीं से डिसाइड नहीं मिलेगा, बट हो भी सकता है कि हमको यहीं से पता लग जाए कि टीम का मतलब मैच का विनर कौन है। टीम हैड्रा का एक बंदा, जो कि भाई बहुत ही गंदे ट्रबल में फंसा हुआ है, चारों तरफ से गोलियां पड़ रही हैं उसको, बट वो कैसे कैसे करके सरवाइव कर चुका है। टीम R8 यहाँ पे समाप्त हो चुकी है, बस ये नहीं पता लगा वो कैसे हुई, बट हो गई। अब यहाँ पे हमारी गिनी चुनी टीम्स 6 टीमें बची हुई हैं, जिनमें बहुत घमासान फाइट हो रही है। नेटबाजी देख रहे हो कितनी खतरनाक तरीके से हो रही है, और यहाँ पे एक प्योर 1v1 हमको NS और EA के बीच मिला। EA के 2 बंदे नॉक और एक बहुत ज़्यादा लो है। टीम EA क्या करने वाली है कुछ नहीं पता। और यहाँ टीम KN के एक बंदे को टीम NS के द्वारा भाई इतनी दूर से स्प्रे दिया गया है। टीम KN के ऊपर भी अब दबाव बनता जा रहा है, क्योंकि उनके पास भी एक लास्ट बंदा बचा है, जो कि शायद वो भी मरने वाला है। टीम KN का यहाँ पे समापन हो चुका है, क्योंकि दूर से स्प्रे दिया गया किसी एनिमी ने उनको। और यहाँ पे NS और EA के बीच, ओ भाई क्या नेड मारा, इतना प्यारा, सीधा जाके मुंह पे फटा। टीम NS ने टीम AE को भी एलिमिनेट कर दिया है। अभी तक सबसे हाईएस्ट किल के साथ टीम NS चल रही है। अब टीम IDA और टीम NS के बीच में हमको एक बढ़िया 4v4 देखने को मिल सकता है। बट नहीं, यहाँ पे 3 टीमें जिंदा है जिनके बीच में टीम AX का एक बंदा है जो कि फ़ायदा उठा सकता है। टीम IDA मेरे ख्याल से एलिमिनेट होने ही वाली है बस। टीम IA एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है और टीम AX के बंदे ने क्या ही नॉक दिया। और यहाँ पे टीम R8 जीत चुकी है पहला मैच जो कि था सैनहॉक का। इतना खतरनाक मैच, मज़ा आ गया। बट जो टीम AX का वो जो बंदे ने नॉक निकाला था, अगर उसके पास हीलिंग होती तो शायद वो 1v4 भी कर सकता था। बट टीम R8 के पास अच्छा एडवांटेज था जो कि टीम R8 ने अच्छी तरीके से होल्ड किया और टीम R8 पहला मैच जीत चुकी है। अब हम आपको मिलते हैं दूसरे मैच में जिसकी कमेंट्री हमने ही करनी है, तो रुक जाओ थोड़ी देर।
Red Force looking powerful. Other teams, though, looking a bit weak off of game one. Falcons, Alter Ego Eris forced to step it up in the next remaining games. But either way, for Ida, you got to give them their flowers. Second place gives them some much-needed placement points. Also in the running to break into our top 8 and move directly into the finals. The question is, can they do it? Well, we're going to have to find out. It was a great game number one. Sandhawk never disappoints, and it especially did not disappoint for Team Red Force.
Absolutely not. They had a hell of a rotate back down south, but we are going to be rotating over to a break for the time being. We're going to put Sandhawk to bed. We'll be coming at you hot and fast with Erangel, rather, after the break.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crown a new lord of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Yes, that's the relaxation we're talking about. Especially after leaving the madness of Sandhawk, because Neptura Nongshim Red Force came out hot too, and a team that needed to come out hot.
There's so much to like about this game. Nongshim finally. I said in the intro, I said in the pre-show, I wanted them to play a little bit louder. I did. A little bit. I wanted them to play a little bit louder. They're too quiet. It's not what we want from them. And they came out exactly how I wanted them to play. They played it so nicely. They were split over that east side, west side, always get that wrong, over the west side, but didn't overextend, didn't do too much. They just held a little bit of their own space. Then you also see that split coming in over onto the western side, and then as the zone gets smaller, the zone actually, or the players actually end up splitting up a little bit, trying to control both sides of those zones a little bit. Really, really nice to see. 23 points going to be what they see from that, what they get from that. 13 eliminations. It's all down to that timing of the third party. It's down to the regroup timing as well. So much from them.
You want it loud? I mean, you got loud. 13 eliminations out of that team. Another team actually surprising us here, Max. Not only just Esports, Shehzad Gaming being able to put up a good performance here as well with 11 points, and then AXTMG following up the good performances there too when it comes down to Sandhawk. And remember, that is one team that kind of has an advantage, I feel like, over everybody else when it does come to Sandhawk, because they played a lot more in the region.
Yeah, that's true. They do play a lot more going into BMPS, so they had a lot more experience going into it, into PMWC. Can I go deep on AXTMG, because I got a complaint, you know what?
Oh, let's
I?
go. Yes.
AXTMG, you had such an amazing compound. Why do you send 2 players solo into Ida? I don't understand. If you go north and you just hold on together, because you can have 2 teams in that compound. You can have one south of the road, which is Ida, and one north of the road, which is going to be then AXTMG. And they decided to keep 2 players north of the road and send 2 players, okay, you guys, 2v4 Ida, which is not going to work out. So I think if they just regroup north as a 4-man in that position, maybe they still don't get the win because Nongshim Red Force were just so oppressive at the end, but at least they have a high opportunity to get eliminations and maybe the win at the very end.
Okay, all right. I like that take. I see you kind of... The gears are going there, Neptura. Do you agree with that?
It's cool thinking.
Not really. I'm so sorry, Max.
Okay. Let's go.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't really agree. I didn't mind the 2-2 split either side of the road. If they knew that Ida was actually there, then yes. But at the same time, what other choice did they have? I think the only response they had was to do that 2-2 split and try and do it. Because if you force stack onto the other side of the road, you're hemmed in between APG and Ida, right? As well as all the other teams around to the east side. If you go all in and try and get rid of Ida so you can do that 2-2 split, APG are going to be looking at you, the teams on the south side are going to be looking at you. I feel like they kind of were hedging their bets and going, if it doesn't work, at least we have a duo on that north side of the road. I think that was kind of their only play if they wanted that compound. Now, we could get into a discussion of should they have gone for that compound in the first place, which that could be a discussion, but if that was the decision they were going to make, I actually don't mind it.
Wrapping my head around this. So they had to take a 2-man 5 versus the entirety of Ida instead of just fully...
It wasn't the entirety, there was a duo there.
Yeah, but like, it was the remnants of...
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, because I think if you do go for the full stack, if you do try and go 4v2, you're going to get picked apart.
Because at that point, the compound, the reason why I'm saying this in the first place is because the compound is on the edge of the circle.
Yeah.
Next circle, unless you get a really bad circle shift, it is going to be tending to move away from shift, it is going to be tending to move away from that compound. So naturally, they do get himself a really good angle and then just pick up everyone else. I think even Doc went to pick up Toppy was his personal Uber to bring him back in that position. I do think they should have gone high north on the rock position.
यहाँ पे जैसे कि अभी सबने देखा होगा, जैसे थोड़ी देर पहले जैसे टीम R8 थी जिन्होंने इतना बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस निकाला, जिन्होंने चिकन डिनर निकाला इस वहाँ पे, तो जो टीम AX का बंदा था जो कि इतना बढ़िया मतलब आराम से बैठा हुआ था, जो दरवाजे से मतलब टीम R8 का बंदा आया तो पंप शॉटगन जो उसको पड़ी, नॉक हो गया। बट अगर टीम AX के पास हीलिंग होती तो वो शायद बच सकते थे वहाँ पे और 1v4 हमको देखने को मिल सकता था, बट हीलिंग ना होने के कारण गेम थोड़ा उल्टा पड़ गया। अब होने वाला है दूसरा मैच चालू, तो देखते हैं क्या होने वाला है। थोड़ा सा अब मिलने वाला है ब्रेक, तो चलो हम भी मिलते हैं आपको थोड़ी देर में। चालू होने वाला मैच गाइस, हम भी मिलते हैं आपको थोड़ी देर में। चलो
You get the good voice, I get soldier reflections. So that's okay. We take those dubs.
Hey man, look, you can keep that all to yourself. I'm busy casting PUBG Mobile.
There you go.
Yeah, going into this game, we are going to indeed be looking at the top dogs, right? Because it was Alter Ego who had a little bit of a misstart to today, a misfire to kick things off. Alpha 7 as well. These are the two teams with all eyes on. But Falcons as well have not been able to put too much on the board. They rolled up to Alpha Gaming and they were rebuffed. We'll see if they can put more points on the board, but the opportunity to direct qualify into the finals is starting to dwindle. We had questions about this team coming into this tournament, and the answers I don't think their fans are going to like right now. It has not been an illustrious start for the Falcons.
Not at all. Not at all. And I'm actually very worried now at this point because when they played in their group 1
तो गाइस यहाँ चालू हो चुका है हमारा सेकंड मैच, जो कि होने वाला है इरेंगल का। पिछले मैच के विजेता थे टीम R8 और टीम अल्टर ईगो, जो हमारी शायद पहली बार में ही मतलब फिनिश हो गई थी टीम। ये टीम मतलब बहुत बढ़िया तो है, बट पिछली बारी थोड़ा सा अर्ली फाइट के कारण ये सब मर गए। अब तो हो रहा है गाइस इरेंगल का मैच, जो कि होने वाला बहुत मज़ेदार। यहाँ पे टॉप 24 टीम आए, सॉरी टॉप 24 टीम जो कि हो रही है बहुत खतरनाक सी। तो यहाँ पे होने वाला है खतरनाक सीन, क्योंकि अब है ये इरेंगल जिसको सबकी है बहुत सारी आदत। चलो फिर हम आपको मिलते हैं थोड़ी देर में, तो हो जाने तो सबको
very likely going to be seen in the survival stages. And in the survival stages, that's going to be an interesting dynamic, right? It's going to change the lobby, I think, significantly. When you take out the top 8 teams from somewhere, all of a sudden, the forces that controlled the lobby, they've evaporated, right? They've completely changed.
It's a great conversation. It truly
तो
is.
हाँ, कोई फाइट ना मिस हो जाए, इसलिए हम पहले ही आ जाते हैं।
Man, you know, some teams get very nervous when they see the likes of Alpha 7. Maybe they see Alter Ego Ares doing as well as they are, right? Thunder Talk, and they start to deviate and change their play style. When they're gone, like you mentioned, things start to change a bit. And, well, survival stage is going to be a lot of fun, but very stressful for those teams who are still struggling even at this stage. We look at the zone on the way to the right-hand side. APG, Thunder Talk, we know where they like to go. They like to go towards military. They might run into each other. Trip on the western side bridge might decide to stay there, but early wins though for Power, who needs some points. You've got Red Force, who's coming off a tremendous win. They get a lot of points. They are now elevating themselves up into the top 8 potential position. They're well within that zone, could play potentially the gatekeeper role. For others though, as we know, towards Zarki, Alpha 7, E Arena R8, they've got a relatively long rotate, but I believe they're going to hug on that north hand side, so that side shouldn't be too busy. But yeah, for Naksham Red Force, Power, we got
और ये रही हमारी टीम AE, जो कि इन्होंने अर्ली फाइट में ख्याल से अवॉइड की इस बारी, क्योंकि पिछली बारी मेरे ख्याल से ये सब थोड़ा गलत ही फंस गए थे। इनके पास गन्स भी नहीं थी ना हीलिंग थी, तो गन्स जो थी तो उससे लड़ना तो मुश्किल था। तुमको ही पता है भाई, उजी की 25 एमओ क्या ही कर लेती है, थोड़ी बहुत तो चोक हो ही जाती है, बट
We saw Kinotrope as well taking up Ferry Pier away from Four Thrives, obviously, who normally drop there. We've seen them drop there for the past 2 days. Of course, not playing today. That spot was open, and Kinotrope have been able to take.
अभी तक हमको कोई फाइट देखने को नहीं मिली है। थोड़ी देर में शायद फाइट देखने को मिले, क्योंकि ये है इरेंगल और बंदे तो सुधरेंगे नहीं, क्योंकि वो सब तो उतरेंगे ही हॉट ड्रॉप पे, तो मजे आने वाले हैं। बस थोड़ी देर रुक जाओ।
Thundertalk's been putting up a wonderful fight, and I think for them, they want to prioritize this rotate onto mainland as quickly as possible. There's just no way military is going to be obviously within that next zone.
ये रही टीम R8 जो अपने पिछले मैच की विजेता रही है, जिन्होंने चिकन डिनर निकाला था पिछले मैच में। चारों बंदे अपने अलाइव रखे।
Did disengage. They're now moving up towards the north hand side, which could give them a pretty big advantage, in my opinion, if they can set it up properly.
मैचेस तो अभी तक बहुत बढ़िया जा रहे हैं टीम R8 के लिए, क्योंकि जो टीम R8 है वो अच्छे से एलिमिनेशन वगैरह तो निकाल रही है। पिछले मैच में उनके 8-9 से ऊपर एलिमिनेशन थे, जो कि इनको अपनी पूरी टीम को ऊपर ले जाने के लिए काफ़ी है। टीम R8 भी अभी तक 18वें नंबर पे है, जो कि ऊपर जाने की कोशिश है इनकी, क्योंकि सबकी होती है यार, जो सब ऊपर जाने की कोशिश सबकी होती है। अब ये जो टीम TT है, सबके पास अब अपनी अपनी कार्स हैं, ये अपनी अपनी कार्स में घूम रहे हैं, क्योंकि अगर कहीं पे भी बंदे का फायर वगैरह है तो स्लैम वगैरह ये सब बहुत इजीली दे सके। और यहाँ हमको जोश फुल के पास वाले अपार्ट्स में टीम A7 देखने को मिल रही है, जो कि अभी लूट ही कर रहे हैं। अच्छे से जब सब लूट कर लेंगे उसके बाद फिर मज़ा आएगा।
Still very much possible. Revo missed a bit of a missed jump. That's okay. He's styling on us anyways. Again, up there towards intense game. The arena. Thundertalk goes over to the right-hand side, maybe closer and closer towards Gamix. But one thing about this zone, right? I mean, it's so much water, right? There's only going to be so much land that's going to be usable. It's obviously playability-wise. So, yeah, I think it's going to be quite a bit tight. I do worry maybe potentially about Falcons. I think they're just fine at the moment. But if they do decide to hang around school area, you've got Ida, who's already going to be there, most likely very early on. They're probably going to stay there for the time being. You still got IG coming onto your backside. You have, of course, E-Arena. So Falcons going to be just fine. For Kinotrope, though, I am quite excited based off of where they're currently positioned, but power is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, a lot of contest for central location. Alter Ego moving up, potentially out of Lipovka towards Prison Hills. Looks like Rosemary may be wanting to stretch out a little bit further. Currently power hold to the south of it. Kinotrope, they're up onto the tower right now. Just trying to keep an eye out towards Nongshim, who are taking some shots over towards power as well.
अभी तक हमको कोई भी टीम की फाइट देखने को तो नहीं मिली है, बस थोड़ी देर में शायद हमको मिलने वाली है किसी टीम की फाइट देखने को। क्योंकि अभी तक पोचिंकी वगैरह मेरे ख्याल से फाइट अभी हुई भी नहीं है, ना जॉर्ज में हुई है ना पोचिंकी में हुई है। और जैसे फाइट होनी चालू होगी फिर एक के बाद एक टीम एलिमिनेशन, बंदों का एलिमिनेशन और बहुत सारे हमको क्लचेस के भरे हुए टूर्नामेंट से हमको देखने को मिल सकते हैं। टूर्नामेंट ये जो होना है ये जो हो रहा है ये जो टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है यहाँ पे बहुत बंदों को जाने का सपना है, बट यहाँ पे जाते हैं बस वही लोग जिनके पास होती है हाथों में स्किल्स। सब ने छोटे छोटे कंपाउंड्स लूटने का मतलब फैसला किया है इस बारी। आई थिंक सो बहुत कम ही मतलब टीम्स होंगी जो हॉट ड्रॉप पे गई हैं। ये टीम A7 भी अपनी आराम से ही अभी चल रहे हैं।
Alpha 7, they did in fact go over that north side, over the north of Yasnaya, and they're looking to slide on in past Mansion, past that open area to the north of Prison, because there isn't too much contest there right now. Those fields fairly uncontested. A couple of those dips being taken up by AXTMG right now, who again find themselves fairly central in a fairly solid spot. Let's hope that they don't mismanage it this time.
I think Alpha 7's going to be heading straight for Lipovka. That's their area, and during Americas, that's where they tended to land. They gave it up this time around because it was contested, so they go up towards Zarki, where they've got free reign to get all the loot they want. But Lipovka, an area, at least on that edge, they are very comfortable, super familiar with it.
अपनी टीम A7 है और APJ टीम जो कि पिछले मैच में भी इन्होंने बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया था, ये सब ब्रिज पार कर रहे हैं। यार मैं अभी तक हैरान हूँ, मतलब क्या अभी तक फाइट नहीं देखने को मिली हमको किसी भी टीम की। सैनहॉक में था अभी तक तो 2 या 3 टीम्स एलिमिनेट भी हो चुकी होती।
I mean, you don't want to be holding up in the buildings just yet, right? We talk about the idea of overcommitting to an urban environment, unless it comes with another advantage like high ground over a location.
हाँ, जहाँ तक मेरे को लगा था टीम WBG जो कि पिछले मैच की तरह ही वही स्ट्रेटजी अपनाते हुई जोन के बाहर रह के थोड़ा सा खेलना, और जब जोन काटना ज़्यादा चालू करेगा तो ये खेलने वाले हैं जोन के H2H। जैसे जैसे जोन छोटा हो रहा है देख लो सब कैसे जा रहे हैं भाई जोन में, इतना खतरनाक सीन। अब हम लोगों को यहाँ पे फाइट्स देखने को मिलने वाली है जिसका सबको बहुत बेसब्री से इंतजार था। और टीम जो WBG है यहाँ पे हमको पहली फाइट देखने को मिलने वाली है टीम GMX और टीम, हाँ बहुत सारी टीम है, मैं किसका बता दूँ अभी किसी की फाइट अच्छे से हुई नहीं है, मतलब जैसे डेडिकेशन वाली फाइट होती है वो हुआ नहीं अभी तक कुछ।
I'm looking at Weibo Gaming right now. They've taken an interesting approach to this one. They've sent all the way out on that western bridge.
Team power यहाँ पे इनके पास
rotating on the north side of the military base. They're going to be coming through on that bridge. So potentially
पानी में चलने वाला टैंक जिसको कहा जाता है, ये वहाँ पे इनके पास ये भी चीज है, ये यहाँ पे बहुत काम आ सकता है। और यहाँ टीम GMX के एक बंदे ने हाइड्रा के एक बंदे को नॉक फिनिश कर दिया, और टीम APG के एक बंदे ने टीम KN के एक बंदे को खत्म कर दिया जो कि किलिंग फील्ड में अच्छे से दिखाई दे रहा है।
I agree with you, Weibo, loving it. We do have AXTMG rolling up. We got Falcons on your screen. Narvalo
जो टीम फैल्कन है शायद उनका एक बंदा यहाँ पे बहुत ट्रबल में फंसने वाला है, क्योंकि टीम जो AX है इनके ऊपर लगातार निर्मोली फेंक सकते हैं और इन पे फायर दे दिया गया है, बट ये बच गए, ये चले गए भाई अपनी टीम पे। शायद टीम फैल्कन इन पे स्लैम देगी, आई थिंक सो, जहाँ तक मेरे को लगता है टीम फैल्कन इन पे स्लैम देगी। बट यहाँ हमको टीम AX पीछे जाती दिख रही है जो कि फॉल बैक कर रहे हैं, ये फाइट थोड़ी सी अवॉइड करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अभी तक तो एक एक बंदा ही एलिमिनेट हुआ है दो टीम्स का, एक अपना हाइड्रा का और एक GMX का, एक एक बंदा जा चुका है।
That's not going to be easy, and I don't think they're going to have a hovercraft, if I'm not mistaken. Team starting to settle down a bit. The Mad Max rotation, as you said it, you called it, starting to cool off just a little. Falcon still 4-man unit, despite them running into AXTMG just a little bit earlier. You have Thunder Talk, who's a bit split, but they're at the moment at least currently fine. Gamix has refused to move from their central position, and Suck is going across the bridge. He's the tip of the spear now.
यहाँ हमको शेल्टर के पास वाले कंपाउंड का मैप दिखाया गया है, और अब देखो जो WBG की स्ट्रेटजी थी, इन्होंने यही स्ट्रेटजी अपनाई थी कि मतलब जोन के पहले बाहर रह के खेलना है थोड़ा सा, और फिर जैसे जैसे जोन छोटा होता है जोन के अंदर आना। बट अब इनके लिए थोड़ा सा खतरे वाला माहौल बन चुका है क्योंकि टीम WBG के सामने टीम IG आ चुकी है।
There are some options as well to the western side. Obviously, you've got the gas station just as you come out. It's pretty difficult to get in towards that, though, uncontested, especially
इन्होंने कैसे न कैसे करके ब्रिज तो पार कर लिया, बट जो टीम IG है वो इनको स्पॉट कर चुके हैं। ओ भाई किलिंग फील्ड में मिली चल रही है APG की तरफ से EA के पास।
It's most likely going to get popped off. I mean, Kinatrop, great example. They've been looking to gatekeep unintentionally. They didn't know about it, but they knew there was going to be a team most likely coming across that bridge. And once they see it, it's Kinatrop who's just absolutely ready for it. IDA, however, is set up still quite nicely. And I think for them, especially R8, AXTMG,
को स्पॉट कर चुके हैं।
I think this might be a big game from IDA if the zones continue to bless them.
I'm feeling for Alpha 7 right now as well. Over on that northern side, they're having to push out into the blue. We'll see where they try and wrap around. It could be a long sweep out to the west
एक बंदा कम है इनके लिए थोड़ी सी तो मुश्किल है क्योंकि इनके पास एक बंदे की पावर जो है वो कम हो चुकी है।
On the YouTube channel, make sure you're checking that one out to make sure you're up to date, seeing where everyone's going at all times. Alpha Gaming losing Doc.
ये हमारे पिछले मैच के विजेता टीम R8 जिनके ऊपर फायर दिया जा रहा है टीम AX के बंदे के द्वारा।
Obviously been a very talented roster towards the top echelon when it comes to this group anyways.
और ये वही टीम है जो कि हमारी इंडियन टीम है, टीम आर्यन।
Down to the zone, Mafioso takes down Ralph from Falcons as they do get active. We talked about them having to rotate far up north. Taking down Falcons here would be big for them. Obviously, Alpha 7 still wants to be the champions once again. Taking down the home team this early on, stopping them and stopping their chances essentially after game 2 for top 8 would be massive.
This is so nasty for Falcons. They managed to get that first knock.
टीम A7 शायद टीम फैल्कन को ट्रबल में डालने वाली है क्योंकि इनके ऊपर आने वाले हैं नेड मॉली। टीम फैल्कन थोड़ा सा बच के रहे। और यहाँ पे टीम A7 की तरफ से स्लैम दे दिया गया है टीम फैल्कन के एक बंदे पे और टीम A7 के एक बंदे ने फैल्कन के एक बंदे को खा लिया है और टीम फैल्कन का एक बंदा यहाँ से भाग चुका है। ये तो बहुत गलत सीन हो गया। टीम फैल्कन ने अपने 2 बंदे गवा लिए हैं और अब 2 बंदे ही बचे हैं बस। जोन फिर से शिफ्ट हो चुका है और टीम R8 जो कि जोन के एज पे हैं और टीम R8 ने A7 को स्पॉट कर लिया है। शायद अब टीम R8 टीम A7 के ऊपर स्लैम दे क्योंकि ये जो टीम रही है इन्होंने पिछले एक मैच और एक चिकन डिनर कल भी निकाला था और आज भी पहला मैच इन्होंने चिकन निकाल लिया है। तो अब इनके पास तो अभी 0 किल्स हैं, अभी तक इनके पास थे पिछले मैच में। और यहाँ टीम R8 और टीम NS की फाइट हो चुकी है। सॉरी मतलब टीम R8 नहीं जीती थी आज। हाँ टीम R8 पिछले मैच में जीती कल।
But I am happier with this crash as opposed to what maybe they were thinking about with Alpha 7. Alpha 7, though, still could play an impact from a distance as they do have that high ground. So you're in the shed, through the doorways, you overexpose yourself, you take a lot of damage, and that only helps Nogsham Red Force in this scenario. Rosemary opposite of King, and he's dipping. Question is, can he get away, and can Moana help him from a distance?
He's got that cover around the sidelines there.
यहाँ पे टीम AE और टीम TT के बीच में फाइट हो चुकी है, बट लॉन्ग रेंज फाइट है, अभी कुछ कह नहीं सकते। यहाँ पे फॉल बैक भी किया जा सकता है। और यहाँ पे टीम NS के एक बंदे ने IG के एक बंदे को नॉक कर दिया था, बट वहाँ पे भी कैमरा एंगल दिखाया नहीं गया। और अब यहाँ पे कैमरा एंगल आ चुका है टीम AE के बंदे जो कि है अपने क्रिप्टॉन। नेड मॉली फेंक रहे हैं टीम कौन सी टीम है, टीम AX टीम। हाँ इनके ऊपर फेंका जा रहा है नेड मॉली। और यहाँ पे एक टीम एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है जो कि है टीम IG। और AE के द्वारा यहाँ पे स्लैम दे दिया गया है AX के ऊपर। और यहाँ पे 1v1 की प्रॉपर फाइट चेक के पास, बट टीम AX का जो बंदा था वो संभाल नहीं पाया और यहाँ पे वो डाउन हो चुका है। और यहाँ पे एक और बंदा डाउन कर दिया गया है टीम AE के L1 के द्वारा। और यहाँ पे टीम AE की समाप्तना क्या मैं कह रहा हूँ, यहाँ पे टीम AE समाप्त होती है। बहुत बढ़िया ट्राई था, बट ये ट्राई उनके लिए एक सीख बन के रह गई क्योंकि एक गलती और पूरी टीम की बच गई। समझ रहे हो ना मतलब।
entire northern side of the current zone, which would be massive for them, but this isn't going to be an easy fight. Nades are already coming out. Thunder Talk is taking the first shot.
नेट तो बहुत बढ़िया था बट डैमेज नहीं हुआ। यहाँ पे टीम टीटी और टीम एई के बीच में हमको फाइट देखने को मिल सकती है। यहाँ पे टीम एचई भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है जो कि टीम एनएस के द्वारा थी। टीम एनएस भी एलिमिनेट हो गई।
Ida definitely not wanting to flex out at this stage. Gamax very happy. I'm looking at E-Arena as well in the middle of this one, having a good time. I think Power, they'll be able to survive. I'm not expecting them to be able to get up towards these hills.
टीम टीटी के अजय पे firing दी गई है दूर से।
It's Gamax in their way, so it might be a little bit easier.
Might be a little bit easier, right? And Gamax hasn't moved, by the way. That's been one of their things that's hurt them so much, is their inability to make a conscious decision of this is what we need to do.
हाँ, यहाँ पे हमको टीम एनएस का भी समापन देखने को मिला है।
Where they're currently at and how they're playing is not bad, according to how the zone currently looks, because theoretically everybody's going to have to rotate into them in the center, so maybe they can pick up more eliminations in the future, but right now it's 6 points. You got to think teams are most likely going to bully them and push in. For Thunder Talk, AE, they have to push out, and Alpha 7 is also skirting around relatively close to their vicinity, and once again, Alter Egos might be getting pincered, but this time between Thunder Talk and Alpha 7, so taking down Thunder Talk
टीम R8 और WBG के बीच में फाइट हो रही है, बट वहाँ पे कैमरा एंगल नहीं दिखाया गया, और यहाँ टीम AE के बीच में से कॉल लेके जाना इनकी बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई। टीम टीटी यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, बस एक छोटी सी गलती जिसकी वजह से टीम खत्म।
And you know what? That's impressive.
ये बहुत ही बैड आइडिया था जो कि टीम टीटी के बंदे के द्वारा लिया गया, और यहाँ पे टीम WBG भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है।
to keep their head in the game despite potentially going through struggles. That's how you become a champion, and I'm calling it early. Alter Egos might very well be in the top 3 running. We look at E-Arena now. Alpha 7, we haven't seen Alpha 7 get active for just a little bit. The last time was against Falcons. This time we got an opportunity against E-Arena.
बनाया जा रहा है A7 के ऊपर। एक नेट अंदर आया, एक बंदा भी नॉक नहीं हुआ, बच गए। टीम AE बहुत ही स्ट्रगल से रहती हुई। टीम AE का एक बंदा नॉक कर दिया गया टीम R8 के द्वारा, और यहाँ पे शायद अब स्लैम आ सकता है, बहुत बुरा। यहाँ पे मैन मेड रेड जोन बनाया जा रहा है। एक और बंदा नॉक टीम A7 की तरफ से, जो कि टीम AE का हुआ है। एक बंदा टीम IDAB एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है।
Yeah, R8's going to be just behind him.
टीम
Gamax does have an opportunity to potentially fire some
टीम
shots. I think they've got to keep their heads
यहाँ
down
पे
though,
टीम
because
R8 का जो बंदा है पीछे से नेट बाजी उसकी तरफ से भी हो रही है, और सामने से A7 के, क्योंकि यहाँ पे पूरा EA मतलब सैंडविच बन चुका है। अब ये कहीं जाने के नहीं रहे, मतलब पीछे से R8 और आगे से A7।
they continue to bunker down where they are currently at. They do not want to move, and I think this is an opportunity where Gamax, because can't they peek them if I'm not mistaken from their location?
It's difficult. There's a little bit of cover. The terrain does give you some cover off. Obviously, Carrillo has the terrain of the actual roadblock itself, of the checkpoint.
यहाँ पे जोन भी बहुत छोटा हो चुका है।
It's just about covered off, and that is a disadvantage of playing
बहुत
on this
मुश्किल होने वाली है यहाँ पे टीम AE को, जो कि सैंडविच हो चुकी है, और टीम R8 जो कि फॉल बैक कर चुकी है। नहीं, अभी नहीं फॉल बैक हुआ। टीम R8 का ID7 जो कि अभी भी आगे ही है।
That's why I said earlier it felt like a final rotation
इन्होंने भी
for
फॉल
Alpha
बैक
7,
कर लिया है।
especially as a 3-player team. I just don't expect them to
इनके अभी भी चारों बंदे अलाइव है। टीम R8 अभी तक बहुत बढ़िया खेली है 4 एलिमिनेशंस के साथ, और जो टीम AE है उन्होंने 11 का एलिमिनेशन निकाला है। पिछले मैच का भी यहाँ पे इन्होंने पॉइंट्स कवर कर लिए हैं। यहाँ पे अभी सब टीम्स के लिए एक पॉइंट भी बहुत जरूरी है।
But now they've got to push into Alpha 7. This isn't going to be easy for E-Arena. You got
टीम
R8 still
EA अभी
behind
भी
you with
फंसी
a
हुई
couple
है, क्योंकि
stragglers who are
टीम
just keeping you
पीछे से टीम
uncomfortable.
R8
Alpha 7
और
in front of
आगे
you.
से
If
A7।
E-Arena makes it out of this, there's no way that they lose this game. If they do make it out unscathed, that is, but I expect them, even if they do win it, they're losing at least 2 or 3.
I mean, Alter Ego, though, still there. That's going to be one hell of a hurdle to cross. They're already up to 11 elims.
यहाँ टीम EA के द्वारा R8 के एक बंदे को नॉक किया गया है और R8 के एक बंदे ने टीम EA के बंदे को नॉक कर दिया है। यहाँ पे दोनों के पास अब मौके हैं, बट टीम EA ने एक परफेक्ट नेड के साथ R8 के बंदे को नॉक कर दिया है। यहाँ पे क्लोज रेंज में नेड फेंकने की कोशिश, बट टीम R8 के 2 बंदे अभी भी नॉक हुए पड़े हैं, जो कि इनके लिए बहुत बड़ा ट्रबल हो सकता है। बट टीम R8 अभी भी बच सकती है, टीम R8 अभी बच सकती है, बट टीम EA अभी मौका बिल्कुल नहीं दे रही। अब यहाँ पे मैन मेड रेड जोन बनने वाला है टीम EA के ऊपर, जो कि बनेगा R8 के द्वारा। टीम APG ने थर्ड पार्टी कर दिया है R8 के ऊपर।
Focus was on the E-Arena compound. This Alpha Gaming flex out, I mean, it was a risk, but it's paid off beautifully. Alpha 7, are they trying to look for moves? No, I don't think so. Not just yet, but Carrillo's sending nades on in.
आगे से अब टीम A7 ने भी EA के ऊपर नेड फेंकने चालू कर दिए हैं और पीछे से R8 ने भी। यहाँ पे बहुत गंदा सैंडविच बन चुका है EA के ऊपर। यहाँ पे अब गिनी चुनी टीम्स बची हैं, जितनी 8 टीम्स बची हैं अभी पूरी। और यहाँ पे R8 ने एक बहुत प्यारा नॉक निकाल के एलिमिनेट कर दिया है पूरी APG टीम को। और यहाँ पे EA के, ओ भाई क्या नॉक दिया, मतलब EA के एक बंदे ने इतना बढ़िया एचएल के, और R8 के बंदे, R8 यहाँ एलिमिनेट की जाती है AE के द्वारा। बड़ा बिग शॉट, मतलब 1v2 एचएल के से इम्पॉसिबल तो नहीं है, बट पॉसिबल बहुत आराम से है। और अब टीम A7 के ऊपर भी खतरा मंडरा रहा है, क्योंकि अब टीम A7 सैंडविच होने वाली है 2 टीमों के बीच में, टीम GMX और टीम AE। टीम EA ने अपने चारों के चारों बंदे बचा लिए, कोई फिनिश नहीं हुए, बट जो टीम R8 है उनको एलिमिनेट कर दिया है।
Hovercraft for power, by the way. They still have it. We'll keep that in mind. That's going to be so valuable in these
जिसकी सबको उम्मीद नहीं थी, यहाँ पे वही चीज हो गई कि मतलब लग रहा था यहाँ पे टीम R8 टीम EA को खत्म कर देगी, बट यहाँ पे पूरा उल्टा सीन हो गया, एक HL के और पूरी टीम खत्म।
The fact that they move out with 4 is something I was not expecting. If Joker can somehow, some way get on top of this roof and look down on Alpha 7, E-Arena could make a play of a lifetime and push even deeper into
यहाँ पे दूर से शॉट पड़ चुके हैं फैल्कन की तरफ से टीम EA को, बट अब ये यहाँ पे स्पॉट हो चुके हैं, जो कि ये जोन में बाहर अब फंस सकते हैं। और यहाँ पे EA और A7 की फाइट देखने को मिल रही है, जहाँ पे टीम EA शायद एलिमिनेट होने वाली है। अब टीम EA शायद एलिमिनेट होने ही वाली है। टीम EA का एक बंदा छत पे चढ़ा हुआ है। क्या नेड कनेक्ट किया इन्होंने A7 के जोकर ने, और यहाँ पे टीम EA का समापन। और यहाँ GMX ने पीछे से फायर दे के एक बंदा और नॉक कर दिया। यही बहुत बढ़िया मौका था स्लैम देने का, बट टीम EA के बंदे ने यहाँ पे स्लैम दे चुके हैं पहले से। और ये जो टीम EA है पहले से बहुत अग्रेसिव खेलती आ रही है, तो शायद ये कंपाउंड लास्ट कंपाउंड हो GMX के लिए।
Rosemary bottom left. He's been the highest damage dealer so far. Krypton as well, to be a great courtesy to Rosemary's performance. Gamex getting pieced apart, but Arthur wants to stop the bleeding. He wants to put alter egos into the grave. But will it be possible? I don't know. You got Rosemary, the top dog, with Krypton down below, and he's hugging a corner. He's hugging it tight. But the question is, does Gamex give up their high ground? They're on the second floor. I don't think they do, but Arthur is burning, but only for a little bit.
GMX का एक बंदा जो कि एलिमिनेट एलिमिनेट हो चुका है टीम ए के द्वारा। और यहाँ पे मैन मेड रेड जोन बना दिया गया है टीम A7 पे, जो कि टीम A7 शायद एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा 3-4 नेट और भी आए तो। और यहाँ पे टीम GMX का समापन। और A7 भी जा चुकी है, जो कि मैंने कहा था शायद नेट और भी आए तो जा सकते हैं, बट यहाँ पे गन फाइट हो गई।
That might be in this end zone, but it's hovercraft versus hardcover POI.
ये जो होवरक्राफ्ट है भाई, ये लास्ट जोन में बहुत काम आता है। एक तो बहुत बड़ा सा कवर और जल्दी से ना फुटने वाला व्हीकल।
We've been talking about how amazing Rosemary is and how great this roster might be in the finals. Could they be consistent from yesterday to today? Well, game 1
यहाँ पे अब होने वाला है 3v4। यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट होने के ज़्यादा हाई चांसेस अपने पावर टीम के हैं, क्योंकि जो टीम AE है वो बहुत ही अग्रेसिवली खेल रही है। पर यहाँ पे कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता, वो 3 बंदे ये 4 बंदे। वहाँ पे सीधा स्लैम दे दिया गया टीम AE के द्वारा टीम पावर पे, बट यहाँ पे टीम पावर ने उन दोनों को मार दिया। और यहाँ पे टीम AE का भी समापन। यहाँ पे जीत चुकी है सेकंड मैच अपनी टीम पावर, जो कि इन्होंने पूरे मैच सेफ खेला और लास्ट में जाके फाइट ली। ये स्ट्रेटजी इनके लिए बहुत ही काम आई।
The day for themselves, of course, game number 2, but you cannot discredit how amazing Ultra Eagles Aries are.
पर जो टीम AE थी उनके पास बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स निकल आए इस मैच में। वो पहले मैच में तो अच्छे खासे पहले बार ही जाके एलिमिनेट, मतलब फर्स्ट टीम उनकी ही एलिमिनेट हुई, और अब सेकंड टाइम में उन्होंने कम से कम 11 से 15 किल बहुत आराम से निकाले। खुशी देखो भाई।
Another big story on this is, of course, Alter Ego. 15 elims, second place. That's going to give them 21 points. They kicked off the game on 78, which is going to put them
ये रही अपनी टीम अल्फा।
No, not quite. Just about on the cusp of breaking into the triple digit.
Yeah, well, you know, the thing is, pretty much top 8 already guaranteed, right? Coming out from the team of Alter Egos. They want to catch 4th Thrives. They want to be in first place, and the opportunity is there because we're still talking. You said it, right? Going into Sanhok, there's a lot of money on the line that we haven't talked about as much. What, $80,000? So you want to definitely secure that, give you a little bit of a confidence boost heading in to the finals. Game number 2 has concluded. We've still got plenty more to go.
ये गेम नंबर 2 की हाइलाइट्स देख लो पहले।
Game 3 coming your way.
टीम AE की सबसे बड़ी गलती यही थी कि मतलब बिना एनिमी का लोकेशन पता करे उन्होंने रश किया था। अगर उन्होंने थोड़ी बहुत भी लोकेशन पता की होती तो ये तीनों बंदे स्लैम कर बहुत आराम से जीत सकते थे ये वाली फाइट भी। अब हम भी आपको मिलते हैं 2 मिनट के ब्रेक के बाद।
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Power not just getting the win in game, but also taking all the loot IRL. This team, I mean, they ended up using hovercrafts to their advantage there, Max.
I mean, you play in Milta, you're right next to the beach. Guess what drops over there? It is going to be the hovercraft. They got it. They had full control of the hovercraft pretty much from minute 1 of this game until the very end of the match, and it allows them to apply so much pressure onto Alpha 7, onto the side of Alter Ego to confirm that game. They were quite passive until the very end of this match, right? But they were just holding onto their resources, and you can't really fault them for that because you were in circle, you were in a compound, you just chill. You're chilling out.
Yeah.
Which is fine, right? And I'm glad that the MENA region starting to react here for me. As I was calling them out earlier, I wanted to see a little bit more. We were scared that this might have been the play. This might be a turnaround. I don't know yet, though, because there was another team. R8.
Yes.
A lot of third party in from the squad.
So much, and I really enjoy how they used that as momentum, right? They had a big old third party over in Farm. That was a really good thing. They were able to eliminate, I think, both of those teams and just use that as momentum to just wrap around onto the western side. I mean, we saw Damar go way up to the north in a scouting position. That was really nice to see from them as well. And I thought, hey, they could actually win this game off of the back of that one third party, just using that to just go full send and try and control as much as possible. But we did see that they kind of slowed down a little bit towards EA.
Yeah, I mean, they did try to go for another third party there, onto E Arena and Alpha 7. The thing is, the fight didn't fully begin. And the issue with that is that then they were forced to wait on the edge because they were nade range, they were getting pushed on back, and off the back of that, they just keep getting forced against the side of the blue. And unfortunately, that's the main issue with third parties. When you are delayed significantly, you're then forced to go into a fight you just don't want to take anymore. And because of that, R8 were not able to go the entire way. The first third party, amazing. Second one, a little bit lackluster for me.
It was a bit shaky there. And then on top of that, I mean, you had E Arena Sakura just popping off through the smoke. 2 players, 1 shotgun. He made it happen. As we're going to be taking a look here at the match ranking, Alter Ego Ares, even though they didn't get the win, this team was just absolutely dominating. 15 eliminations, 21 points total there, Max.
We really need to talk about Alter Ego right now because
take your time.
They drop Lipovka, they go for wide rotation into the side of Milta Power, go back up to the mountain of Lumberyard, eliminate, I mean, every single team on Lumberyard. I think that 11 eliminations the moment they start to leave Lumberyard, go for the push onto GMX's compound, and that's keeping in mind that the circle just kept shifting away from them. Like, this is not a gifted circle win that they could have gotten. No, they had to fight for it tooth and nail the entirety of this match. So Alter Ego, man, they are bringing the heat just like yesterday.
And one thing I really enjoy about Alter Ego Neptura was how quickly that decision-making with the fights ended up happening. It allowed them just to get so much control of the circle, especially towards the north, even though the circles kept going away from them.
Yeah, I think it's something that we're really enjoying seeing is just their timing. They're able to just make a decision very, very quickly. And so you're able to spot that information, first of all, spot it really quickly, make a decision based on that, and then go for it all in the span of like 5 seconds is really, really important, especially when you get to this level. And for Alter Ego, I mean, with 15 eliminations and a second place, it's exactly what you want to see.
We're talking about all these teams there that finished towards the top. Let's talk about another team, because going into this Aaron Gillen with the groups that are currently playing, we had APG not really having to worry about 4 Thrives. He kind of seemed promising there for a little bit until some interesting splits ended up happening, Max, and Doc got eliminated first.
I was very confused as to why they did that 2-2 split. I think it was Top and Doc over into Milton, the 2 other players of Reefus going over to the western side. I was very confused because if you want to have a 2-2 split, it's better to have a 2-2 split where you can actually see your teammates and you can directly assist them. But no, Top and Doc were deep into Milta. Thunder Talk come rushing right into the city, get a 4v2, the easiest fight in the century for them at that point. It was just so easy to execute, and then they're just down to a duo at the very end. So again, I like 2-2 splits, but the way they did it there just makes very little sense to me. I want to see them just maybe a little bit more tightly knitted together in positions like a city finish like Milta.
No, I have to agree. It is interesting that you see that you've got Top and Doc there. That's the duo that seems to be coming up again and again, right? That's the new fragging duo. So you could see how they might put a little bit too much confidence into the fragging power of that duo to send them into a weird angle, a weird split. But yeah, you're right. Once you get run over by, 4 players, it's not going to happen, especially with the momentum of moving in, crashing a building. There is momentum in that. And so that's where you're going to see them fall down.
Well, we're talking about all these teams now. I want to see what the overall is currently be looking like, because Alter Ego, did you do enough now to be in second place? And they did. Oh, what a performance by this team. And I mean, they still have 4 more games to go. Look, it's looking scary there for 4 Thrives. They might end up catching up now with Alter Ego at 99 points and 69 eliminations. Nice.
How many points are they going to have at the end of today if they maintain this kind of momentum?
130.
130? Yeah. I was thinking that would, the fact that they would do a massive gap like that, and 4 Thrives have still had an amazing group stage, is a very big statement at the very start here at PMWC.
So let's take a look at what Alter Ego's doing, right? Currently, they're in second place, and then the next team that's following them that still has matches to go is going to be Alpha 7, and they're all the way down in 7th place. There is a 30-point gap right there. If you're Alter Ego, and this is going to be a question for both of you, and I'm going to go with you first, Max. Once you end up passing 4 Thrives, do you maybe want to hinder the performances of some of the other teams that might be struggling, or that you might make it a little bit harder for them to get to grand finals and force them to go to survival stage?
I don't think you even have to overtake 4 Thrives. I think you start doing it now. Reason why 4 Thrives not here, right? They're not playing. What's available? Western Bridge. Where do Alpha Gaming like to rotate? Western Bridge. Would they expect it? Hell no. I would love to see them take Fairy Pier for themselves and just gatekeep the hell out of Alpha Gaming just to say, no, you're not making it to finals. Go to the disgusting survival stage over there. You don't belong there just yet.
Alter Ego, making it harder for APG. I like that. Nep?
I typically disagree with anything let's like, oh, target. Yeah, you say. No, I typically disagree with things like, oh, trying to target other teams once you've reached a certain threshold. However, I really like your idea of actually trying to gatekeep APG because they just would not expect it. And I think that would be super effective.
Okay. All right. I want to see some other team. Pretty much just get spoiled there by the way that Alter Ego's playing, because this team right now, it feels like they're doing just everything absolutely perfect. Going to this second Erangel, though, I want to see if they can continue on this momentum. So let's send it over to the casters. Soldier Reflections and John Allen.
Doing the test for putting in the heavy work as much as you guys have been. Map number 3, halfway point for today. Time, again, is running out. We were kind of calculating how many points the teams need to be at. I think 63 was the number that you were calculating. I don't do math, you do, but hey, 63, I think, right, is where the teams need to be by the end of Game 3.
That would put you at a 7-point average over the games that you've played so far. That would be more than 80 points over the course of the 12 matches that you get to play, which is where we're expecting that bubble to be. Obviously, Alter Ego Ares blasting that metric out of water. They're on 99er on 8. An incredible performance coming through. That's over a 12-point average, which is insane. Generally, we talk about these first place teams hovering around a 10-point average. So to be up and over 12 over 8 matches is pretty crazy.
So Hora Esports at 46, they're just below that threshold. I think this is their game. I'm feeling it. You go back to day 1, and Hora started off game number 3 with a second place finish, 16 total points with 10 eliminations. So for me, I think this is their opportunity to shine and blast past through that point threshold at 63. So Hora, all eyes on them. For me, who you looking out for?
I think that Max might have been on the money. Weibo with a slow start. They're going to be pushing in, getting a little bit more momentum now. It's time to engage the thrusters.
It's not too late.
Let's see if the PEL can do it. And Alpha Gaming, they're rubbish. Everybody hates.
Yo, hold on, chill. He said that. Not me. Alpha Gaming still in the running alongside that of Hora Weibo.
You know who hates them the most?
Who's
Maxman.
Is that right?
Yeah, he really hates Alpha Gaming.
You know, I'm glad Maxman is a strong individual because he gets a lot of flack on the desk by you.
Well, he makes predictions and therefore can be criticized for them.
Absolutely. Well, I think he's just an easy target in general. All right.
Hey, no, the guy's lovely.
Yeah, the guy's lovely. Love Max, man. Hey, here it is. We going into our next game. Wow, hold up.
Hey, it's that time.
Hey, it is that time, and Hora's ready to get rocking. All right, opposite of him, I said. This is Hora's game, but they've got to win this initial fight.
Jiggle around the corner. Using valuable nade, and incredibly valuable because that was, in fact, the only weapon that he has. He's pulling the knife, but immediately shut down by the shotgun. It looks like the weaponry's on side for R8, but the trades are still there. It is just ordnance here. No, a double barrel there coming through as well, so it seems to be All Flak on the action. And actually, 2 players from R8 go down. The Sky finds a second. Okay, he's got a pistol as well, and he's on the chase. Prestige with a rifle. That might change the tune.
A great equalizer. Everybody's got shotguns, knives, nades, and well, Prestige, he's got the AUG, and he's mowing them down. Sleepy, though, still makes an attempt and hits the shots needed. Wait a second. Just when you think it swings into the favor of R8, Hora turns it around, and Hora stands 10 toes down, living it out. 2 players down, yes, but they're going to get back up. This is Hora's game, and I predicted it.
Oh my goodness me, he's going to be insufferable. It's good news that we're handing over to Jackie and Blank after this match. I don't think I could stand it too much longer. But,
you love me, stop.
Well, it's all right. We'll get over it, I'm sure. But yeah, Aura, fantastic early game results for them. A hot drop, though.
Yeah.
The fact that they're going for that this deep into things, that's an interesting dynamic, right? I think that's more on R8's shoulders than Hora's shoulders. But there's a lot of teams on this northwest side. The plane path was from Zaki down to the west side of Sosnovka, which seems to have put a lot more focus on that northwestern side. If you include the team that just went down R8, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that dropped from Zaki to George in that area.
I think there's a better way to get points. I think there's better ways. However, for R8, they realize, look, we're a little bit further down the leaderboard than we want to be. We've only got 3 more games remaining. Let's try a hot drop. Let's just go for it and go for gold. If we do lose it, we're going to be in the same position we were already in, which is going to the survival stage. So I do respect the gusto, but I do also think, again, there are other ways that R8 could have gone about game number 3 than they just currently did. But they chose how their path was going to, or how they were going to travel down their path, and it is what it is. On the bike we go for Alter Egos. Rosemary, again on your screen. They're coming off the back of a 2nd place finish, map 2 with 15 eliminations. But I have to say Rosemary is a much better shooter than he is a bike rider.
Yeah, needs to get a grip of those handlebars, mate. That's not how you do that.
Not at all.
The walls are the things you avoid.
Do you ever rode a unicycle?
Have I ever rode a unicycle?
Yeah.
I've tried.
Have you actually? I never have.
Yeah.
Nice to hear you say that. You're adventurous.
I have tried.
Okay. You fall?
And that's all I'll say about that.
I want the video.
Well,
the receipts.
That's you have to pay extra for that.
Okay.
That's not part of the usual day rate.
Fair enough. Well, hey, let me know what the price is. Alpha 7, Gamex have already started rotating on the northern end of the zone, and I wonder if that's intentional, at least for Alpha 7, to kind of gatekeep Gamex again. Gamex, hate to continue to say it, but they want to try and take them down maybe potentially as quickly as possible. See them, and they did actually take them down in game number 2 very early on, so maybe seeing a repeat on that. As far as the center goes, we look at Nogshim Red Force, who's going to be dead center, right? Still trying to fill out the zones. They've got Falcons around them. Power, it's starting to get contested, but that's kind of what we expect. This zone isn't as diabolical as the last zone was, but it's relatively similar, so we're probably going to see a lot of the same rotations.
Teams starting to move in around those Yaz fields now. Taking up residence there, looks like, again, AXTMG in a fairly strong compound on the west side of those Yaz fields. But there's a history of mismanagement in that roster, and I'm starting to lose faith that they're able to pull that off. So I wonder who's going to take that from them. That would be the question on my mind. Alter Ego starting to stretch their legs to head a little bit further north right now, and mixed in with Nongshim Red Force and Power. They're trying to move in over that mansion area, over towards the Yaz fields as well. They'll try and find their slice.
Lana hanging out on the outside still. He said, trying to find the slice. Where's it at? Where do they stop? Well, I don't think they know just yet. Maybe circling Power is just keeping that pressure on. They'll take a little bit of damage, but for Easy, is Easy isolated? I think he might very well be. The rest of the Power roster seems to be off in the distance. I don't expect anybody to crash in on him. Yeah, so Power is going to be roaming. Easy keeping that compound, maybe trying to keep it in check, maybe keep a presence there so nobody pushes into him. I do notice, though, Falcons is getting dangerously close.
Yeah, they will try, I'm sure. They'll try their luck. Power on the God compound overlooking that mansion area. And over on the east, they're going to be difficult to displace there. May have a team rock up and play neighbor on that north side of the ridge, but we'll have to wait and see. Ida as well now, a late entry towards the circle. They dropped down towards Military Island earlier on in this match. They were split on the west side. They got off of the Military Island earlier than APG did. And Weibo Gaming currently not challenging from Primorsk. They are a little bit behind that rotational speed.
Mormon, good shots on a silence up ahead, but not enough. He has to go down, unfortunately, as he does get shot in the back. But again, just trying to say, look, this is our spot. You need to go somewhere else. See Arena coming into the vicinity as well. For Ida, I think they're going to make this handshake agreement with Weibo, maybe disengage. Actually, Weibo, let me pause that. Western Bridge starting to see some activity, I think. APG decides to move across it, and Weibo might be tempting to gatekeep them depending on how they go. I know they're in the vehicles, but APG being behind them, I'm curious once they do get to Pochinki, what Weibo decides to do with APG.
May just be able to extricate themselves. I mean, they are about 400, 500 meters apart from one another, so not necessarily going to come into contact just yet. Alpha 7, fairly split right now. They sent Revo in to have a look, get his nose, and poke it into some business. Right now, down towards the south side, towards Kinotrope, towards Power. And APG going for the regroup. This is out in the blue zone, so they are starting to tick down, but it is stage 1. They can chill out a little bit. They should have plenty of meds. Obviously, looting up in the military base. You're going to have basically as much as you want in your backpack. You can see the level 3s across the board for Doc. They will have whatever they so desire.
I'll be keeping my eye out on Nogs from Red Force. They've got this 2-2 split still, and Falcons has been right in between them for the longest time. For a moment, I thought they were right on top of each other. Very, very close. Doc starts to move in with his teammate. There's Weibo finally starting to make their way over towards school. APG still behind. I think that fight is going to unfold. I'm still feeling it. Weibo, APG. Obviously, time will tell how that ends up unfolding. And then Alter Egos and Alpha 7 could be a fun fight to see. And then Thundertalk moving in, who's going to be opposite of Kinotrope. They've got history. Thundertalk, Kinotrope, Alter Egos, all within that same area. That right side of the map is super scary.
There's a lot of open ground. This is a Yaz field circle here. It's just so open out there. The Falcons have managed to make their way up to the compound to the south of AXTMG. They should be fairly safe. Teams are going to have to divert around them. It's going to be very difficult to crash into these areas now as teams have found their footing in the zone. Down towards that southwest side, Weibo have managed to pull up just behind Ida on that southwest edge. They can chill out, but as you say, it is Alpha Gaming who is still yet to push in from that southwest side. The east edge is where I'm now looking. Thundertalk and Alter Ego, both are still yet to come in on this next circle.
That's right. Still hanging out on the edge. A little bit of time to do so. The longer they wait, the more established teams get and hold up in their hardcover POIs. It will develop over time. For now, everything is okay. Obviously, we lost R8 a little bit earlier. Alter Egos did lose one a second ago, but at least for the time being, they're going to be okay. So APG does start to get close, and Suk is going to be kind of isolated out there with his own vehicle as APG starts to close in. Team Falcons start to fire a couple shots off in the distance, and we now start to see what Alpha 7's going to be up to. And yeah, Thundertalk are moving in. Revo set the trap, and here come the shots.
Thundertalk rolling on in, and Revo immediately clipped off the eaves of the roof. And it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. King looks a little bit more resable, though, as Revel's going to have to try and drop down towards Carrillo if he wants this res. But the rest of Thundertalk not going to sidle in. Okay, Mafioso goes down as well. Ooh, that is nasty. As AJ cooking the nade, he's up onto the second floor. Carrillo turns the corner. There's an off angle that can suppress his corner as well. So it is a dangerous choice. Squash up onto the top floor, but Carrillo falls as well. AJ perfect with the nade, and now just one of Alpha 7 remains. It's Squash. He's pushing on the upstairs, but sees the fire, licking at his ankles, and they've given them the old topsy-turvy turnaround. AJ's back with his team.
Now Squash is a slayer, and he's been known to clutch up, but in this moment, is it too tall of a task? Well, it's up to him to decide. Jumps out, takes a bit of damage. If he can pop this medi, he should be at least a little bit better off than he was before. Thundertalk can get overly aggressive, and if they do, Squash can capitalize off it. Let's not forget King is still relatively weak. Squash down low. Thundertalk hasn't pushed up just yet, and honestly, I'm a fan of that. I'm glad they didn't get over aggressive. I think most teams would have. Thundertalk realized, look, we've got the rest of the Alpha 7 roster 7 roster down. Why do we want to expose ourselves to 4 individual 1v1v1v1s? Let's walk in together. Let's play our numbers. Let's take down Squash in a good control fashion.
No more first aids for Squash either. Just those stims. He's got 10 bandages. Could potentially heal a little bit, but he's just keeping that shotgun trained on the exits here for Thundertalk. And they step into the meat grinder. 2 go down. He turns his attention right. He's moving out wide. He still doesn't have the meds, but he gets the reload. And that's 2 of Thundertalk down now. As Squash hops in for more. King just able to find the angle in the last second there. It looked hairy, and it was for Thundertalk. There could potentially be a third party, but they're up to 6 elims now, and they want to try and chase towards that 63-point boundary, which would look you healthy moving into the next matches.
Side note, Alter Egos have taken a long rotate through blue, maybe going behind that of Gamex. We do hop on board with them as Gamex is going to try and gatekeep. They're going to fire some shots. Alter Egos have had a tough game, and with Moana dropping in blue and Arthur firing some shots, fortunately he's going to be finished off, and now it's left up to Rosemary, a solo fighting against the entirety of the world. There's so many players still left. You have to think Rosemary has not much time left in game 3.
He's going straight towards Nongshim. He's dead. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. How do you not connect that?
Oh, and he gets a crate too.
I would have been dead on if they weren't terrible at spraying that card out. I'm angry at Nongshim Red Force now.
Fair enough. Well, hey,
they're my enemy.
It's okay to be wrong. Okay, it's okay to be wrong. You were what, 3 seconds off?
Wrong Shim Ned Force. Red Force.
Okay. Well, Rosemary's still up. Bunchmaster himself. Zone shift taking place relatively shortly. We know for a fact the Arena Falcons are going to be just fine where they currently are, dead center of the zone. They're still going to be within the next zone. Absolutely. There they are. They might have to rotate probably maybe next zone, but for now, they're doing just fine. For everybody else, well, you got a couple of teams. Gamax, who has been doing quite well this game. I got to give him credit. Ida, but Power, IG, AXTMG up on the top on the north side. It's going to be quite contested up there, and still you've got Kinotrope, you've got Thundertalk and APG all within that eastern side of the zone, still waiting for this fight to conclude. Thundertalk can't really make a move. Kinotrope has to kind of stay low, and Ida, surely not. Are they rotating into Gamex and maybe even behind Nongshim Red Force?
I think that may be the approach. I mean, it's difficult to go past Weibo, potentially looking to push in on across the road. Okay, they may be going to that ditch that Rosemary was trying to play around, I believe, or was it the other crate? I'm not entirely sure. Either way, yeah,
और अब बन चुका है 5th सर्कल, जिसमें अब होने वाली है घमासान फाइट। यहाँ पे हमको फाइट देखने को मिल रही है GMX और IDA के बीच, जो कि किलिंग फील्ड में तबाही मचा रहे हैं। और यहाँ पे हमको नेटबाजी देखने को मिल रही है TT और KN की टीम के बीच में। यहाँ पे मैन मेड रेड जोन बना दिया गया है।
Keep your head on a swivel, man, because I'm seeing some cars revving up. I'm thinking a push might be happening. They want to get this fight done and dusted. They take them out, and the car does full send it in, it seems like, right? Thundertalk, actually, hang on back. I thought I saw a car going straight in, but we don't. So for Thundertalk, still okay. I only see 2. There's the third king off in the background. He wanted a vehicle.
Okay.
और जो TT की टीम है वो पूरी असेंबल हो चुकी है, क्योंकि जो TT का एक बंदा था वो पहले ही एलिमिनेट हो चुका है। और अब जो KN की टीम है शायद उन पे भारी पड़ सकती है, क्योंकि KN के पास पूरे चारों के 4 बंदे का एडवांटेज है। और जो TT है वो रेड जोन बनाते जा रहे हैं, वो भी KN के ऊपर। अगर यहाँ पे TT के ऊपर और ज़्यादा नेड्स हुए तो यहाँ पे वो KN की टीम को ख़त्म कर सकते हैं। बट यहाँ पे एक ऑपोजिट सा हमको चीज़ देखने को मिली। यहाँ पे हल्के से TT के एक प्लेयर ने फायर देने की कोशिश की इनके ऊपर, बट KN के बंदों ने इनको बहुत इजीली मार दिया। अब कवर्स की बस 2 चीज़ें बची हुई हैं, एक ये वाला गड्ढा और एक आगे वाला। अगर ये गड्ढा जोन से बाहर गया तो ये दोनों टीम के लिए बहुत ही ज़्यादा मुश्किल पैदा होंगी, क्योंकि चारों तरफ से इनके ऊपर एंगल बहुत इजीली बनेंगे ये ओपन में। और यहाँ पे हमको टीम आईडीए की तरफ से जीएमएक्स के ऊपर हमला देखने को मिला है, जो पूरे 2 बंदे इन्होंने कार से उतारे हैं। एक बंदा अभी भी नॉक है और एक बंदा बहुत ज़्यादा लो। यहाँ पे पूरी टीम एलिमिनेट हो सकती है। टीम आईडीए बहुत ही बड़े ट्रबल में, लगातार इनके ऊपर नेट पे नेट आ रहे हैं। और यहाँ पे टीम जीएमएक्स एलिमिनेट है।
Quite a while. The guy's nuts.
The guy's nuts indeed. I mean, to stay that center and beat a turret, as you said, not an easy task, because you know everybody's going to be.
यहाँ टीम आईडीए का एक लास्ट बंदा जो बचा था,
on you from time to time. Finally, some fireworks going off. AJ's up close on final.
और यहाँ टीम टीटी और केएन के बीच में एक फाइट हो रही है, जिसके अंदर टीम केएन ने के 3 बंदे जा चुके हैं और टीम टीटी के भी 3 बंदे जा चुके हैं। और अब एक लास्ट बंदा बचता हुआ है जो कि टीम टीटी का और टीम केएन का है। ये दोनों ही टीम बहुत मस्त खेल रही थी, बट अब शायद सिचुएशन आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल हो रही है दोनों टीम्स के लिए, क्योंकि इनका जो गड्ढा था वो जा रहा है जोन के बाहर। और यहाँ टीम AX जो कि थर्ड पार्टी करने की कोशिश में थी, उनका बंदा नॉक कर दिया गया दूर से ही, जो कि टीम EA के द्वारा शायद किया गया। और यहाँ टीम केएन जो कि टीम टीटी के ऊपर हमला करते हुए, बट यहाँ टीम टीटी का जो बंदा था वो प्रेजेंट माइंडेड यहाँ पे बैठा था, जिसकी वजह से उसने टीम केएन के बंदे को मार दिया।
fairly well this game in the elimination category, and now for the remaining solo, his job is to stay alive. We focus our attention on Arena, who takes down.
और यहाँ पे हमको टीम पावर का भी एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिलता है।
Only one player up, Patrino, who's going to be on the outskirts, and Falcons still going to be opposite of Arena, who might be in a better position once the zone shifts, depending on how it ends up unfolding. You talked about Zook, who was that, of course, turret center of zone. Weibo starting to move up just a little bit, but it's getting a bit dicey between themselves. The solo
और यहाँ पे जो टीम टीटी थी, जिन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया प्रदर्शन दिखाया, बट अब उनकी टीम भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। टीम आईटीए का भी लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है, वो भी बहुत मुश्किल से सरवाइव कर रहा है। शायद अब उनका भी टाइम पास आ गया। और अब हमको यहाँ पे टीम आईडीए और टीम कहाँ गए? हाँ, हमको टीम आईडीए का एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिल रहा है और टीम आईजी का भी। यहाँ टीम एनएस के चारों के चारों बंदे अलाइव हैं और टीम टीम डब्ल्यूबीजी पे शायद अब स्लैम जा सकता है, क्योंकि उनका एक बंदा नॉक हो चुका है। जैसा कि मैंने कहा था, यहाँ पे फ्लैंक करके रश कर दिया गया इनके ऊपर। टीम डब्ल्यूबीजी शायद अब पूरा ट्रबल में हो सकती है, क्योंकि अब उनके ऊपर एक मैन मेड रेड जोन के साथ साथ 2 असॉल्टर घुसने वाले हैं। यहाँ पे टीम एनएस घुस चुकी है पूरा टीम डब्ल्यूबीजी में, उनका एक बंदा नॉक कर दिया गया है। अगर अब इन्होंने यहाँ पे रश किया तो इनके ऊपर एडवांटेज है, बट अभी ये रश नहीं करेंगे। ये शायद पहले इनका एक सिंगल बंदा मारेंगे जो कि इनको दूर से कवर दे रहा है।
APG taking some shots onto Benny from the distance. And Weibo able to recover, and that's going to be big news for them. I thought the curtain was closing as Noxious Red Force started to push in.
और जो अपनी इंडियन टीम है आर्यन, टीम आर्यन, उनके भी चारों के चारों बंदे बचे हुए हैं। और यहाँ पे जो टीम EA है और फैल्कन, इन दोनों के बीच में बहुत तगड़ी वाली नेड वाली मुठभेड़ हुई रही है, जो कि जिसका नतीजा थोड़ी देर में शायद पता लग जाए कि कौन जीतने वाला है। यहाँ पे टीम EA के 3 बंदे हैं और यहाँ पे मतलब अभी प्रेजेंट 3 बंदे हैं, बट इनके पास तो 4। इन्होंने क्या किया, इन्होंने एक नेड फेंका जो कि इनके ऊपर ही आगे गिर गया, अपना ही नेड, बट ये यहाँ पे बच गए। अब टीम फैल्कन अपनी पोजीशन चेंज करने में लगी हुई है, क्योंकि अब जो टीम EA के बंदे हैं जो कि 2 असॉल्टर सामने से घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। फैल्कन की टीम जो कि बहुत स्ट्रगलिंग में, भी स्ट्रगलिंग ही कह सकते, बहुत ही मुश्किल में फंसी हुई है, क्योंकि इनको पीछे से भी गोलियां पड़ सकती हैं और आगे से भी। जैसे पिछले मैच में हुआ था, इनके ऊपर सैंडविच हो गया था, बट जो टीम EA है अब ये सब सैंडविच कर चुके हैं। और यहाँ पे टीम EA ने क्लोजिंग कर दिया। टीम EA का एक बंदा नॉक दे दिया गया फैल्कन के द्वारा, और यहाँ पे फैल्कन का भी एक बंदा नॉक, बट यहाँ पे EA के 2 बंदे नॉक हो चुके हैं। क्या ये फ्रैगर्स निकालने में ध्यान देंगे या तो अपने टीममेट बचाने में? हाँ, कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता। और टीम ARG एलिमिनेट होती है यहाँ पे, और जो टीम KN जो कि अपनी KN मेरे ख्याल से बहुत पहले से एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, और इन्होंने तीनों ने मेरे ख्याल से रश करने का प्लान किया, बट जो टीम फैल्कन थी उसने 1v2 कर दिया और लास्ट, और यहाँ पे वो नहीं कर पाए 1v3, बट इनकी जो कोशिश थी वो नाकाम नहीं गई, और जो टीम फैल्कन थी यहीं पे एलिमिनेट होती उनकी हमको दिख रही है। टीम फैल्कन ने बहुत बढ़िया खेला, जो लास्ट में इन्होंने 1v2 किया, बट वो यूजलेस रहा। और अब बच रही है लास्ट 4 टीम्स, क्योंकि अब ये रैंगल है तो यहाँ पे कुछ भी हो सकता है, क्योंकि ये जो सिचुएशंस है, बंदे का हल्का सा बैग भी दिख जाए तो बंदे को डैमेज पड़ता है। यहाँ पे WBG के द्वारा EA के ऊपर नेड मॉली फेंका जा रहा है, बट वो अभी इतना काम में नहीं आ रहा।
And hey, you know what? We came into this one. You said you were looking at horror?
That's it.
Do you know who I said I was looking at?
You didn't say anybody.
I said Wayborn.
Oh, you did? Well, you said it because
यहाँ पे जोन श्रिंक हो चुका है, स्टेज 8 हो रहा है जोन का, और टीमें जैसे जैसे पास आ रही हैं। टीम NS के अभी भी 4 बंदे बचे हैं, शायद ये टीम NS ये वाला मैच भी चिकन ले जाएं, बट अभी कुछ कह नहीं सकते, क्योंकि यहाँ पे 1 से 1 प्लेयर बैठे हुए हैं 1v4 1v3 करने में। और यहाँ पे टीम WBG और टीम EX की फाइट होने को हमको देखने को मिल रही है, और यहाँ पे टीम EX एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। टीम NS, टीम AX भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, जो कि थी अपनी इंडियन टीम आर्यन। और यहाँ पे अब हमको 2 टीम के बीच में फाइट देखने को मिलेगी, टीम WBG और टीम NS, जो दोनों ही टीम बहुत ही खतरनाक है। NS के पास शायद आज ये दूसरा चिकन डिनर जा सकता है, क्योंकि इन्होंने एक पहला चिकन डिनर भी किया था। शुरुआत में पहला जो मैच गया था इन्होंने ही चिकन निकाला था वो। ये जो WBG की तरफ से स्लैम देने की कोशिश की गई है, ये बहुत ही बैड आइडिया था, तो शायद अब ये ना बच पाए। यहाँ पे जो टीम WBG के द्वारा एक नेड कुक करके पूरा NH के ऊपर फेंक दिया गया और एक बंदा यहाँ नॉक निकल चुका है, एक बंदा बहुत डैमेज, बट यहाँ पे NH ने WBG का एक बंदा खा लिया है और यहाँ पे टीम NH जीत के ही एक और कदम आगे आ चुकी है। यहाँ टीम WBG के द्वारा नॉक तो निकाला गया बट फिनिश नहीं हो पाया। यहाँ पे 1v4 की सिचुएशन और यहाँ पे दूसरा चिकन डिनर NS के नाम। इन्होंने सेकंड जो चिकन डिनर निकाला, इनका भाई पॉइंट लेवल और भी ज़्यादा बढ़ गया। मतलब देख रहे हो, मतलब बहुत खतरनाक सा इनका सीन हो चुका है अब भाई। मतलब ये ओवर पावर टीम है भाई, ये बहुत तगड़ा खेल रहे हैं।
South Korea, they have had a great time of it. Weibo as well, getting up into second place.
एक और विनर चिकन डिनर देखने को मिल गया हमको टीम NS के द्वारा। इनकी जो स्ट्रेटजी है ज़्यादा कुछ खास नहीं है, बट इनकी जो टीममेट्स हैं उनमें कुछ खास बात है। कुछ ज़्यादा ही खतरनाक सीन हो गया था और टीम NH के बाद दूसरा चिकन डिनर, और ये कुछ हाइलाइट्स हमको देखने को मिल रही है। और लास्ट में जो हमको टीम WBG की तरफ से जो हुआ, उन्होंने बहुत कोशिश की बट उनसे नहीं हो पाया। तो कोई बात नहीं, जो होता है अच्छे के लिए होता है। हम आपको मिलते हैं थोड़ी देर के बाद।
This land is calling.
Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR. And Jet Reaver Glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new Guild set now.
Neptura, you might be the lucky charm for this team. Namshin Red Force, you talk about them at the beginning of the day. Their second win today.
I'm very happy with how Nongshim have been playing so far. I really like how they're doing it. Again, they're playing just with a little bit extra voice today. Just a little bit more, a little bit extra. It's exactly what I wanted to see. It's not too much, it's not overextending, it's just spreading out, taking their time, keeping that pace going, and then when they see an opportunity, actually committing to that.
I mean, it worked out well for them. 22 points for that team. Weibo Gaming, though, not falling far behind, being able to clutch up a second place, followed up by 6 eliminations as well. 12 points for that squad.
Wait. I was clicking the button. Nongshim were in 22nd place at the start of the day, if I'm not mistaken. I wonder how high they're going to be after their 2 chicken dinners already on the first half of today.
We'll find out in a bit.
That's true. You know, because that's how we do it. Usually leaderboards come in later.
Wow. That's crazy how that works, Max. It's crazy how that works because also another team that's there towards the top, AXTMG, being able to collect some points as well.
Actually outplaying Alpha Gaming, in my opinion. Using the circle to their advantage and knowing that the circle is going to be hindering Alpha Gaming. And Alpha Gaming sending Doc in the docketing position, being a little bit off to the side compared to the rest of his team. And they're just like, you want to play that building? It's going to be in the blue in like 30 seconds. We'll wait. And they did wait, and then Alpha Gaming went out.
I never thought I would see this day, okay? Do me a favor, production. Do a solo shot on Max, man. And Max, I want you to repeat what you just said. They did what? AXTMG did what?
AXTMG outplayed Alpha Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, that right there, 1,000 new followers. That's what you like to see.
Hey,
but let's go back to the fight between Weibo Gaming and Nongshim because I feel like that was a fight that had to happen for the longest time. They delayed it, and I'm talking about Weibo Gaming. It got delayed so long that ultimately ended up hindering the potential of a win.
Yeah, I think they had been keeping an eye on that high ground for a long time, but what ended up happening was there were a lot of teams all around the edge of that, and for WBG, there was not the angle to actually get on there because AXTMG were on the other side. Nongshim, coming into the high ground instead, had a better angle up against AXTMG, so they were actually able to kind of take that away from them, take that high ground, whereas WBG just was not going to stand a chance against that.
I think we'll have to wait and see what happens, okay, with this team. They were doing some weird splits. We'll come back to it, but what I want to see is I want to hear what happened with Horror Esports because that last game, it seemed like they were doing the right rotations, they were doing the right moves, but ultimately they just met their demise. So let's go to an interview with them. Barney, take it away.
Having just passed the halfway point here on our final day of the group stage, I've got No Fear with me from Horror Esports. No Fear, you and your team are kind of tiptoeing around that cut-off point from 8th place. So maybe you'll have to fight through the survival stage. Maybe if you have a late push, you'll be able to get into the grand final spots from today. Tell me what issues you're facing, what problems you're running into, and what's going well for your team so far.
We are facing some issues in game like information-based game. We are lacking that, so we are trying to overcome that and following games. And we are a little bit nervous on the game, and we have to play little slowly. And we are going to play like we did in PMSL CSA. We are a little bit off than that. We are not playing our own game, so we are lacking that, and hopefully we can overcome that.
Yeah, exactly. You've got 3 maps left until it kind of gets decided at the end of the group stage. So what's the plan now? Are you going to be able to fix any issues that you have right now? Are you going to get aggressive?
Yeah, we are trying to play. As I said, we are trying to play information game, and we usually don't push like blindly. So we are trying to play much slower and more aggressive. So hopefully in 3 matches we can get top 8.
Okay, top 8 is the goal, of course. Thank you so much, No Fear, for joining me from Horror Esports, and best of luck in the rest of the final day of the group stage. Back to you guys.
Well, we got to wait and see if they're going to be able to make it there towards the top 8 because, as I mentioned, they were trying to do some rotations. I mean, Blank even ended up choosing them. As soon as he chose them, it ended up going south for them. But there you go. No Fear, only being able to get just 1 elimination, 275 damage. But let's move on from Horror Esports because I actually want to get a chance to talk a little bit more about Weibo. Weibo, we always talk about the docketing. We saw Sook being very far away from their squad. Max?
He was like, I like what Doc is doing. How about we do a bit of that, okay? Now, it was quite interesting because this entire game, Sook was split from the rest of his team. So Sook was in a building over to the western side, not quite in the mountain. And the mountain where the circle ended up going had the 3 other players of WVG. They just stay there the entire time. Then they pull a little Uno reverse card, send Sook over to the high ground position, leave the 3 other players in the compound to the west. And we're like, okay, that's a good scouting position. They're going to hold it until maybe phase 4, 5. Okay, we're chilling. I think they took until phase 6 to start even just thinking about regrouping onto Sook, and the fact that Sook is not eliminated during that time is just mind-boggling to me. I think they were scared of possible off angles, taking away that possible win from them. So I do get that they were scared about it, but the delay took so long that I would love to know what was happening internally, because so many things must have been taken into account for this team to not be willing to regroup.
And that's what I was talking about too for this team as well, because of the delay that they just didn't want to find Non-Sim Red Force. They had the chance. Order seemed like he wanted to get an angle on them. Ultimately, it didn't end up happening, Neptura.
No, it didn't. I think it was a really interesting play to come through from them. It's one of those things that I think has everybody a little bit confused, but at the same time, it's what got them a second place, almost a first place finish. They just wanted to keep that timing or keep to themselves a little bit more. They were not confident in that. And actually, I kind of think it goes into what we've been saying, is that if you want to make a play it with confidence and actually commit to that. And I think if they were unwilling to commit to a push, then actually staying and committing to the stay was the way to go.
I think they may have been scared from Non-Sim Red Force's southern angle. Maybe you just push that, you know? Maybe you just go for Big Send, then you can have exude as much control as you want on the circle at that point. So I do agree with your idea here that maybe just do it together. I do get also the idea that maybe scared a little bit, but you have to take control eventually, because as you keep delaying it, you will lose a player, and that's how we did end up losing Sook at the end of that match.
You got to make that decision. You can't wait too long, but let's take a look at the overall. Let's see if maybe Non-Sim Red Force is going to be in the top 8. And they still got games to go, so that pretty much means that for Non-Sim Red Force, there's a high chance that you might be able to make it there towards Grand Finals. One thing that's a little bit scary for me, looking at all of this, Max, is that Alpha 7 Esports, look at them, they just really haven't been able to get that many points.
Don't forget, man, you got Horror behind them, you got Alpha Gaming behind them. If they keep slipping, Alpha 7, I knew it was going to happen eventually. Alpha 7 will be slipping out of the top 8. We can't have that happening to the reigning champions. So Non-Sim, good comeback from 22nd in 3 games, getting up to 8th place. But as you said, Alpha 7 in the hot seat. They need to do something in these next 3 matches.
And right now, for some of the other teams that are currently watching the games from their hotel, I'm looking at Yangon Galacticos, Rengnam Karya Esports. Have they done enough? Because with the ways that Non-Sim Red Force is currently playing, and if Alpha 7 does end up picking it up, they could end up just getting kicked out of that top 8, Neptura.
Actually, yeah, you make a really, really good point. Regnum in particular with 81, Yangon, of course, with 75 as well. I mean, even if Non-Sim do go up and up and up, they are going to be able to surpass them 100%. I think even top 3 is not looking so safe compared to how these teams have been playing.
We saw Alpha 7 there having 69 points earlier. You can see Weibo Gaming right now with 58 points. You have TT Global 10 points behind that. So, I mean, you were saying it, Max, they're not safe. They're not safe at all, and we need to start seeing a little bit more out of Alpha 7. They have had, to be fair with them, they have had some good rotations.
They've had very good rotations right throughout this tournament, so they could jump up there. Alpha 7, they need to be careful because, again, they're in the hot seat. They could fall off. That would be one of the biggest upset here in the group stage.
Okay, well, I'm ready to see what's going to be happening here in this final area. But before that, let's send it over to Barney on the stage.
Welcome, everybody, to the Kadir Esports Arena, right here, live from Riyadh for the PUBG Mobile World Cup at EWC. I am Veracity, joined alongside the lovely Barney Banks. And Barney, I want to kick things off, first and foremost, for apologizing for my behavior yesterday. It was unacceptable, totally uncalled for, and this gorgeous stage is more than big enough for the 2 of us.
It is big enough for the 2 of us. You know what? We can let bygones be bygones. The stage is big enough. It's absolutely fine. I'll kick things off by talking about map number 1, because it was quite pivotal that two teams that were high up the leaderboard got eliminated early on, both Alter Ego and Team Falcons. But ultimately, at the very end, when the final circle pulled in, it was Nongshim Red Force going up against Ida Esports, and Nongshim Red Force took the victory and secured 23 points on the board for Asity.
That's impressive, Barney, but I loved match 2. I'll tell you exactly why. Alter Ego Ares went from not a single elimination in match 1 to...
You know what, Veracity? I actually
15
don't
eliminations,
forgive you.
Barney.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take map number 2 and I'll see you later. Have some fun up there. Map number 2, after a dramatic shift south from the circle, it was teams descending onto each other, and ultimately Power Esports took the victory, even though Alter Ego Ares managed to secure 21 points on the board. Match number 3, we had a pretty slow start. Team Falcons secured a vital building. Arena took them out, and Nongshim Red Force faced off against Weibo Gaming. And again, for their second chicken dinner of the day, Nongshim Red Force managed to secure the victory. What a phenomenal day we've had so far. Only 3 games left, and we can't wait to see who makes it into the top 8. See you there.
This is not over, Barney Banks.
Someone get her down from there. Jasmine, do you need assistance? It's like some kind of Bond villain. It's just that, look, she's like, can someone please help? Oh, mate, what a cool stage, though, bro. It's always so exciting, but especially today, especially now. Last 3 games, group stage, the anticipation, the climax.
तो अब होने जा रहा है हमारा 4th मैच, और अभी 2 और मैचेस बचे हैं इसके बाद। सारी टीमों में टेंशन का माहौल देख सकते हो आप।
That's me, I'm Jackie, hello.
To take these final 3 games and see who will be grabbing that 80 grand that's up for grabs at the top spot. But not only that, the top 8 spots that will make it straight through to the finals, and which 16 teams will be joining us over in Survival.
You can see already, if you haven't been hearing the reverberations, the audio capacity, the set of lungs we've got on this audience when Falcons have been in the arena, well, you're probably going to be hearing some of that today. Hey, getting the little pre-game rituals in as well. Alter Ego, I don't think they need it. The way they have been performing as individuals and as one collective, the 5 fingers on one hand forming a fist for Indonesia and punching through the competition.
5 fingers?
Yeah, 5 fingers. Well, and a thumb.
It makes more sense with the 4 fingers as well, 4 players play.
Yeah, fair enough. You got me there. You got me there. You have me. All right, fair enough. Fair enough, Blank. 1-0 Blank.
और यहाँ पे चालू हो चुका है हमारा 4th मैच, जो कि लास्ट एंगल होने वाला है आज का।
And military base. So the teams play this now. We are starting very far up on the map here. Alter Ego currently on top, not far away from overtaking 4 Thrives in that first place position. Alpha 7 also hoping to maintain over towards the top 8 here with 69 points, followed shortly by Nongshim Red Force with the 67.
This is a nice stat to look at as well, man. Obviously, with Falak not being here, but Rosemary still having opportunity to build on those
भाई कैसे बोलते हैं भाई इंडियन नेम फलक को फलक।
Fantastic impact. But this is what I was saying, right? It's not just him. It feels like the team has been setting up each other perfectly, Blank. The comms are clean, the decision-making is brilliant. If they keep going like this, it's going to be devastating.
There's been a lot of talk about Rosemary, honestly, and there's a lot around him, but I think that when we really boiled it down, that there was a huge amount of success which was pinpointed around Alva as a player. In terms of his scouting, dangerous missions that he's been on to set the rest of the team up nicely. He's been a very, very key pickup for that squad to allow Rosemary to succeed in the way that he had. You can see the leaderboard right now, pretty tight, honestly, pretty tight. With Weibo currently at 58,
टीम AX जो कि हमारे इंडिया की टीम है,
So there is chance for teams to jump up. It's not just Nongshim Red Force fighting for this one. They're in a worrisome position. Ida could overlap them potentially. We already have an engagement starting off here over towards AX, losing a player in Rozo.
वो अफार्स की साइड जा रहे हैं.
The dream scenario you want going into the later half of the day. A rough drop. Oh, mate. It's not what you want, Blank. Try and get that sorted out immediately, get the things going, blood pumping. Saw this yesterday with some of the decision making. Let's have a look at where we're going to kick things off. In-game POV, we join the Alpha 7 boys on the move. And again, like you said,
यहाँ पे जो टीम A7 है वो अपने टीम के लिए सिंगल व्हीकल इकट्ठा कर रहे हैं अभी. उनको अभी तक 3 व्हीकल्स मिल चुकी है, एक और चाहिए अब उनको, अब वो उनकी तलाश में.
So I think for Alpha 7, they do want to have a much more explosive entrance here, but to be honest, at this point, at this stage of the tournament, they'd be quite happy just to get into the top 8, to get that 3 over towards finals. This is Alter Ego, actually. Who else other than Rosemary? Got a bit annoyed at us for talking about Alva too much, wanting to remind us who's the king.
It is crazy as well, because it's one of those dynamics, right? We say it sometimes, we have like a 2-2 split of players that compete amongst each other within the same roster. Whereas for them, like you say, they're passing the baton willingly, setting each other up to make sure that relay race for knocks, for damage, for placements is always clean.
अभी हमको शुरुआत में कोई फाइट देखने को नहीं मिलेगी क्योंकि भाई ये रैंगल है, इसलिए हमको अभी कोई फाइट नहीं देखने को मिलने वाली.
Another team like that right now, it's somewhat of a different story, is Alpha Gaming, where it's a weird one. It does feel like a case sometimes where a player will just send out the rest of the team, as they will just join in.
क्वालिटी को क्या हो रहा है?
Today we saw Alpha shoot down towards the south side to take out Team Falcons, despite having one of the strongest compounds inside that circle early. It was a weird one for me. At the moment, they're not doing too badly, 50 points, but they are in 15th right now with that scoreline. If they want to bump that score up, it would be a bit of a jump.
यहाँ पे टीम फैल्कन जो कि पोचिंकी के पीछे वाला जो कंपाउंड है उसको लूट रहे हैं अभी.
With 3 matches to go though, not a lot of time left, and that fuse is burning down.
मेरे ख्याल से कोई ऐसी टीम नहीं चाहती होगी कि वो सबसे पहले एलिमिनेट हो, पर जो सच्चाई है वो सामने आ ही जाती है.
For the Falcons fans that have been in the arena, and that's scary. We were saying on day one, sometimes when
किसी ना किसी को तो एलिमिनेट होना ही पड़ेगा जिसकी वजह से गेम आगे बढ़ेगी.
I'm worried if it's going to turn them into a diamond in the last 3 games, or if you will.
क्योंकि कोई एक गेम में सब विजेता नहीं होते.
32 points for Falcons. It's not an ideal number to be on. 21st place as well. It would have to be a mega jump, but I think, if I'm being quite honest,
ये क्या करना चाह रहे हैं कुछ समझ से नहीं आ रही
the
है.
only player on that team at the moment I really see standing up. I mean, I've had a lot of admiration for Ralph, Nalvalo, Redox in the past years, but it's funny to me that their newest addition is the one who is showing the most gusto in these games.
और टीम AE के देखो 99 पॉइंट्स हैं. अब भाई क्या, और इन्होंने टीम AE ने एक पॉइंट निकाल भी लिया है. मतलब इनके पास पूरे 100 पॉइंट्स हो चुके हैं.
No, I know what you mean, man. I know what you mean. It can be that double-edged sword, you know. It's kind of so that's the way it's gone. But 2 sides to it, I guess.
Nongshim Red Force on the right side of the coin each time it's flipped today, it seems. Some very good plays from them. Get themselves into 8th here, which would secure them if we enter things right now. I think Nongshim Red Force has had a nice run, capitalizing off some teams maybe inadequacies.
ये जो टीम NS है जिनके खाते में आज 2 चिकन डिनर अभी तक गए हैं और आगे शायद एक और जाए, बट अभी हम कुछ कह नहीं सकते क्योंकि ये आ चुका है मैच का पूरे टूर्नामेंट का हाफ डे 3 का हाफ आ चुका है, तो पता नहीं अब क्या होगा. चलो देखते हैं आज के इस मैच में.
I think for IDA as well, it's interesting. Obviously, it felt like they were more of a periphery team in some of the early matchups we saw towards the group stage. You were finding your way through with placements, playing off the zone, but never really being at the forefront of things. With the grouping the way it is, points though, there's still a chance.
रियाज से लाइव हो रहे हैं यहाँ पे नीचे.
Yeah, I think there is definitely a good air in there for that second win.
Right. The thing for them is
क्या हो रहा है भाई ग्राफिक्स को.
They have some very young
और ये यहाँ से आईजी के द्वारा टीम आर्यन के ऊपर हमला और स्ट्रैक्स को मार दिया गया है टीम आईजी के द्वारा.
But they're a good team at heart. They're a very, very good team at heart. I think
टीम आर्यन जो है उनके पास 2 बंदे कम हो चुके हैं.
Everything could change. I do. Oh, Ida going to the survival stage is not going to be fun whatsoever. I don't think that's an easy place for them to be. I think they'd rather just make it straight through to the finals itself, get to watch all the play happen, and then just feel a lot more comfortable and researched. To watch all the play happen and then just feel a lot more comfortable and researched going into that finals. So it does need to be a big push from Ida. Again, other teams are chasing. Got Thunder Talks as well as Weibo.
Global event for AX, I think, day 1, day 2, honestly, they kind of just played their game. They showed up to really just give it their
यहाँ
best.
टीम
Over the course of the event, though,
GMX शायद इकट्ठी हो रही है.
this feels like an unlucky one for Alicia. 2 individual solo knocks there. Rosemary was able to claim 1. We just saw the second go down.
और जो टीम
Losing a lot of that stock
AL है उनके पास 100 points हो चुके हैं.
The issue for them is that I don't really think they found their stride in day 1, and then you're not playing. So you lose all momentum on that day 2. And I do think that there is something to be said where, you come into day 1, you just own it, you take your day off, and then you go into day 3, you can just feel pretty happy in yourself. But there's a lot of maybe self-doubt, rumination in the mind. If you are AX on day 2, it's like, what can we do better? What can we do differently?
पूरी लॉबी में अभी तक बस 2 ही बंदे भरे हैं जो कि अपने इंडिया के टीम के हैं, टीम आर्यन के.
I don't think they've completely lost the plot. So I think it's nice to see. I think AX can be proud of themselves, but survival stage will be a different beast. I am expecting to see AX in that survival stage on this current point scoring.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Again, though, maybe that'll work out better for them as well, because it's just far more experience, especially for that team in particular. It could be good for them. Looks like a knockover onto the Falcons, though. First wing has been clipped.
It's coming through on the western side, actually on the southwest, where Kinotrope were playing. I think for Kinotrope as well, they do play around this area fairly frequently. And for Falcons, they have very similar rotations, because Kinotrope does enjoy playing in Pachinki, as do the Falcons.
और यहाँ पे जो टीम KN है वो टीम फैल्कन के एक बंदे को डाउन करके आ चुके हैं और उसको एस्ट्रल के बजाई है हेड पे. तो टीम फैल्कन कहाँ पे भाई, उनका एक बंदा अलग घूम रहा है.
Bit of open ground, not really definitive on any of the compounds just yet. Teams will find places to hunker down. We're over towards the gondolas right now for Alpha 7. This is all the way up towards Stalba. They've still got a ways to go. I think they're one of the only
टीम A7 की स्ट्रेटजी को समझ से नहीं आ रही. मेरे को लग रहा है आप भी शायद जोन के बाहर रह के खेलने वाले हैं.
Tense game here. Coming down the backside of the hill, had a read at least.
टीम पावर की तरफ से टीम R8 के ऊपर हमला हो चुका है. किलिंग फील्ड में भी दिखाया, बट कैमरा एंगल वहां नहीं जा रहा, पता नहीं क्यों. यहाँ पे टीम AE को दिखाया जा रहा है जो उनकी अभी फाइट नहीं हो रही.
See how they play this one.
Or you go on that western side, yeah. The split between them is pretty big, pretty substantial. See when they want to regroup things up, and you're right, Intense Game are chilling around the peripheries of that area on the western side. You got
ये कंपाउंड में भी कोई टीम बैठी हुई है.
Having a look down towards that southern side. R8 taking a knock. That's over towards Mansion actually. You can see it on your screens. We bring up the map feed, which is available to you all at home.
जहाँ तक हमको लगा था टीम A7 जो कि जोन के आधा बाहर रह के खेलने वाली है, और अब वो जोन के अंदर आके H2H खेलेंगे.
Follow all the action
और जो टीम GMX है वो थोड़ा जोन के बाहर जाएंगे। शायद ये टीम A7 के साथ भी टकरा सकते हैं, कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता अभी। और यहाँ पे टीम EA और टीम KN की फाइट हो चुकी है। यहाँ EA ने एक बंदा, दो बंदे उनके मार दिए हैं, बट टीम EA मेरे को लग रहा है जहाँ तक ये ख़त्म होने वाली है। टीम KN टीम EA के ऊपर भारी पड़ रही है बहुत। और यहाँ टीम EA ने KN को ख़त्म कर दिया है। टीम KN टूर्नामेंट से डिस्क्वालीफाइड तो नहीं, एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। यहाँ पे टीम KN का हमको एलिमिनेशन देखने के लिए मिला है, बट अब यहाँ पे फाइट हो चुकी है कि टीम APG और टीम फैल्कन के बीच में। टीम फैल्कन के दो बंदे टीम APG ने मार दिए हैं। यहाँ पे लास्ट बंदा जो कि फैल्कन का बच रहा है। APG उनके ऊपर नेड मॉली अच्छा कर रहे हैं, वो बहुत लो है उनके ऊपर। अगर अभी स्लैम दिया जाए तो वो बहुत इजीली मर जाएंगे, बट कुछ कह नहीं सकते क्योंकि वन मैन आर्मी भी है। वो
Molotov sent through to the building. They don't have a read on his position just yet. More paranoid about the compound. I think he's down to AIDS now as well. Yeah, that's all the stock he's got left. Cooking this right down towards the end. Last one's going to be prime. Sideline chip damage over. They don't want to run into this and throw away one.
यहाँ की जो पता लगा दूर से ही फैल्कन के जो लास्ट टीममेट था उसे APG के द्वारा मार दिया गया है। तो इसी के साथ साथ फैल्कन टीम एलिमिनेट होती है। यहाँ हमको AE और IG की टीम के शायद कुछ नॉक देखने को मिल सकते हैं, वो भी ग्रेनेड से। टीम AE ने अपने ही टीममेट को फोड़ दिया है। ये अगर टीम IG इनके ऊपर रश करे तो शायद वो ये मैच लेके जा सकते हैं अपने साथ, क्योंकि जो टीम AE है वो कुछ ज़्यादा ही ओवर पावर्ड है। यहाँ पे जैसे जैसे टीमें इकट्ठा होती जा रही है वैसे वैसे बंदों पे प्रेशर बढ़ता जा रहा है। और यहाँ पे अभी किलिंग फील्ड में गैमेक्स की टीम शायद एलिमिनेट होने वाली है, क्योंकि अभी उनका एक बंदा एलिमिनेट होता हुआ हमको दिखा है। और यहाँ पे सामने टीम AE के चारों बंदे अभी भी अलाइव हैं और टीम जो IG है उनके भी चारों बंदे अलाइव हैं। अभी पुश करना मतलब बेवकूफ़ी करना, तो मतलब 4 के 4 बंदे अपनी अपनी व्हीकल लेके फ्लैंक करके जोन में जाना चाहते हैं। इन्होंने ये बहुत बढ़िया डिसीजन लिया जो कि ये रोटेट करना चाहिए।
Takes that moment to regroup back down with Adrian on the south side of the map, and Alter Ego gets past. And wow, you got Squash's POV here as well inside of the compound. The only one that remains from Alpha 7. He was on a slight deviation from the rest of the squad as a solo, casting nades back over right now on.
यहाँ टीम AE का एक बंदा नॉक हो चुका है, बट कैमरा एंगल वहाँ नहीं गया। अब यहाँ पे टीम R8 और टीम मतलब सॉरी GMX के बीच हमको फाइट देखने को मिल सकती है। बट यहाँ पे टीम R8 ने फॉल बैक करना चाहा और वो फॉल बैक करके अपने कंपाउंड को हासिल कर चुके हैं। और यहाँ पे टीम APG और टीम आर्यन जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा तनाव में है। टीम आर्यन के वैसे ही 2 बंदे नहीं है और एक बंदा जो नॉक है उस पे भी अब नहीं अब उनको भी रिवाइव कर दिया गया है, बट टीम आर्यन के शायद ये मैच जीतने के कम चांसेस हैं, बट कुछ कह नहीं सकते क्योंकि दो बंदे 100 पे भारी भी हो सकते हैं। ये कहानी तो सुनी ही होगी आपने कभी ना कभी। बट यहाँ पे R8 अपना कंपाउंड लेते हुए फॉल बैक करके वो जोन में पहले आए, उन्होंने जोन को पहले प्रायोरिटी दी। अब वहाँ से जो गायमैक्स के जो बंदे आएंगे शायद अब ये उन पे स्प्रे दें। टीम गायमैक्स पे स्प्रे आ रहा है बहुत खतरनाक सा, पर एक भी बंदे को डैमेज नहीं हुआ। इनकी कार पूरी, और यहाँ पे एक बंदा गायमैक्स का उतार दिया गया R8 की तरफ से। बहुत खतरनाक, कार में आग लग चुकी है, शायद वो नहीं बच पाएंगे। ओपन में टीम R8 को शायद, और यहाँ पे सीधा स्लैम मारने की कोशिश टीम R8 की तरफ से GMX के ऊपर। GMX का एक लास्ट बंदा बचा है तो शायद कुछ ना कुछ हो जाए यहाँ पे।
What his solo mission is at least found himself some safety inside of the zone for now. Nah, he's gone. All right.
Yeah, for Chudo, some good nades over the top.
और यहाँ पे टीम A7 एलिमिनेट हो गई और टीम EA भी एलिमिनेट होती हमको दिख रही है। यहाँ पे हाइड्रा के ऊपर एक परफेक्ट नेड और हाइड्रा स्काई वही नॉक हो जाएंगे।
We'll find Jiggle. This elimination feed is just popping up time and time again. Weibo taking shots up towards Nongshim.
और यहाँ पे टीम कौन सी थी भाई, और यहाँ टीम गायमैक्स एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है।
A lot of pins pulled on the nades, trying to get one right between the both of them. Spacing looks good on that. It's a clean tag. Sky gets blown over because of it. Red Force taking so much damage from the side as well, trying to turn it around. You can see Tizzy there with the DBS back over on the Weibo.
Yeah, Weibo's suffering.
और यहाँ पे टीम NS जो कि लगातार जिन्होंने एक मैच छोड़ के चिकन डिनर 2 बारी हासिल किया, अब वो एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं। ये वाले मैच का नतीजा कुछ और ही निकलने वाला है। जहाँ तक जिनको लग रहा था टीम NS ही जीतने वाली है ये वाले मैच को भी, बट नहीं, इस बारी उनकी बारी नहीं है, इस बारी किसी और की बारी है।
This is the rough part for Power as well. At one point, it felt like they had a good position to try and hold back some of the other teams. Now the shoe's on the other foot. It's only really Al Haji that has a chance to make a getaway.
यहाँ पे टीम IDA की तरफ से दूर से पावर पे स्प्रे दिया गया और पावर का एक बंदा ये सब खा चुके हैं।
No Faze just got to hold his angle. He's versus 4. Eda's got to push into him. It's a good initial knock and a second potentially.
और हाइड्रा कहने में जा रहा था और यहाँ हाइड्रा की टीम एलिमिनेट होती है। और यहाँ हमारी टीम आर्यन वो भी एलिमिनेट हो गई है।
Alva's looking to go further in as well. This is a replay from earlier between Nongshim as well as Weibo. Good nade down there as well.
यहाँ टीम NS और टीम WBG के बीच फाइट दिखाई जा रही है जो कि रिप्ले था। और यहाँ टीम TT जो कि बहुत स्मार्टली खेल रहे हैं, इन्होंने पहले जोन के अंदर जो कंपाउंड था वो लेने की कोशिश की। ओ भाई, जो टीम APG का बंदा था उसने AE के एक बंदे को बहुत आराम से नॉक कर दिया, बट ये सब अभी जानते नहीं। टीम AE का एक बंदा ओपन में आके लेटा हुआ है। इनकी तरफ से एक गलती और इनकी टीम एलिमिनेट होने के एक कदम और करीब आ जाएगी।
Alva versus Alpha here in Farm. Rigo would love to get a little bit further, but Reefus finds Rosemary, crawls his way through the grass, leaving just Alva behind now.
यहाँ टीम पावर एलिमिनेट होती हुई। इन्होंने बढ़िया खेला बट नहीं हुआ।
Power Gaming exit stage left here in the fourth game of the day.
Gaming, though, this is a big one. This is where they can make their chase for top 8. Eliminations right now for the Mighty. I've told for R8.
थोड़े ही बंदे रह गए
And
हैं.
Damar still alive, direct center. Ida is just flowing through. That is until Shing will find Darkin on the front line there. Pops in for one. Nades continue to pour across. Emirates just going to wrap. They're going to give up Darkin.
और यहाँ पे टीम एलिमिनेट होती हुई दिख रही है. इन्होंने जिस हिसाब से इस मैच में खेला था पर नहीं हो पाया और यहाँ टीम R8 भी एलिमिनेट हो गई. यहाँ टीम TT बहुत ही बढ़िया प्रदर्शन दिखा रही है. यहाँ पे अब लास्ट की 5 टीम्स बची है जो कि बहुत ही खतरनाक टीम है. टीम WBG के 2 बंदे बस बचे हैं. एक को बहुत ज़्यादा लो कर दिया गया है, एक नॉक कर दिया गया दूर से और यहाँ पे टीम IDA के द्वारा उसको फिनिश कर दिया. यहाँ पे टीम IG के पास चारों के चारों बंदे अलाइव हैं और टीम APG और TT के पास भी. यहाँ पे WBG से ये क्या था. यहाँ टीम WBG ने गाड़ी लाके जैसी मारी वैसे ही टीम क्या मतलब यहाँ टीम WBG खत्म हो गई. मीन्स एलिमिनेट. अब यहाँ पे टॉप 4 टीम्स बची है जिसके अंदर हमारे IDA जो टीम है उसके पास एक ही बंदा है. उनके चिकन डिनर के चांसेस 7% है और जो अपनी TT टीम है और यहाँ पे टीम IDA जिनकी अभी हम बात कर रहे थे वो एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है. यहाँ पे टीम TT के ऊपर दूर से स्प्रे दिया गया है जो कि टीम APG की तरफ से है और टीम IG की तरफ से. अब टीम AP और IG के बीच में ये बंदे सैंडविच हो चुके हैं. यहाँ दूर से स्प्रेबाजी हो रही है बट एक बंदा नॉक या तो दोनों टीम का या तो कोई एक टीम का, तो इनको शायद भागने का मौका मिले. बट टीम TT का एक बंदा गलती करते हुए वो फॉरवर्ड ही जा रहा है क्योंकि उसके पास कार है.
Be surprised if he's able to get an angle over towards Reefers potentially. Another loot crate comes dropping down a little bit further in. More cover towards the center of the map, and with that shift on the circle, sending over towards Thundertalk, they took the opportunity.
टीम APG की तरफ से एक बंदा नॉक दिया गया है, बहुत ही प्यारा. इन्होंने कार के नीचे जो छोटा सा कवर था उससे नॉक दिया. अब ये उनके टायर फोड़ रहे हैं ताकि ये वहाँ से कहीं जा ना पाए और यहाँ कार ही फोड़ दी गई है बट इनके पास एक डासिया है. यहाँ दूर से स्प्रे दिया गया TT के द्वारा IG के ऊपर और IG और TT के बीच में फाइट हो गई है बहुत घमासान वाली. APG ने एक नॉक निकाल दिया TT की टीम का बट फिनिश नहीं कर पा रहे और यहाँ टीम TT का एक बंदा होली होली करके टीम APG के एक बंदे को खा गया. और जहाँ तक लग रहा है टीम TT टीम APG पे बहुत भारी पड़ने वाली है और टीम IG पे.
19 bullets left in the mag here. The big machine gun in the back pocket here for AJ. Not sure how effective that's going to be at range. There's 19 bullets got to count on that 5.56. Top's looking over. They do get docked back up again. A disgusting.
और यहाँ टीम IG एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है.
Shut down the hopes and dreams of Intense Game. That is a max man grenade and a half. And you mentioned it, the switch to the last weapon he has with ammunition. At this point, just trying to create space for the team, and they are going in. Straight in the vehicles, looking to close the distance.
This is a great wrap from Alpha Gaming. The lineup as well is beautiful to see. AJ's position is now compromised, dropping the smokes.
यहाँ जो टीम एपीजी की पोजीशंस है वो चारों तरफ से घेरने वाली है टीम टीटी को, बट टीम टीटी के ऊपर बहुत ही बड़ा खतरा हो चुका है। यहाँ पे टीम एपीजी अब उन पे रश मार देगी क्योंकि अब उनके 2 बंदे नॉक हो चुके हैं। यहाँ पे टीम टीटी उनको नॉक देने की कोशिश में, बट चारों तरफ से गोलियाँ उनको छल्ली करती हुई शायद अब ये मैच ये नहीं जीत पाएंगे। टीम एपीजी के जो बंदे हैं वो बहुत ही क्लोज आ चुके हैं। यहाँ एक साइलेंट नेड फेंक दिया गया उन पे, बट यहाँ पे टीम टीटी बस ख़त्म ही हो गई है। लास्ट एनिमी रिमेनिंग जो कि ड्रॉप के पीछे बहुत देर से छुपा हुआ था, अब उसका भी समापन होने वाला है और यहाँ पे टीम एपीजी ने ये मैच जीत लिया। अब हम आपको मिलते हैं थोड़ी देर के बाद।
There's been matches where they're putting up elims, putting up points, but that felt pretty calculated. Once they found that good spot over towards Team Falcons, they used that confidence, that capability to take the compound away from them, and then they play slow off that position. They're not too hungry for elims. You know what? I would say even Doc calmed things down. Tiny bit.
He actually did though, like he kind of reset mid-fight. Yeah, there was some risk taking, but it wouldn't be him if he didn't, right? So the fact they were set up off it and were on point in the final there, it's nice to see, Blank. It's good momentum and it's a great point to steal a chicken dinner right now.
Top here. The babysitter of the team, I would say, honestly.
Tugging up the reins, tugging up the reins. But if you want more exciting action, you know all you got to do is stay tuned in. So we'll see you in a couple minutes' time for more from us.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC Avatar Frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: Group Stage, Survival Stage and Grand Finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the Grand Finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6 and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680 and 720 tokens respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the Grand Finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the Grand Finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 AM UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
뛰어야 돼요. 건우야 너가 오른쪽 집 째줘.
그대로.
확인. 건우야 밑 뛰어야 돼 왼쪽으로.
따야 돼.
폭난다. 밑으로 네 집 뒤에 붙어 있는 거 있나 확인해도 돼. 나이스. 집안에 네 집안에 하나 있을 거야. 건우야. 내 집안에 하나 피 먹고 있대 형들. 라스 하나 나오는 거보다 건우 나 폭 갈게. 아 자신 있게 이거 어차피 우리가 먹었어. 먹어 그냥. 막게. 까비. 야 나오는 거 봐. 나이스.
자, TR10. Wyszło na piedzie.
Wyszło na.
Jeb.
Wyszło easy.
Nice!
Baglas,
ببيت
نجي تروح.
دور ثاني حجي دور ثاني
بس خلنا ناخذ السلاح. ايزي.
نايس حجي نايس.
يلا يا ايوه نكمل. 야 다시 하기 전. 라스 하나. 천천히 해봐. 피.
그래 우리 3명이야.
라스 하나. 어딨어? 야 이거 좀 오른쪽 무리다. 오른쪽 단차. 좀 무리다 이거.
애덤이야. 나오면 살아.
살릴게. 살리면서 하자.
왼쪽만 잘 봐줘야 돼.
왼쪽 뛰어오는 거 보는 중.
얘들아 이거 잡으러 갈 때 양쪽으로 앵글 걸리면서 가자.
아 뛸게. 공방 간다. 맞춰. 잡아. 나이스 좋았다. 조용.
It is crazy to see what one of the best teams of PMWC can achieve when they actually end up playing as a team, Max, man. I mean, APG finally getting their first win.
This is their best game of the tournament so far, and as you said, they're playing as a team. It's amazing, it's beautiful, it's unexpected because Doc is on a team, but actually we're sticking together, so I'm very, very excited. And definitely a well-needed chicken dinner because they were in the middle of the rankings, right? They weren't quite in top 8. I think this game might have been doing just enough for them to actually put them in top 8, but can they remain there until the end of the day?
I think with this performance is definitely going to up the pressure to some of the other teams because remember, we're done with Erangel, Eptera. We're going to be going into Miramar, usually Alpha 7, one of those teams that ends up saying, you know what, we end up performing a little bit better there when we go to Miramar. That's a team that needs to perform.
It is a team that needs to perform. I think we're going to see as well a lot of teams that are very good. Oh, hang on. We got an end game, Max.
This is actually going to be the time they leave farm, and Alpha Gaming have an amazing game plan to just overwhelm all of Thunderstorm because their players knocked, they're wounded, they're not ready for a crash. And actually, Alpha Gaming just don't go for the normal play that a lot of people would go for, which is crashing the rocks. No, they take this massive spread over to the east, not only controlling low ground, but also taking the high ground angle away from AJ, forcing him to kind of play more passive so he can't get shots on the player low ground. And then, as you can see, 2 players low ground eliminated. Only AJ remained. He was also extremely low in terms of ammo for his M4, so long range, he couldn't get involved. That is the only way Alpha Gaming win that match, and it was pulled off flawlessly.
And on top of that, Seal just being able to just kind of get that high ground, gave him the big opening. I'm surprised that Thunder Talk even allowed that. And with this game right now, I mean, Alpha Gaming, 21 points. I can't wait to see what that's going to mean when we go to the overall. But Thunder Talk, I mean, that's another team that's also being able to put up some points up there. Neptura, 16 points for this squad.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them start to perform as well. And what I really love is how they were able to capture that high ground towards the mid phase of the game, right? I think that rather than what a lot of teams would do is just go for all those fights again and again and again and get that CQC, I think Thunder Talk really just held back and was like, we're going to wait for all these other teams to start fighting. And then once they're done, we'll pick off the stragglers and then move into that space like we claimed it for real.
I love how the final spot of Thunder Talk, it was initially Al-Haji had it 5 minutes before that fight happened. Then it was taken away by Damar from R8. Then it was Ida that took it. And then it was Thunder Talk. Like, Al-Haji had the good idea. Unfortunately, as a solo, he couldn't quite defend the... What?
That's an interesting tactic right there for Non-Stream Red Forces saying, all right, we got 2 wins. Can we actually keep it going? Wake myself up. Just... I'm like, I can't do it. If not, then I'll end up just hitting myself with the microphone. But I want to deep dive a little bit more into some of these games. Intense game. That was another team that we expected a lot more out of. It hasn't been that way for a very long time, at least for the past 2 days. But it's good to see them finally being able to step it up here on the final day for group stages.
Yeah, especially I love the way that they played a very difficult zone, right? That zone was not easy for any of these teams, but I love how they actually were able to stick together and then move, but still be mobile at the same time. So you did have those players that were going up off to the north and then back down, but they just, by keeping mobile and and preventing any stagnation happening, they were actually able to end up being one of the last ones in the zone because they weren't in one place at the time.
That's right. I mean, we were talking about these 2 teams earlier. I want to take a look at a bit of a SMB head-to-head between Alpha 7 and APG, because now APG is in the hunt, and this is going to be the stats for today. See who is currently outperforming who, as we'll get. I'm pretty sure we'll get a chance to see them there in a bit. But for Alpha 7, this has to be a massive, massive wake-up call, Max. This is the time for them to actually start reacting, and it has to happen in Miramar. If not, this could be the defending champions going to survival stage.
I mean, it's scary because Alpha Gaming getting a win there. Don't forget, they were just below them. They're going to look to overtake. And actually, one team we didn't talk about too much, Ida. They've been silent, but they've been climbing the ranks slowly. They've been approaching the top 8. I think they've been going top 8 a little bit early in 8th position, if I'm not mistaken. They have 2 teams overtake them out of the squads that are playing today. They're not in top 8, so they need to be careful. That's going to be their main threat, both IDA and Alpha Gaming.
And for IDA, I'm actually happy with what I'm seeing out of this squad because they're being a little bit more aggressive. And not just a little bit more aggressive, they're being very aggressive, taking on fights with R8, taking on fights with Hora Esports as well.
Yeah, I think the adjustment from yesterday to today has been huge for them. It's been really, really nice to see them be more aggressive, but not just aggressive with the CQC, just aggressive in general with the positions they're taking, with the rotations they're making. It's really nice. I do want to say just tiny nitpick criticism. They took too long on that fight with Hora, but at the end of the day, yeah, I really like what we're seeing from them.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what these 2 teams are going to be doing here, especially going into the final 2 matches of group stages. There's so much at stake. You can either get a chance to go directly to the grand finals or have to battle out against 16 teams at survival stage. Let's take it over with the first Miramar out of 2 with Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. Can't wait for this one. The kickoff, Alpha Gaming, fresh off the back of an absolute banquet of a chicken dinner, Black.
It was an APG win, which is always good to see. I think for the desk, they're highlighting that, yeah, this is the first time they're really, linked up as a team properly. And I would say allowed Top to do his job. A lot of times they get away with themselves, but we're heading away over to the desert here on Miramar for our final 2 matches of the group stage.
That's where that tagline, who's going to beat the Heat, who will show up here. Seen some great showings from a good few collectives of our squads today, but things will change now in the last 2 games.
All the players here
और यहाँ पे जो 5th मैच था, सेकंड लास्ट मैच वो चालू हो चुका है, जो कि मिरामार का है। मिरामार में भी इतनी जल्दी हमको कोई फाइट देखने को तो नहीं मिलती, बट शायद कोई मिरेकल हो जाए जहां हमको फाइट देखने को मिल जाए शुरुआत में ही।
Alpha Gaming, Alpha 7, Nongshim Red Force, Weibo. For Horror, I think that 51 points are a little far out at this point in time. If we're Ida's having the same kind of performance each time, then again, you know, a 20-point game would shoot them up the rankings. But with the way Horror's performance has been today, it's not been a horror to watch, but it's not been great either.
No, it feels like there was signs of them being able to really blossom. Some of the plays we've seen from the compound crashes, the way they've been playing with the tempo, it's been nice to see, but I think you're right. I'm a little bit worried. Don't know if they have that same level of caliber.
यहाँ पे highest damage में हमारे फलक भाई भी आए हैं।
It feels like that team can just turn it on sometimes. So you'd love to see it, especially here, right?
और longest elimination में
We had a Western shift on the circle over towards Team Falcons.
Grenade kills में भी second number में भाई।
Now 2 matches to go, they're not making it. Especially going down so early versus Alpha Gaming just on that crash. They look pretty weak at the moment. Weakened. No, it's a lackluster performance from the Falcons. Not really got off the ground just yet. Nongshim Red Force losing Benny early here. Engagement versus R8, and I think he is.
यहाँ पे हमको पहली फाइट देखने को मिल रही है R8 और भाई ये क्या हुआ, मतलब R8 और NS का एक टीममेट के बीच में, बट NS का एक जो टीममेट था वो पहले मर गया।
Elimination off the back of that. So already a couple of scraps breaking out. Zizzy tucked in, belly down on the ground, listening for the footsteps.
यहाँ के जो R8 के जो टीममेट्स हैं उनके तरफ से शायद कोई गलती देखने को मिले तो ये तुरंत उन पे कोई एक्शन ले।
Massively favors 4-man teams towards that end game. You're struggling now. You're 11th place. Those good games from earlier in the day, you set yourselves up nicely to get in towards that top 8, get that free ride through to the final, stamp your ticket. But it's all gone a little bit wrong. Is that replay, Al Haji?
But ये क्या हुआ?
He nearly did it. But he was quick with it.
ये क्या हुआ? I think so net चला गया क्या उनका? What the heck?
But Al Haji deals with it. Not a fan. Not a fan.
Sort of backing up though. He's terrified.
Yeah. I mean, you would be.
Yeah.
He was quick. He was chicaning with the blade.
Fight's gonna go on for a while though.
यहाँ कुछ तो हुआ था जो कि बहुत अनएक्सपेक्टेड था।
Compared to the 3 coming through from Nongshim Red Force, and I'd like to see them make it out of alive, but it will be a tough task. R8 trying to get further up the rankings here, and a little bit more money perhaps. Good pick.
Yeah, I mean, nade through the window. They take the peek out. Good timing on the fight. You're able to reset as well. Med pack, so it's not going to be too bad for you. Complete health back in. Dives away as well, so he's quick on the reposition, so the bar can't get the shot back over to capitalize off of it. Still got the nade in the back pocket. Looks like he's going to set himself up for that on the response. Cast it out with a little bounce. That's kind of cheeky.
And he's jumping out of it. This is a big play from Doxy. Let's see if it actually works out though. He's getting peppered. Somehow makes it back.
और जो यहाँ पे फाइट हमको देखने को मिल रही है टीम NS और R8 के बीच में, टीम NS के 2 बंदे मारे जा चुके हैं और टीम R8 के भी। टीम R8 का एक बंदा नॉक पड़ा है और टीम NS का भी। अगर टीम R8 के बंदा जो है यहाँ पे नीचे आते हुए और पूरी टीम NS यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट होती है। किसी ने यहाँ सोचा नहीं होगा कि टीम NS जो कि इतनी बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस दे रही थी पहले 3 मैचों में, वो इतनी जल्दी एलिमिनेट हो जाएगी।
That was a fantastic opportunity for them. But not meant to be. Alpha Gaming with the 9th place now after that last match. A real big improvement. Boys from Power hunting down Kino Trope. Another one bites the dust there.
जो टीम NS थी उन्होंने जो शुरुआत के 3 मैचों में 2 चिकन निकाले थे वो शायद इनके लिए वर्थ इट थे। टीम NS ने पूरी कोशिश की थी बट नहीं हो पाया।
That they are. But I don't think they're going to be in the finals. Unfortunately. Alpha 7 on your screens. 10th place at the moment, 70 points. Roughly around this barrier as well. It's real tight. It's real close at the moment. You know, 70 points up to 76. Very interchangeable
यहाँ
right
टीम
now
TT और बाकियों के बीच में हमको फाइट सी देखने को मिल रही है, बट पता नहीं यहाँ पे क्या ही होने वाला सीन।
The chicken dinner advantage as well. They will go up 1 placement despite drawing, tying on that scoreline. Horror spots the rotate coming through from Alpha 7. This is dead center, right? They're trying to get up towards some high ground to work with. Horror currently has a big old split across Crater Fields and the ridgeline that sits over in that position. Those mountains are very, very nice to work with.
And this is the fight that has not given up. Power have just been consistently stalking Kenotrope for so long at this point, chasing them from compound to compound. Looks like AX take a knock as well with intense game, being able to isolate them once again. It's been uncomfortable in the previous 2 matchups.
Gamax taking on Falcons and losing Koa again. It's these slow decisions, slow rollouts coming through from Falcons, allowing teams to backfill them time and time again. They've got to figure something out. Add some security cameras to the back of the kit, essentially.
We did lose 1 player over from the side of Alter Ego as well, from a very quick bout between them and Thunder Talks. Both teams then repositioned and called it quits on it. Seems like this might finally be the moment to strike. They bait them round the corner. It's a good crossfire, able to hold on the doorway. Panic stations now to reset from this. The last man unable to pop off as a solo dolo. Al-Haji will handle it, and they finally close it down.
Yeah, Ozi-san attempts to the triple step up the stairs. Not going to happen though. Well, Power consistently put on performance there. Looks a lot better today. We haven't had that champion moment for them just yet. Towering above everyone else so far, but it's a nice game from here, honestly. Chrono will finish off Koa. Again, I think losing Koa is a big deal for the Falcons. I think he has been the one stepping up time and time again for the team. He's trapped out in Monte Nuevo on that northwest side. Circle centers up though over towards Ida, which is very good for them in terms of their point scoring, staying within that top 8. Currently playing over towards some high ground too on the roadside, so plenty of vision around them to work with.
This was Thunder Talks, of course, that backed off after their slight scrape they ran into with Alter Ego. Worked out far better for them. Been able to take extra time to loot it, wrap around the periphery of the zone and start to make a move for the late rotation down.
There's a good chance for Thunder Talks as well. If they want to wrap down towards Graveyard, then just scale up the ridge that sits over towards the eastern side of San Martin. You know, you do break off a lot of LOS in that position. You know, not much line of sight available to you there. The issue is getting across that plateau. That is towards Power Grid. Very, very open. So I'm curious to see how Thunder Talks play this one out.
तो यहाँ पे मैं आके अब देख रहा हूँ तो टीम KN भी यहाँ एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। I don't know कैसे, but हो चुकी है। और जो अब टीम AX है वो कोई टीम के ऊपर स्प्रे दे रहे हैं। इनके पास गोल्डन मिराडो भी है।
Alpha 7's not in a terrible spot, honestly. In these concretes, works well for him. They are surrounded by a lot of height, though. It's pretty terrible looking up towards, but I'll keep it safe a fair long time. And the vision is not terrible from this spot either. You can see as Mafioso's looking around, likely he'll spot anyone trying to move up towards them too early. Ida, on the other hand, playing this high ground, going to play pretty smart and slow with it. Cleo wandering around the edge here, and Darkin just continues to just siphon off that info from the team that he knows is undoubtedly underneath him. He wasn't on island though, Jackie. That's the only thing.
यहाँ जो आइडिया डार्किन है मेरे ख्याल से ये ऊपर से कोई टीम के ऊपर एंगल बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, पर इनके शायद बग्गी के टायर फोड़े जा रहे हैं कोई टीम के द्वारा। इन्होंने क्या एंगल बनाया टीम A7 के टीममेट पे, उसको नॉक फिनिश कर दिया। इन्होंने कितनी बढ़िया स्ट्रेटजी बनाई और सीधा A7 के एक बंदे को खा लिया।
Frida, it certainly is Vamos here, trying to push forward over towards that top side of the lobby, take over Thunder Talks. They move in from that eastern side. They take a player from R8 as well in the process. So cut back in over towards San Martin, so a little bit of a different rotation they went for there. Frida, great pickup over towards Alpha 7, directly pushing.
यहाँ ओवरऑल रैंकिंग देखी जाए तो दूसरे नंबर पे हमारे AE टीम बैठी है।
Ida can squeeze so much out of this, man. It's really good heads-up play.
और अपने AX टीम जो कि इंडिया के आर्यन भाई की टीम है, वो है 19th पे।
Like you said, the amount of time you've got clear vision for it, so he can reposition. Spots over in the
टीम
distance.
IDA के द्वारा एक बगी स्पॉट की गई है, उस पे स्प्रे दिया जाएगा, बट वहाँ पे कोई नॉक की आशा नहीं।
Slightly dangerous play from Darkin, I think, holding this angle for that long, especially using up all these bullets as well. Somewhat unnecessary, I'd say. You know, he's down to 60 in the chamber.
यहाँ टीम AX के पास हमारे, और यहाँ टीम AX की फाइट किसी से नहीं हो रही अभी तो। यहाँ इनके पास गोल्डन मिराड है, वो भी आधी फटी हुई। और यहाँ पे टीम AE जो कि इतना खतरनाक खेल रही है, जिनके पास 101 एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स हैं। ओवर कुक हो चुका है नेट यहाँ पे, और सीढ़ियों पे फेंका गया, बट बच गए, कोई नहीं यहाँ पे फटा। बाहर ऊपर से मोलोटॉक किया गया ताकि कोई बंदा ऊपर ना पाए, बट यहाँ पे एक ग्रेनेड डाला गया, पर उसमें कोई कांटेक्ट में नहीं आया। यहाँ इन्होंने एक नेड फेंका जिसका नतीजा यही निकला कि दोनों पर्सन डैमेज हुए, और यहाँ पे टीम R8 का जो एक बंदा था वो भी मर चुका है। यहाँ पे टीम R8 एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है।
Can't tell, you know, he left that nade and that Molotov on the stairs like a bait. I try to get your boy to walk down the stairs and pick him up and then take the shots.
ये जो टीम हाइड्रा के स्काई है, ये दूर से ही मतलब बंदे स्पॉट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि मतलब कहीं तो इनको बंदा मिल ही जाए, बट इन्होंने यहाँ पे आने में थोड़ी देरी कर दी। थोड़े पहले आते तो शायद इनको 1 या 2 किल मिल सकते थे। गेमएक्स जहाँ तक हमने कल भी देखा, गेमएक्स भाई तो अपने बाहर की ही मतलब आधे ज़्यादा मतलब बाहर रह के वो खेल रहे थे, बट अब वो जोन के एजिस पे खेलने वाले हैं। टीम फैल्कन, टीम गेमएक्स, ये दोनों टीम्स अब खेलने वाली है टीम मतलब जोन के एजिस पे। टीम फैल्कन ने एक बंदा अपना खो दिया है और टीम गेमएक्स ने भी, तो यहाँ पे शायद इनकी 3v3 फाइट देखने को मिल सकती है क्योंकि दोनों ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है। यहाँ पे टीम A7 के पास एक स्प्रे देकर मिलता है हमको देखने को, बहुत खतरनाक सा, जो कि हाइड्रा के द्वारा दिया गया। कार से पूरा धुआं निकाल दिया गया है, बट यहाँ पे कोई भी नॉक फिनिश या तो कुछ ऐसी सिचुएशन बनी ही नहीं कि मतलब बंदे पैनिक कर जाएं। मेरा मार में आप जितना मर्जी हाइट एडवांटेज लोगे आपके लिए उतना ही बढ़िया। मेरा मार की जो सबसे ऊंची पहाड़ी है, अगर वहाँ पे जो बंदा चढ़ गया भाई तो उसकी बल्ले बल्ले, उसको वहाँ से किल बटोरने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी। अब यहाँ से ऊपर से देखो थर्ड पार्टी हाइड्रा के द्वारा की गई है, जो कि A7 के टीममेट को खा चुके हैं। यहाँ पे जो हाइड्रा के स्काई हैं इतनी खतरनाक तरीके से मिनी 14 चला रहे हैं, और यहाँ पे टीम TT भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है ये टूर्नामेंट से, मतलब ये मैच से, सॉरी। यहाँ पे A7 भी खत्म हो गई है। जो लास्ट बंदा बचा था वहाँ पे एक नेट गया और A7 पूरा खत्म। टीम A7 भी अब टूर्नामेंट से आउट हो चुकी है। जो थोड़ा सा गैप था वहाँ से नेट फेंका गया, बट वो नेट सीधा जाके बजा। और यहाँ पे एक कैसी कार चलाई गई है, मतलब टीम TT को कोई खौफ ही नहीं है और सीधा गाड़ी लाके मारी, और आधी से ज़्यादा डैमेज होने के कारण वो वहीं मर गए। DBS की आधी एक गोली बजने के कारण।
Good with the drawstring. Yeah. Lines it up and knocks him down. And no relief. The boys in Alpha 7.
यहाँ पे हमारी टीम AX भी अभी बची हुई है, जो कि हमारी इंडिया की टीम है। इसके अंदर भी एक बंदे की कमी आ चुकी है, इन्होंने एक बंदा मारा भी है, तो पता नहीं अभी क्या होने वाला है। टीम A की फाइट शायद टीम EA की फाइट शायद टीम AE से होने वाली है, बट जहाँ तक मेरे को लग रहा है ये टीम AE फॉल बैक करेंगे और थोड़ा सा सेफ खेलने की कोशिश करेंगे। बट सेफ के मामले में मैंने गलत बंदे का नाम ले लिया कि मतलब ये सेफ हो के खेलेंगे। ये बंदे ऐसे तो नहीं लगते, जिस हिसाब से इनके किल्स हैं ये तो लग रहा है जैसे भाई क्लासिक खेल रहे हैं।
If they had 4, that might have been a very different story. You've got a 3v3 there for Alterigo, they can handle themselves on that. You got E-Arena down towards
Hydra, Sleepy, इतना हाइट एडवांटेज इनके पास, ये एक बंदे को स्पॉट कर चुके हैं, शायद उसको हेड मार दें। SLR चला रहे हैं। इतनी दूर से यहाँ से SLR चलाई जा रही है, और बट यहाँ पे एक बंदा भी अगर नॉक हुआ होता तो भाई मजा ही आ जाता।
Speaking to Rosemary, you can see they all just play for one outcome. They're just looking for that win. They're not bothered about who's playing well. He said it himself, where he was just like.
टीम APG और फैल्कन के बीच में फाइट हो चुकी है, जहाँ पे हमको टीम GameX भी दिख रही है। यहाँ पे टीम APG के द्वारा टीम फैल्कन को एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया है। यहाँ पे अब टीम GameX के ऊपर थोड़ी सी दिक्कतें अब बढ़ने वाली हैं, क्योंकि जो टीम APG है वो थोड़ी सी खतरनाक है, और वो अब उन पे लगातार फायर देंगे, और जो टीम GameX है उनके ऊपर शायद रश भी जा सकता है, क्योंकि ये टीम तो सेफ खेलने वाली में से है नहीं। यहाँ पे शायद टीम GameX उन पे निर्मोली करने की सोच रहे हैं, बट क्या हो सकता है कुछ नहीं पता, देखने से पता लगने वाला है। एक बंदा नॉक करने की कोशिश, बट ये कोशिश नाकाम रही। टीम APG टीम गेमिक्स थोड़ी सी उनकी नेट के दायरे में आ रहे हैं, तो अगर एक नेट अच्छे से थोड़ा सा परफेक्ट कुक होके आया, और वो मैंने कहा था अगर एक नेट परफेक्ट कुक होके आया वो नॉक हो सकते हैं, वो नॉक तो नहीं हुए बट डैमेज ज़रूर हो गए। यहाँ नेट जो फेंका गया एपीजी की तरफ से जीएमएक्स के पास वो बहुत ख़तरनाक था। यहाँ एपीजी की तरफ ओ भाई क्या हो गया, मतलब एपीजी ने क्या किया यहाँ पे, मतलब गेमिक्स पावर। टीम एपीजी जो है उसने टीम गेमिक्स को मार दिया है।
Sending down slightly, got order. Legendary player from the PEL region looking to push over towards that south side.
Mate, so brutal. So many sideline angles for Power in front of you. It's Top and Zol that are able to just keep you pinned in position. Quick shot back up. Zol loves those fast engagements where he'll burst you down. Easy over the top again, though, trying to keep it uncomfortable for them to actually close the gap and play off one another. It's isolated 1v1.
He's always been nasty with these nades. He's just laying them on top, and Zol knows to back it up.
यहाँ टीम पावर और एपीजी की तरफ जो फाइट देखने को मिल रही है हमको, ये क्या हुआ यहाँ पे बहुत ही अनएक्सपेक्टेड चीज़ हो गई है। मेरे को लगा नॉक होगा बट वो एक एचपी में बच के कवर में भाग गए। यहाँ पे एपीजी की तरफ से एक स्प्रे दिया गया पावर के ऊपर, बट कुछ फ़र्क सा नहीं पड़ा। एपीजी के एक टीममेट जो कि डब्ल्यूबीजी की तरफ से नॉक किए जाते हैं, और एक और टीममेट को नॉक करने ही वाले हैं बट एम चोक हो गया, बट डब्ल्यूबीजी के टीममेट चारों तरफ फैले हुए हैं। इनके जो लास्ट बंदे हैं ये कभी भी नॉक हो सकते हैं। ये बैंडेज की हीलिंग कर रहे हैं बट इनकी बग्गी से धुआं निकाल दिया गया है। बग्गी के कवर में लेट चुके हैं। अगर यहाँ पे रिज नहीं होता तो चारों तरफ से गोलियां इनको पड़ सकती थी।
Multitasking, fortunately for him, and the rest of the team gone. With the back-to-back momentum carrier towards the end of today, that's not going to be. We haven't seen Alter Ego for a little bit, but when they show up, they show up.
यहाँ पे टीम आईडीए जो कि एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहे थे बट टीम आईडीए ज़्यादा सर्वाइव नहीं कर पाई। अब टीम एपीजी का शायद एलिमिनेशन हमको देखने को मिले जो कि डब्ल्यूबीजी की तरफ से हो। यहाँ पे टीम एई थोड़ा सा ट्रबल में है। इन्होंने दूर से स्प्रे दिया बट एक हाइड्रा के एक बंदे ने जो दूर से स्प्रे दिया एई के टीममेट को पीछे हटने में मजबूर कर दिया। और यहाँ पे दूर से M249 का स्प्रे एई के बंदे को नॉक करता हुआ एक दूसरा बंदा मिनी 14, और यहाँ पे टीम एई का समापन हमको देखने को मिला। उनके पास हाइट एडवांटेज था बट वो थोड़ा सा बाहर आ गए कवर से। अगर वो थोड़ा कवर से बाहर नहीं आते तो कुछ हो सकता था। यहाँ पे टीम एई ने 1v3 यहाँ 1v3 कर दिया गया टीम एई की तरफ से। अपने आर्यन भाई की टीम 1v3 हो चुके हैं बट ये क्या हो गया, पावर की तरफ से टीम एई के बंदे को नॉक दे दिया गया है। जिसने 1v3 कर दिया था उसको नॉक फिनिश दे दिया गया पावर की तरफ से।
Tiny K, the budget Tony K from
Strong branding. Strong branding.
यहाँ आर्यन भाई कुछ कर भी नहीं सकते थे। यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा एडवांटेज तो था उनके पास, बट आगे अगर एस12 के नहीं होती तो शायद टीम आर्यन भी सर्वाइव करती अभी तक।
Fair enough, fair enough. We'll let you off. You get one. You get one. Compose yourself, Black. Back in the
दो
room.
से टीम हाइड्रा के बंदे को स्प्रे पड़ा और बंदे को नॉक फिनिश कर दिया गया है। अभी तक सबसे हाईएस्ट किल टीम पावर के हैं।
But intense game, yeah, actually not a bad position, but just not a lot of players to work with, just the two here. It's a lot of angles, you'll be going off. I'd love to see a Weibo with, after that lovely shot, bullseye from Suk. Yeah.
यहाँ पे टीम WBG ने हाइड्रा के एक बंदे को स्पॉट कर लिया है। अगर ये वहाँ पे स्लैम मारेंगे तो शायद, और यहाँ पे इन्होंने आते ही एक बंदे को इतना ज़्यादा डैमेज कर दिया, उसको मिनी की एक या दो गोली मार के वो नॉक हो जाता, बट बहुत ज़्यादा डैमेज था वो। यहाँ पे कुछ अनएक्सपेक्टेड हुआ।
It's a good high ground that they're playing off the back of. It's a very interesting arena. They were finishing things off on here, where it's very open.
और यहाँ पे WBG की मिनी 14 जो कि 8x के साथ पूरा रोला जमाती हुई लॉबी
And you
में।
can have a fair few teams here, because even on these slopes that move round on the circle, you still got cover there. Horror, with 3 players, looking to take down intense game, but they waited a while to move in towards this circle now, Jackie. They need to sweep through to Tony K.
और यहाँ हाइड्रा स्काई ने दूर से एक नॉक दे दिया है मेरी 14 से। अब ये W 1 मिनट वेट, इन्होंने स्लैम दे दिया तुरंत। यहाँ पे नेड फेंक दिया गया इनके ऊपर। WBG कुछ पैनिक हो गए थे, बट उन्होंने नॉक दे ही दिया और टीम IG यहीं पे समाप्त। टीम हाइड्रा की तरफ से नेटबाजी हो रही है और यहाँ पे टीम WBG का भी समापन हमको देखने को मिला। यहाँ पे अब टॉप 3 टीम्स बची हैं और जो अपनी टीम APG का लास्ट बंदा था उसको भी मार के पूरी टीम एलिमिनेट कर दी गई है। सर्कल का 8th स्टेज चल रहा है, अब पता नहीं क्या होने वाला है। यहाँ पे 3 टीम अलाइव है। यहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा एडवांटेज पावर टीम को है, जो कि उन्होंने एक बंदा नॉक करके दिखा भी दिया। अब ये सीधा स्लैम मारने वाले हैं मेरे ख्याल से टीम IG के ऊपर। इन्होंने सीधा स्लैम मार दिया टीम IG के ऊपर और टीम IG का एक बंदा वहीं पे लेटा हुआ है।
Losing out on so much here, just trapped in with Mormon, no fear on the side.
अगर इन्होंने थोड़ा सा ध्यान भटकाया यहाँ पे टीम IG का, टीम AE का, सॉरी, जो टीम AE का बंदा है वो इन दोनों को खा सकता है, बट मेरे ख्याल से टीम हाइड्रा ने उसको स्पॉट कर लिया है। यहाँ पे एक नॉक और यहाँ 1v2 कर दिया गया है टीम हाइड्रा के दोनों बंदों को टीम EA के द्वारा। एक नेड आया और टीम EA का भी समापन हो चुका है। यहाँ पे अब दो टीम्स के 2v2 फाइट, मतलब 4 बंदे बचे हुए हैं पूरे एरिया में। यहाँ पे अब टीम हाइड्रा और टीम पावर बची हुई है, जिनके 2-2 बंदे अलाइव हैं। जो टीम हाइड्रा है उनके पास थोड़ा सा कवर की कमी है और जो टीम पावर है उनके पास कवर ही कवर है।
Enormous for them in terms of their point scoring, right? They go down here. Last
यहाँ पे
game
टीम
becomes
पावर
hard
ने
right
एक
now.
बंदा हाइड्रा का
Starts
नॉक
things
कर
out
दिया है
nicely.
और
Over towards
दूसरा
Sky.
बंदे
A grocer
ड्रॉप
in
के
the
पीछे
hand
जो
is
छुपा है
okay, and
वो
another
ड्रॉप
bolt
के
over
पीछे
towards
वाले
the
बंदे ने
backside.
उनको नॉक कर दिया और
Burning
यहाँ पे टीम पावर
and power,
जीत चुकी
despite
है
a little bit of a
ये वाला
shakiness towards the end
मैच।
there, are ready to clean it up.
अब आगे जो मैच बचा है वो एक लास्ट मैच है ये दिन का, तो हम मिलते हैं आपको ये लास्ट मैच में।
Away with the chicken dinner on that one.
Absolute massive amount of points there. We'll see how far that does send them up the rankings. But easy, calming the team down.
You love to see this. Some teams, like we said before, especially now with one last game to go, building up that anticipation. The fact that if you let all of your energy and adrenaline spike too early, it could throw you off. Intense conversation between them. Trying to break down what went wrong and reset it. Sometimes just unpacking the bag and then going in fresh again.
Little wink at the camera as well. You love to see it. Easy has always been a pretty good member of the team, honestly. When Al-Haji did fall back a little bit, it was always Easy stepping up. But we're going to take a step back in the meantime, head over to a break, back with the desk, 7, Max and Netura real soon.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC Avatar Frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
Power with the win there in the first Miramar of the final day for group stages. An impressive win to Neptura. The way this team was able to just control that whole circle, the 8th circle especially. It was amazing.
Solo coming up onto the high ground was on that high ground. So rather than a full squad, wait.
Hold on. We'll
Hang
get
on.
to that
We'll
point.
get back to that.
We got to take a look at this
Hold
here
on.
as Alter Ego Are they going to be able to make it? Are they going to be able to get in that first place? Because remember, there is some money at stake here when we end up talking about the rankings for group stages. First place will end up getting $80,000. Second place, 77. Third place, 75. But I want to keep going down that list because now you have Thunder Talk. With the way that they have been playing, that team has pushed up in the top 8. Yangon Galacticos gets pushed out. They're going to be going to none other than Survival Stage and Weibo Gaming. Look at them, how close they are. It's going to come. I honestly don't know who is going to be that A team. Alpha 7 Esports with just 70 points. Max, you were talking about it. They are slipping.
Look, I said at the start of the day, I was like, I don't expect it to happen, but it could, you know, it's a possibility. Worst case scenario here for all the Brazilian fans out there here for PUBG Mobile Esports, and they've been having a really, really bad time, unfortunately. Going on to this third page. Last game, nothing's going to really happen. If you're down there, you're going to survival. You'll have to try once again to reach the finals.
They could play a bit of a spoiler role for some of these teams. We've seen it happen in the past, too. Even though it is group stages, they might just want to try something different. You already know that you're going to be going to survival stage. Why not try to get a highlight?
You're coming with me. Drag them down into the abyss of the survival stage. Hey, it's a strat. It's a real one.
Yeah. Out of all these teams, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually does end up happening. We've seen some of the other teams starting to step up. Intense game. Obviously, for most of these teams, it's just going to be a little bit too late to even do anything. But those improvements are taking points away from some of those other teams actually hunting down for that top A spot. But something I want to take a look is none other than Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
Max Man's Grenade of the Day.
That's the first time I saw that intro. That was great. Max Man's Grenade of the Day is coming your way, and this time around, it's none other than No Fear from Horror Esports, getting a double nade right in front of your beautiful eyes. Here you go. It was happening in the area of farm. The guy's waiting, lingering in the shadows. The nade comes on through onto Nongshim, Red Force, and they get absolutely battered. Nongshim sent right back to their home region.
I like that.
Thank you.
That was good.
That was a Molotov also, I think. That was
the close-up, everything about that. And also, Horror Esports has been a team that did start performing as well, especially in that last match. We saw Sky being able to put up some good amount of eliminations.
We sure did. I really liked what we saw from Horror. One thing I really want to see from Horror, though, is they're like 10, 15 points away from actually making top 8, pushing other teams down even further. If they can get a really good game this last game, they're looking really good.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has come down to this. We'll be finding out which teams will be going directly to grand finals. It's going to be close. We don't know who's actually going to be going, who's maybe going to be getting kicked out of those top 8. Be ready, though, because the last Miramar is here. Take it over, Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, 7. The stage is set. Our team's in position to get that sweet, sweet first place prize, Blank. That lion's share, the $80,000 on the line, and one team that's only a few points away. If they can deliver an incredible performance here, the chance that you could see 4 thrives lapped by Alter Ego, the opportunity, the narrative, the intensity is building. The group stage is coming towards its close. Dial yourselves in, turn up the stream, and get ready for the last game.
We are gassed to be here. The final match of the day, match number 6.
और अब यहाँ हमारा पूरे दिन का लास्ट मैच जो कि होने वाला है मिरामार का। सारी टीम्स हो चुकी है रेडी और सारी टीम्स के मेंबर भी हो चुके हैं रेडी। अब बस मैदान में उतर के करना है बूम बाम।
APG 77, Eda Esports a 78, and guess what? It's Thunder Talks a 79. It's all to play for here, the final match.
यहाँ टीम्स अब उतरना चालू हो चुकी है।
So many lies at their fingertips. All you've got to do is seize the opportunity when it is presented on the battleground. A tight lobby, Blank. It's exciting. It's exactly what we want for this environment.
For Origo, a little bit worrisome. Teams could be hunting him. 5 points needed to make this one happen. Not a lot required.
The devious lick of single-handedly targeting them just to steal that additional prize money, the rub salt in the wound. Surely you don't take that risk.
Surely not, right? It's a terrifying one, honestly, Origo. Do you jump on top of them if you're going through that survival stage? Do you make that happen? Do you ruin the lives of 4 players on one team? Or would you want to incur the wrath?
You would make an enemy, and a very powerful enemy at that. A lot of potential. If they go down early, though, you better hope you wipe the entire squad, because as we've seen, they've been able to reset and pick up the pieces even with duos.
यहाँ पे हमें पहली फाइट अपनी टीम R8 और टीम NS के बीच में देखने को मिल सकती है, क्योंकि ये दोनों टीम्स बहुत पास में लैंड की है। एक बिल्डिंग टीम NS ने ले लिया है और एक बिल्डिंग टीम R8 ने, तो शायद हमको यहाँ पे कुछ फाइट वगैरह देखने को मिले इन दोनों टीम में। अभी तो दोनों ही टीम लूट कर रही है, अभी देखो पता नहीं क्या होगा। यहाँ पे टीम R8 के दमर भाई जो कि उन पे TPP ले रहे हैं टीम NS के ऊपर, और यहाँ पे जो टीम TT है वो उनका एक बंदा जो कि अकेला ही एक कंपाउंड लूट रहा है, पर उनके बैकअप के लिए उनका एक टीममेट आ चुका है, एक नहीं 2 टीममेट आ चुके हैं जो कि इनके आसपास में लूटेंगे। और जो टीम IDA है उन्होंने भी अपना एक पूरा सिटी जो कि लूटने के लिए ले लिया। जो टीम IDA है ये आराम से भी लूट कर रहे हैं, अभी किसी भी टीम का एलिमिनेशन हमको देखने को नहीं मिला है। यहाँ जो टीम A7 है वो अपने लिए व्हीकल्स इकट्ठा करते हुए हमको दिखाई देंगे।
Sat on the map right now, up towards Hacienda del Patron. Kind of similar to what we were looking at before, but a little bit further up towards that eastern side right now, giving all three
जो रियाद के बंदे हैं भाई, उनके अंदर आप जोश देख ही सकते हो कि मतलब उनकी टीम भी तो खेल ही रही है। तो जो रियाद की टीम है तो देख लो भाई क्या जज्बा है। और जो टीम NS और टीम R8 है उनमें फाइनली लड़ाई हमको देखने को मिल गई है, जो कि मैंने कहा था ये दोनों टीम बहुत पास में लैंड की है, तो शायद इनमें लड़ाई हमको देखने को मिल सकती है। जो टीम R8 है उनका एक बंदा मारा जा चुका है टीम NS के द्वारा, और यहाँ पे पूरी कोशिश की गई है टीम R8 के एक और बंदे को मारने की, बट जो टीम NS का बंदा है वो भी थोड़ा सा चालाक है। एक नेट कुक करके उनके ऊपर फेंका जाएगा, अगर वो नॉक हो गए तो बढ़िया बात, नहीं तो कोई बात नहीं, ये दोनों ही रश कर देंगे। बट जो टीम R8 का बंदा है वो भी थोड़ा सा चालाक है, और यहाँ पे दोनों को टीम R8 को सैंडविच कर दिया गया है टीम NS के द्वारा। टीम NS के 2 बंदे नॉक कर दिए गए हैं टीम R8 की तरफ से। टीम R8 का एक बंदा नॉक, एक बंदा बचा है और टीम NS ने उसको मार दिया। और यहाँ टीम R8 का एक बंदा ही बचा है, अगर वो भी यहाँ पे सही सलामत जल्दी से पहुँच जाएगा तो वहाँ पे फ्रैग इनको मिल सकते हैं जो कि इनके ही हैं। यहाँ पे इनको शायद पता नहीं है कि यहाँ पे एक बंदा पड़ा था जो कि नॉक है, वो बचने तो नहीं वाला बट कुछ कर भी नहीं सकते। अगर पूरी टीम फाइट होती यहाँ पे तो R8 टीम जीत सकती थी, बट टीम R8 का एक बंदा कुछ अलग ही घूम रहा था। टीम NS अपना एक बंदा नहीं बचा पाए, बाकी 2 के बचा तो लिए उन्होंने, बट जो टीम R8 है उनका एलिमिनेट होना बहुत ही करीब आ चुका है, क्योंकि जो टीम NS है शायद इनको उनकी लोकेशन पता लग गई है, तो वो अब सीधा उनके पास ही जा रहे हैं।
Going down, that's to Alpha 7.
और टीम एनएस, जहाँ तक मेरे को पता था, टीम एनएस को उनकी लोकेशन पता लग गई है, तो टीम आर8 उन पे रश नहीं करेगी, क्योंकि टीम आर8 के ऊपर ही रश हो चुका है। यहाँ नेड मौली से स्वागत किया गया है टीम आर8 का। यहाँ पे कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता, क्योंकि यहाँ पे एक बंदा भी 1v4 कर सकता है और एक बंदा 1v8 भी कर सकता है। टीम आर8 के मार्च के हाथ में पम्प शॉट गन है। यहाँ मेरे को एक पुराने BGMI के टूर्नामेंट की याद आ गई। यही वो जगह थी जहाँ पे पम्प शॉट गन दी गई थी हमारे शायद गॉडल की तरफ से। यहाँ पे एनएस भाई थोड़ा ट्रिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स लगाते हुए, बट यहाँ पे मौली कर दी गई है और यहाँ पंप शॉटगन, और यहाँ पे टीम आर8 का समापन हमको देखने को मिला। जो इन्होंने टीम आर8 का लास्ट मार्च बंदा था, जो इन्होंने बहुत ट्राई किया 1v4 करने का, बट थोड़ा सा डैमेज पड़ा बंदे को और वो बंदा इनको मार गया। और जो अपनी टीम AE है वो तो सबसे अलग है, वो तो बस उनको मतलब है एलिमिनेशन से। उन्होंने अभी तक 0 एलिमिनेशन निकाले हैं, बट उनके टोटल एलिमिनेशन 108 हैं।
Going to have to play a very clean game from this point forward. Hope that the other squads above begin to struggle.
Rodrigo right now in the front.
और यहाँ पे टीम AE के द्वारा फाइट हो गई है टीम IG की तरफ, बट टीम AE का जो बंदा है वो नॉक फिनिश कर दिया गया है टीम IG की तरफ से।
Rodrigo, they're in front of Thunderdogs right now. Again, 4 elims. We talked about it. There's 4 players on Thunderdogs, Jackie. They can clean it out right here, right now.
ये है गाइस आज का एक लास्ट मैच।
They're not likely to get overlapped, but with that circle, there's a chance for Rodrigo to wrap back and just have a bigger game. A nice and easy approach to it. Gamax down towards the southeast side, when the only team in position to make that happen. Power coming in from
जो
the west.
टीम IDA है वो थोड़ा सा इधर उधर हमको देखने को मिल सकती है, क्योंकि वो जोन को अपने हिसाब से शायद करना चाहते हैं। पर यहाँ टीम AE के ऊपर दूर से A7 की तरफ से फायर दिया गया, बट टीम जो A7 है उसके ऊपर जब AE का फायर आया तो उनको मजबूरन कार से उतरना पड़ा। अब वो यहाँ से अपनी बगी लेके निकलने के लिए तैयार है, क्योंकि उन्होंने स्मोक किया था, पर यहाँ पे कुछ कहा भी नहीं जा सकता। दूर से स्प्रे पड़ने चालू हो गया है EA की तरफ से A7 पे, बट इन्होंने कैसे भी करके बगी वहाँ से निकाल ली। एक वहाँ पे बस टक्कर होनी थी और टीम A7 अपना एक और प्लेयर खो देती। यहाँ इतनी दूर से अभी भी फायर दिया जा रहा है। इनके सामने टीम शायद हाइड्रा का बंदा था वो।
Just trying to create space, get away from that. Like you say, that's one of those points already found.
हाँ, वो टीम हाइड्रा का बंदा था, वो बहुत आराम से बच के भाग गया वहाँ से, क्योंकि अगर वहाँ पे पूरी टीम होती टीम A7 की तो टीम हाइड्रा के लिए बहुत मुश्किलें हो सकती थी।
A lot of players to be working with. Most teams did have awkward starts to the game in terms of the positions they were playing, so we got some slight variations on the rotates coming through. We're heading over towards truck stop. But similar terrain to what we saw last time around. So a lot of defilades, little ditches, rocky outcrops to play around.
यहाँ जो टीम IDA है, टीम IDA का रीटा जो कि पूरा ओपन में कार लेके इधर उधर घूम रहे हैं। इनके टीममेट्स आ रहे हैं इनके पास। मेरे को लगा ये अकेले घूम रहे हैं। यहाँ पे इनको मेरे को जहाँ तक लग ही रहा था इनको दूर से कहीं से फायर मिलेगा, बट ये यहाँ पे बच गए, इनको फायर मिला।
towards Alpha 7. AX
यहाँ पे अब हम थोड़ा सा मैप की तरफ ध्यान देते हैं। टीम IDA जो कि मेरे को लग ही रहा था कि H2H खेलने वाली है, और टीम WBG भी। टीम WBG तो बहुत पहले से H2H खेलती आ रही है, मैंने देखा उनको 3 से 4 मैचेस में। और जो टीम NS है वो H2H तो नहीं थी, बट अभी वो जोन की तरफ आ रहे हैं। टीम NS के 2 बंदे आई थिंक सो। अब जितनी भी टीम है वो जोन में एंटर करेगी, और यहाँ पे अब हमको फाइट देखने को मिलेगी बहुत घमासान वाली।
Make the most of this when push comes to shove. See how that develops. Weibo as well in position. Meanwhile, more going the way of Alter Ego.
यहाँ पे 2 टीम WBG है,
And this is what we were talking about.
वो शायद कुछ ना कुछ करे। यहाँ पे टीम A7 की फाइट AE के साथ होने वाली है, क्योंकि इनकी कार यहाँ पे आगे ठुक चुकी है, और ऊपर टीम AE का 2-3 बंदे 4 कहाँ बंदे बैठे हैं आई डोंट नो। बस अब इनकी फाइट होने वाली है यहाँ पे, वो भी खतरनाक सी। टीम A7 के लिए यही बेहतर रहेगा कि वो अपनी कार निकाल के फॉल बैक कर ले।
It's hard to get your buddy back up again. In the meantime, Horror starts to move over the top. Senses the nade, sees it
यहाँ
go through.
टीम हाइड्रा के ऊपर नेटबाजी की जा रही है टीम AE के द्वारा। ये बहुत ज़्यादा लो कर दिया गया है, और सीधा H12 के लिए घुस गए हैं, और एक बंदा टीम हाइड्रा का इन्होंने नॉक फिनिश कर दिया है। टीम हाइड्रा के पास एक बंदा अब नहीं रहा, अब इनके बस 3 बंदे बचे हैं जो कि शायद मैच को आगे बढ़ा पाएँ। और वहाँ पे टीम फैल्कन और टीम EA की हमको फाइट देखने को मिलने वाली है थोड़ी देर में। टीम फैल्कन ने टीम EA का एक बंदा नॉक कर दिया है, वहाँ पे कैमरा एंगल तो नहीं जा रहा। टीम फैल्कन ने एक और बंदा नॉक कर दिया जो कि नेड से, और यहाँ पे टीम A7 और टीम FE के बीच में हमको तनाव देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ WBA और टीम ओ भाई इसकी मुझे क्या मार दिया, ये इन्होंने बहुत बढ़िया कार से उतार दिया WBG ने। और यहाँ पे टीम IDA और टीम WBG इनके बीच में अब हमको फाइट देखने को मिलने वाली है। यहाँ पे एक परफेक्ट नेड और दोनों नॉक। यहाँ पे एक बंदा फिनिश हो चुका है, WBG बैक भागेंगे, और बैक कवर फायर दिया गया है उनके द्वारा, तो टीम IDA के बंदे को पीछे भागना पड़ा।
Fantastic work though, dropping Weibo down. I think that's it.
और यहाँ पे टीम EA जो कि बहुत अच्छा खेल रही थी, पर इस बार 0 एलिमिनेशन के साथ वो एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। ये वो सेकंड टीम है जो कि एलिमिनेट हुई है ये लास्ट मैच में।
It's just a matter of how far can they go now. They've shown us some stalwart gameplay consistently throughout the entire group stage. But they know their heads can lie easy at least from this point.
For Weibo, 3 plays alive. Either just needs to live this one out.
यहाँ पे टीम IDA के 2 बंदे अभी भी अलाइव हैं, और टीम IDA के सामने एक टीम TT का प्लेयर भी है। पता नहीं क्या होने वाला है इनकी बीच। और जो टीम AX है उनकी अभी किसी से फाइट नहीं हुई है, ये बहुत बढ़िया चीज़ है। और उन्होंने एक बंदा एलिमिनेट किया है, क्योंकि मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ क्योंकि जो टीम AX है वो अपनी टीम इंडिया की टीम है। और यहाँ पे टीम TT के स्लैम जो पड़ा है और फॉल बैक कर दिया टीम TT के बंदे ने। और भाई यहाँ पे एक बंदा खा लिया गया है, और यहाँ पे टीम TT का एक बंदा और एलिमिनेट हो चुका है। बहुत बढ़िया स्लैम पड़ा था, बट यहाँ पे जो कहते हैं ना, जो होना होता है वो हो के रहता है। टीम टीटी के पीछे टीम टीटी के बंदे को पीछे से गोलियां पड़ गई, बट नीचे वाले बंदे को शायद किल नहीं मिलेगा। डैमेज टीम टीटी का 582 है, बट एलिमिनेशन उनके 3 है। अब टीम टीटी का एक लास्ट बंदा बचा है जो कि अब पूरा ही फंसा हुआ है। टीम टीटी हमको कभी भी एलिमिनेट होती दिख सकती है।
What an odd final match this is. Looking like my hotel room because it is messy right now.
और यहाँ पे टीम A7 का हमको एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिलता है, जो कि किया गया शायद 1 मिनट वेट, किसके द्वारा किया गया ये तो इन्होंने बताया नहीं अभी तक। और जो टीम NS है, उनके 3 बंदे जो अलाइव हैं वो बहुत ही खतरनाक खेल रहे हैं। हाईएस्ट किल अभी तक उनके ही हो रहे हैं, 6 किल टीम NS के ही हैं। बट जो अपनी टीम AE है उनकी बात ही अलग है, वो इतना अग्रेसिव खेल रहे हैं और उन्होंने 6 किल निकाल दिए हैं। और अब NS और AE की टीम दोनों के पास बराबरी के किल्स हैं इस मैच में। और यहाँ पे टीम KN और NS के बीच में हमको फाइट देखने को मिल गई है और शायद टीम KN यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो सकती है। और यहाँ पे गैमेक्स की तरफ से टीम NS के ऊपर बमबारी की गई है, बट टीम गैमेक्स थोड़ा सा ट्रबल में फंस सकती है क्योंकि अब उनको पड़ने वाली है चारों तरफ से गोलियाँ। और टीम NS का जो लास्ट बंदा बचा है वो कुछ भी कर सकता है, क्योंकि मैंने पिछली बारी भी कहा था जो एक बंदा होता है वो एक पूरी आर्मी के बराबर हो सकता है, क्योंकि जो एक बंदा है उसने बहुत ज़्यादा सफ़र किया होता है तो वो कुछ भी कर सकता है। जो लास्ट बंदा बचा रहता है हम उसको घायल शेर भी कह सकते हैं।
Not joining the 8 others over towards that finals. Weibo Gaming, Nongshim Red Force, which honestly at this point in time the chance is looking very slim at them making into that top 8. But Weibo chasing over towards APG.
जो टीम AE है वो पूरा ऊपर से स्काउटिंग कर रही है कि मतलब उनको एक ना एक किल यहाँ से मिल जाए। बट जो अपनी KN जो टीम है वो लास्ट बंदा बचा है और यहाँ पे GMX के ऊपर एक नेट फेंक दिया गया है और यहाँ पे टीम NS फैल्कन के द्वारा एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया है। और यहाँ फैल्कन के द्वारा यहाँ पे GMX के ऊपर भी फायरिंग आ रही है, बट ये सब अभी उसको नॉक नहीं कर पाए।
Over the back-to-back on both Miramars and send themselves up the tables, but unlikely.
यहाँ पे टीम NS और नहीं टीम जो KN थी, अब जो लास्ट बंदा रिमेन था वो भी ख़त्म हो चुका है। इसी के साथ साथ टीम KN का भी समापन हमको देखने को मिलता है। जो टीम AE है वो बहुत ही खतरनाक खेल रही है। एक गोली टीम AE के वो वाले बंदे को और वो नॉक हो जाएगा। यहाँ पे पावर के द्वारा टीम टीम APG के एक बंदे को नॉक कर दिया है और APG की तरफ से कवर फायर आया है पूरा अपने बंदे को बचाने के लिए, पर मेरे को नहीं लगता ये यहाँ पे इसको बचा पाएंगे, क्योंकि जो टीम पावर है वो बार मतलब पूरा उनको मारने की कोशिश कर रही है। और जो टीम IG का बंदा है उसने टीम पावर के बंदे को एक खा लिया है, मतलब सॉरी APG के बंदे ने उसको खा लिया है। यहाँ पे हमको टीम पावर का एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिलता है। टीम पावर ने बहुत अच्छा किया, बट वो टीम एपीजी के सामने थोड़ा कमजोर पड़ गए।
They don't have the opportunity for that back-to-back. They tried to take it to the Alphas. It's not meant to be. And it is now coming down to it. Just one realistic slot available. Weibo in a marvelous position. Central, 3 players, 33C, he, Order, all looking to head through to that finals. Stamp their ticket alongside with Thundertalk.
यहाँ पे जो WBG है उनके पास एक बंदा नहीं है, शायद उनके लिए यही एक बंदा कुछ कमी पैदा कर सकता है।
Information from either side as well. Rotation in. Alpha Gaming give it a wide berth with the 2-2
जो यहाँ पे टीम एपीजी है उनके पास अभी भी चारों के चारों बंदे अलाइव हैं। यहाँ नेक्स्ट सर्कल बनने वाला है। 5 4 3 2 1। यहाँ पे ब्लू लाइन जो है अपनी ब्लू जोन जिसको कहा जाता है वो चल चुका है और स्टेज 7 आने वाला है जोन का। और यहाँ पे जैसे जैसे टीम्स और करीब आएंगी वैसे वैसे गलत सीन बढ़ते जाएंगे। और यहाँ पे फैल्कन को WRG की तरफ से एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया है और गेमिक्स जो पीछे से जा रहे थे इनके, और अब वो सब फंस चुके हैं बहुत ट्रबल में। वो सब अब जोन में है बट इनके रेडार पे आ चुके हैं। और यहाँ पे अपनी टीम आर्यन भी है, तो देखते हैं यहाँ पे क्या सीन बनने वाला अपना। और यहाँ टीम टीटी जो मैं कह रहा था इनका कभी भी एलिमिनेशन हो सकता है, और टीम टीटी एलिमिनेट हो गई है इस मैच से। वहाँ टीम हाइड्रा और एपीजी की तरफ से फाइट हो चुकी है। टीम हाइड्रा पूरा दम लगा के एपीजी को मारने की कोशिश कर रही है, बट टीम एपीजी के द्वारा हमको टीम हाइड्रा का एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिलता है। टीम अभी तक जितने हाईएस्ट किल हैं वो टीम एपीजी के पास ही हैं।
Many fans would have been sad to see Alpha Gaming not make it in towards the finals itself, and right now they claim 5th place on the leaderboard. Judo goes down, they continue to rack up those points.
सॉरी मतलब अभी तक तो मैंने देखा नहीं था, बट जो टीम एई है उनके पास सबसे ज़्यादा किल है, उनके पास 9 किल्स हैं। ये टीम पता नहीं कैसी है, मतलब इन्होंने आज बहुत किल किए हैं, मतलब समझ लो 20-25 किल तो इन्होंने आराम से किए आज। और यहाँ पे अब टीम एई और टीम आईडीए ये दोनों बचे हैं कंपाउंड में। क्या हमको यहाँ पे 2v2 देखने को मिलेगा या फिर यहाँ पे फाइट हो के थर्ड पार्टी होने वाली है? अभी हम कुछ नहीं कह सकते क्योंकि शायद ये रश करने वाले हैं टीम आईडीए के बंदे पे जो कि नीचे बैठा हुआ।
Gamax, of course, hunkered down for so long, no real room to move. It's the split from AX that would find them on the push-up. Everyone taking their time, no points are pivotal.
अब नेक्स्ट सर्कल भी थोड़ी देर में बनने ही वाला है, मतलब ब्लू जोन चलने ही वाला है, फिर हमारा स्टेज 8 आ जाएगा जोन का। यहाँ पे किल चुराने की कोशिश की गई WBG की तरफ से, बट ये नहीं चुरा पाए।
An up-and-coming Turkish team taking out one of the Turkish Titans will be a storyline and a half. They're looking good for it right now. Smart plays, but look at this, the dive in, intense.
यहाँ पे हमको 1v2 कर दिया आईडीए ने। लास्ट बंदा बचा है वहाँ पे A7 का, जो कि शायद इन्होंने अपना एक फ्रैग निकाल लिया है जो कि नेट से था, और स्मोक करके अपने टीममेट को बचाने की ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बट इन्होंने वो टीममेट ख़त्म कर दिया है। वो कोई रिस्क नहीं लेंगे क्योंकि यहाँ पे जो एक किल्स है वो बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। और यहाँ WBG के द्वारा टीम APG के बंदे को नॉक फिनिश दे दिया गया है। अब APG टीम यहाँ से एलिमिनेट होती है और टीम IDA भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। अब यहाँ पे टीम के एलिमिनेशन का नंबर बढ़ता जाएगा और यहाँ पे टीम AE भी एलिमिनेट होती है। अब यहाँ पे बची है टॉप 4 टीम्स, जो कि है अपनी टीम आर्यन और यहाँ पे टीम कौन सी है भाई ये?
I think they've made it on placement points alone. I think that is Regnum Kaya now out 9th place. Weibo making it in off the back of this.
टीम अपनी जो टीम आर्यन है उनके पास एक बंदे का जो एडवांटेज था वो छीन लिया गया है, जो कि WBG के द्वारा छीना गया है। यहाँ IG के ऊपर नेट आया बट ये बैक गए थोड़ा, इन्होंने कंपाउंड में कवर लिया। इनको पीछे से भी गोलियां पड़ सकती हैं बट ये इन्होंने थोड़ा सा रिस्क लिया। अपने आर्यन भाई जो कि यहाँ पे इन पे नेट मॉली करने का पूरा प्रयास कर रहे हैं और यहाँ पे टीम IG भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है। अब यहाँ पे हमको प्योर 3v3 देखने को मिलेगा जो कि होने वाला है टीम आर्यन और WBG के बीच में। जो टीम आर्यन का एक बंदा है वो पूरा फ्लैंक करके टीम WBG के एरिया में है। यहाँ पे कुछ भी हो सकता है, यहाँ पे टीम आर्यन भी जीत सकती है और WBG भी, पता नहीं कैसे, बट अगर यहाँ पे टीम आर्यन जीत गई तो बहुत खुशी की बात होगी क्योंकि ये टीम इंडिया की है। और यहाँ पे दूर से टीम आर्यन के टीममेट ने WBG को एक प्यारा सा डैमेज दिया है, जो कि टीम WBG के आर्यन ने नहीं सॉरी अपने आर्यन ने WBG के बंदे को नॉक कर दिया है और यहाँ से उनको फिनिश दे दिया गया क्योंकि यहाँ पे एक जो फ्रैग है बहुत ही ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। और यहाँ पे टीम WBG का एक बंदा छीन लिया गया है टीम आर्यन की तरफ से, और टीम आर्यन का एक जो बंदा है वो सीधा घुसने की कोशिश कर रहा है, बट ये गलती हो सकती है उनके लिए। तो थोड़ा सा अगर ध्यान से खेलेंगे तो यहाँ पे इंडिया के खाते में भी एक चिकन डिनर आ सकता है। और यहाँ पे टीम आर्यन का एक बंदा नॉक और फिनिश दे दिया गया है क्योंकि उन्होंने थोड़ा जल्दबाजी कर दी थी। और यहाँ पे अब 2v1 बचा है। यहाँ पे अब टीम WBG के बंदे को घेरा जाएगा टीम आर्यन की तरफ से। एक मॉली पहले फेंकेंगे स्टैरन भाई, यहाँ से DBS और एस्ट्रल के का मैदान कौन जीतने वाला है, क्या अपना आर्यन भाई जीतेंगे कि नहीं। यहाँ बहुत डैमेज दे दिया गया है और यहाँ पे आर्यन भाई जीत चुके हैं अपना लास्ट मैच। इंडिया के खाते में एक और चिकन डिनर आ गया। एक मिनट, ये क्या हुआ? यहाँ पे गेम पूरी पलट गई, वो मरे नहीं, उनको ही मार दिया गया। टीम WBG कुछ ज़्यादा ही ओवर पावर्ड है। अपने आर्यन भाई शायद थोड़ा ओवर कॉन्फिडेंट हो गए थे, पर कोई बात नहीं, हम इंडिया की टीम जो है वो सेकंड नंबर पे तो आ गई। तो यहाँ पे जो लास्ट मैच था जो कि आज के पबजी टूर्नामेंट का हाइलाइट्स वो देखो।
As Blank and Jackie were saying, Alpha 7's not going to be making it straight to Grand Finals. They're going to be going to survival stage. Alter Ego, Neptura. What a performance by this team. Not the exact same of what we saw out of their day one, but doing just enough to make sure that we're able to get and jump up to that first place.
I mean, I think we all wanted to see them double the points, get 160 and do all that, but they didn't need to. They had that first day.
यहाँ पे कुछ समझ सा नहीं आ रहा क्या अपनी टीम आर्यन जीती है या फिर WBG। यहाँ पे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा, अभी थोड़ी देर में हमको वो भी पता लग जाएगा।
So it looks like they've done very well for themselves. They're going straight to finals. I think this has probably been the biggest performance from any of the teams we've had today, this in the group stage.
I mean, let's take a look at this. We got to give some props there to AXTMG, the special invite team, getting their first win. It is going to be a bit of a confidence boost.
हाँ तो यहाँ पे अपनी जो टीम आर्यन है वो पहले नंबर पे आके बैठ चुकी है। अब उनका कल होने वाला है मैच, तो टीम आर्यन एक ही बात कहना चाहूँगा, गुड लक और जीत के आना। तो आज की स्ट्रीम यहीं पे ख़त्म करते हैं, बाय बाय।